Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to wherever you are in the world. Welcome back to RCI TV on both Twitch and YouTube, and we're here for round 3 of the World Tour 2024. The Grade 1 FIA venue of the Circuit of the Americas in Austin, Texas welcomes us today. I'm John Dalton, your lead commentator. Alongside me, Phil Roberts. Bringing you the pictures this time is Ash Bibby. And of course, a big hello to our live stewards who are currently on break, but will be back later on. Welcome, everyone.
It's a very hot day today, John, in the UK at the minute. But we're just getting up to, what's this now, nearly 8 o'clock in the morning, dim time. So it's still relatively cool, but would expect maybe these temperatures to climb up into the mid-20s by the time we get to the end of the race in about 5 hours time. Well, will it be in about 5 hours time? So that'll be, what, 1 o'clock in the afternoon? So we should probably get into the mid-20 degrees by then, I'd say.
Yeah, I'd like to confidently say we'd see the mid-20s later on in the race. Of course, ACC's hottest time around 2 o'clock in-game time, providing, of course, the weather does stay clear, and the forecast has been looking fantastic so far throughout the race. Of course, we're in the cooler end of the temperatures. We've seen a lot of drivers double stinting. We've seen lots of drivers triple stinting through no kind of fault of their own. Of course, the ACC servers being down earlier on meant a lot of drivers couldn't connect to take over during the third hour. So a lot of drivers have been almost forced their hand into carrying on at the moment, as we see a big wiggle there from Tom Shipston through the first section of the S's, following the Ferrari in the dirty air. Of course, the aero balance of the Porsche going to be slightly upset by that one, but nevertheless, we've had some fantastic racing so far. I mean, it was a bit chaotic from lap 2 kind of onwards. Relatively settled down, so to speak, with the number 500 Forza Italia car out front, 16 seconds to the good nearly on Christoph Verstappen, and this time, of course, Walter Billen for the number 2 is on the third step of the podium and also leading silver. Buzek in the 796 RCI car in 4th with the Owned Esports number 900 in P5. Max Lienard has had a mistake of some kind while we've been off the air transitioning over broadcast. I think, Phil, you caught that one possibly.
I did. He was being unlapped on the 116. Which one's in there? Oh, the 316, beg your pardon. 316. BMW Grand Willamette coming into turn 1. And then there was a bit of a coming together. They didn't hit the barrier. He just like had a moment where they caught each other and Linar went off the track basically. So it's not really a mistake so much as just a coming together. But no barriers were hit, I don't think, or not certainly hit hard. Not as hard as there was a 116 got involved in another incident earlier on, I think, with a Lambo. Was it the 234? I think it was the 234.
Yeah, the Swiss RC 234.
But it wasn't that. It wasn't on the same Richter scale as that, basically. So it's fairly tame, but still, you lose time through incidents like that, and that's probably where I suspect there has been time lost.
Yeah, of course, Max Lienard now in the front of the shot here, or in the back of the shot, should we say, just behind Cormac Quinn's Ferrari, the number 190 on your screen at the moment. That's Max Lienard in the black and red Porsche, just chasing down, trying to take another lap back. Of course, Max is going to be on damage control for the rest of his stint, just trying to get the nearly on pace car up a little bit further. Of course, Philip Engman started that car again. He wasn't without trouble, found some troubles in the early stages, and of course Mikael Sundstrom, who we are yet to see at the moment, the third driver in that lineup. So still plenty of change coming, and again, 5 hours on the clock, Phil, is still quite a lot of time to rectify any mistakes that you have made in the early stages.
Yeah, I think that's one of the benefits of endurance racing. It kind of suits me a bit more than sprint racing. Is that I don't like sprint races where you push yourself for an hour. Like, I like just being able to get into the swing of things, and just bank on your consistency a bit more than your outright pace, which you do benefit a bit more from an endurance racing as you do. But yeah, just going back to your point, I swear that this 889 doesn't. Oh, he does. No, I was reading the wrong Porsche for some reason. Never mind. I thought Mikael Sundstrom wasn't racing today because I looked at the tab and thought I don't see his name on the thing, but but no, I think he's is he watching? I think he's watching some whack or something like that at the minute. So yeah, preoccupied, as they say. But I'm pretty sure we'll see him come the end of the race. As we see the Team Monkey Racing here. I'm going to have a fun time with this one. Unless, John, you've already practiced this one, but is this a Matthias Serenpar?
That's exactly what I went with when he took over the car just about an hour ago. At the same time, Florian Hammerl also took the 969 over as well. So yeah, names always catching us out in the box. And if we do butcher your name, feel free to mention in either the YouTube chat, the Twitch chat, or even in the Discord somewhere on how to pronounce your name, because every day is a school day, and of course the English language doesn't always translate into other language names so well sometimes.
English letters don't have umlauts over their name either, so it doesn't help with that one. I believe with the Finnish one follows the same as Swedish. They make an air noise with the A with the umlauts above it. But my knowledge is very rusty when it comes to that sort of part of the world, John.
Yeah, my knowledge very rusty indeed as well too. Car on screen at the moment, of course, the number 45 Team Monkey Racing entry, and we do have a Team Monkey Racing driver with us in the box at the moment in the form of Peter Varga, currently racing in Split 2, I believe. Peter, correct me if I'm wrong.
That's Team Monkey Racing team boss for you, Oriosh.
Stan corrected there, the Team Monkey Racing boss joining us in the box at the moment. Racing down in Split 2 today, I think, if I'm right in saying. How's it going down there for you guys?
It's been a roller coaster even before the race started. Because my usual teammate, Red Sky, could not race because of basically the health issues with the VR headset, that he could not do like more than 5-6 laps without getting physically ill, as he said. So I had to source a replacement for him or not race at all. Not racing was not preferable from his side because the championship does not have drop rounds, so I had to somehow find a replacement. I found one, Mr. Hugo Gomez Gonzalez, who is currently in a car, so we have the replacement, and I have to say he's quite fast, which is good for me. Hopefully I'm not gonna be slowing the car down too much, but we still need to keep the arm pace somehow. So that's what happened. So then he started the race, I was out of the house, I came back during the first stint, everything was fine. And after that I was like, okay, let's do some few laps so I get warmed up to the track. When I try to come back to the server, I see disconnected. So 80 systems are down. I have about 20 minutes until my stint is supposed to start, and we have absolutely no idea what to do. So he's now doing another stint, and I shall be taking over from him very soon. So that's how this race has gone so far. He's somehow in P4 overall, virtue of just me not being in the car, so I'm expecting us to go back down into the ARM grid after this.
So yeah. Where are you at the minute, Peter? I didn't quite catch what number position you are in the race.
4th overall.
4th overall, and
yeah.
Presumably you're in AM.
Yeah, we are in AM class, but as I said, I had to source some kind of replacement to actually be able to race today. So
okay.
We are, I would say, slightly stronger than we are usually. That we are in the AM class, but
Is it stronger than you were usually? Where have you finished, like, in the past few races in class?
We won last race.
You won last race?
Second in a previous race, but
okay.
It's slightly bigger margin than before.
Right, okay. Have you had any track limit, Peter, to worry about, or has it been
I think one track limit warning so far.
Okay. How many have been in? Have you noticed any? Has anybody been counting any in Split 2?
There have been quite not a lot of drive to penalties that I remember, which is quite surprising considering it's COTA. So I guess everyone is playing it safe, just trying to survive.
Yeah, I think most. I mean, I guess COTA's not a place where you lose that much time in the pit lane. It's not like Indianapolis, for instance, where I think you lose like half a lap
No,
in
but
the
it's
pit lane
hard.
alone.
But it's harder to get drive-through penalties for track limits at Indianapolis. So
To a certain degree, I think
uh,
both tracks had their own unique
well,
ways of doing track limits.
at least now because of the ACC servers being down, I had time to watch the Spa 6-hour race.
What do you mean? There's only one big race on today, and it's the RCI 8 hours
Uh,
of COTA.
well, that depends on how
Isn't that
many
right,
spins you
Sean?
have.
Absolutely. I mean, there isn't any other race on today, is there? It's purely World Tour Day
Exactly. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about.
today on Saturday. But yeah, of course, other events are going on in the real world. Of course, 6 hours of WEC at Spa. I think it's WRC this weekend as well, and also British Touring Car. So yeah, plenty of motorsport action across the weekend to, of course, net yourselves into. Peter, of course, the limited tyre sets today, six tyre sets, should we say, available. Double stints, are they going to be, have you already done yours, should I say, actually? Because we're 3 hours in now, so, have you got them out of the way, or are you going to be doing it later on today?
That would be telling out our strategy, You're not gonna get me that cheaply. But I will say that we have a strategy that allows us to get rid of the double stints in the most convenient possible time of the race.
Yeah, okay, very cryptic indeed there on that one. Any plans looking forward? You just trying to keep it consistent, I assume, or are you going to be starting to push for that top spot?
Well, how is this gonna end? Is the Hugo is going to do two stints. As of now, he did first two stints and he's gonna do two stints now. I'm not saying whether it is double stints or not. Then I shall be in the car for next two stints. He's gonna take one away from me, and then I will finish the race. Just purely because I didn't want to do four at the end. Just for physically and mentally, I can't do it like a quad stint around here. So that's how we're gonna go from now on.
Yeah, certainly a very good plan indeed ahead. Just before we let you escape back to your team, anybody you'd like to thank or shout out on the broadcast?
Not today. Thank you,
Nice.
RCI, for throwing this on, and hopefully who is making the track choices has a better luck next time with his choices.
There's lots of drivers, questioning the COTA pick for this season, but somebody somewhere must be enjoying themselves today. Just one more thing, of course, 24 hours is the next round of the Red Bull Ring. How have you started planning yet, or is that in the future?
Well, we will have one more driver coming in for the night shifts for that race because I personally do not feel like waking up at 4 a.m. to drive a race car. So I shall be doing most of the stuff before, and then we have 3 people who are going to be sharing the night stints. I wonder how it's going to actually be with the splits and classes and everything, because I suppose lots of teams are maybe going to be merging cars or bringing people in just for that one event. So I would kind of hope for just a single split, if that would be possible on the RCI side, considering that we have only 21 cars in split 2 and about the same number of cars in split 1. But we shall see. And yeah, it's gonna be for me my first 24-hour, but I guess I could consider it 2 longer 8-hour races back-to-back days for myself.
Yeah, they'll say almost split it maybe into 2 12 hours in your head to make it a little bit more manageable. But yeah, thank you for dropping in and of course taking the time to come and see us. Best of luck, of course, for the next 5 hours or so, and fingers crossed there are no track limits coming your way.
Yeah, but I'm here to get in the car, so let's see about that.
Yeah, that's it. Best of luck, Peter. Thank you for dropping in. It's much
Thank you.
appreciated, as
Bye.
always. That was Peter Varga from the Team Monkey Racing entry. Of course, one car in each split along the way there. So, of course, Peter off to jump in the car. Of course, share his way till the end on that one. Meanwhile, in split one, of course, Christopher Streppen is now your new race leader after the number 500 has come down the pit lane. So the 769 will provisionally lead the race. Walter Bayern manning your screen at the moment, being pressured by Buzek as they come down the back straightaway, essentially. This is a silver on pro car, and of course, all the meanwhile, while they squabble, Aiden Carter in the background in the number 900 Owned Esports car. He's closing in on these guys, Phil. This is about to become a three-way fight, I think.
Yeah, it is, and I wouldn't really want to be Buzek. I'm going to say Buzek, but I probably got that wrong. Probably have people screaming in my ear right now, going, "That's wrong, Phil. That's wrong." But no, I wouldn't want to be the pro car in a silver sandwich at the minute, because just, as we said many times in multi-class racing, you can race people in a different class, but you don't really gain anything from it. But yeah, Carter has got plenty to gain with Buzek between him and Dillon at the minute. So yeah, I'm not really sure where I want to be. I don't really want to be in a fight where even though we are fighting for position, we're not really fighting for a position in class. Whilst if Carter does catch up with a 796, we're going to end up with you're going to have like somebody trying to overtake, and then you're going to have somebody behind who's just as keen to get past you as well. So should be it may be a bit maybe will be a bit of a headache to drive through, I'd say, John. But should be interesting. I think for Carter though, it's probably just going to be a case of just waiting and see. Like if I was Carter, maybe this is me being a bit too passive, but like if I see a car that I'm racing for position ahead of another car that's not in my class, or even a lap in front. You can even treat the car in front like a lap ahead or something like that. Like you're looking for the car in front to make a move on that car in front of you or in front of them that you're racing with, and you're waiting for them to create that space. You don't really want to create the space yourself. Like you can try and capitalize on something that happens afterwards. The Merc of Joe Dorver gets out the way quite early on there, John, on the right-hand side. Pretty nice to see. I think he spotted there's a freeway fight for position. He doesn't want anything to do with that, which, full credit, I wouldn't want to be either, I think.
Yeah, can't blame Joe Dorber for that one. Very heads-up driving. Watching the mirrors, of course, in the 777 Rebound Racing Seniors entry, staying way off to driver's left there, allowing this train to pass on through. Of course, Bayern at the front, absorbing the pressure quite well from Buzek at the moment, but Carter certainly has closed up that gap in the last lap or so, and now Buzek is going to find himself under fire. But it's like you say, Phil, do you wait for Buzek to make that move on the number 2 ACC Flandern car, or do you try and have a move yourself on the 796 and see if you can, get through him? But then again, if you start fighting with the 796, you could be costing yourself time to the number 2 behind. But Buzek certainly looks very slow through the last sector. Aiden Carter has gained massively. We've got a few fans in the Twitch chat cheering on the Owned entry as well. So thanks for excuse me, thanks for dropping in with us. It's great to have you here. And Aiden's putting in a mega effort so far, triple stinting in the Aston, and gets very close into turn 1 there. Phil's getting very excited alongside, and Buzek certainly trying to get the car hustled around turn 1. But all the meanwhile, of course, the number 2 ACC Flandern car, he's loving this. Buzek is like a rear gunner. He's like a rolling roadblock for him. He knows that Carter isn't going to get through him without him seeing something in the mirror. And of course, a few pit stops have cycled on by while we've been watching this battle. Namely, the number 500 has been down the pit lane. Max Lienard called his last stint very short as well. After the earlier on troubles, he's been down the lane as well. Saren Parr and Florian Hammerall have also followed each other down the lane. I'm pretty sure Miro in the 475 also followed suit. He did lap 85. Joe Dorber lap 82. He came in relatively recently as well. So plenty of pit stops cycling through. It's almost kind of a bit early for a lot of the stops again. So can only assume there's a fair bit of double stinting being kind of cut short along the way, which of course means that you're going to have to elongate a set of tyres at some point during the race. I mean, looking at the number 500, it's an awfully fast stop once again, Phil. It's a 1 minute flat, and Adam Dubil in his first stop also pulled a very similar number when he was double stinting. So I think the number 500 is going to be on fresh tyres from here until the end now.
Are they double stinted like already? Like, are they double stinted twice?
I think they have.
Is this their second one?
I think this could be their second one. I mean, Adam Dubil was a minute down the pit lane on his first stop. And then Quads has, of course, done his stop in under around about the same amount of time now. So, again, if you take off, of course, the double stint 4 hours, it's, you know, he's into the last of the double stints right now.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to mention this when you were talking to Peter about double stinting. I mean, our team unfortunately couldn't race this weekend due to some issues. I think I've just seen Billen just have a massive moment through turn one, just having a look him over monitor. He got distracted there, but the thing to point out is that if you like push your stint limits 65 minutes all the way through, then one of your double stints is only going to be 90 minutes. I worked out. So I'm expecting to see. I mean, my first reaction was, well, that's clearly the obvious choice for a double stint is to get one done at the end of the race. If you're pushing your stint time as 65 minutes each time, you know, you should be at about 90 minutes. You can split that up into fairly manageable 45-minute stints. You don't need to fully fuel the car as well, so you're saving more time in the pit stops. So, yeah, that's kind of where I'm expecting people to make their double stint happen. If they've already made their double stint happen already, then fine. That's also a strategy you can do where, as you say, John, like you just fresh tires all the way through, which, you know, is another theory that I think the general gist is the lower the track temp, the less tire weight you have. I'm not sure how much tire weight you have, but the idea being that, you know, the hotter the track, the higher your tire temps are, ergo the more wear you get on your tires. So it may be the case that some people have done theirs already, purely because you know, we started about 5 o'clock in the morning. That's the coolest point in the session, so it makes sense to double stint at the start because, you know, temperature's only going to go up from the start of the race onwards. It's been quite unique today because we usually start in the either midday or late on, if that makes sense. So we're going to end up with sort of second guessing when the track's going to start decreasing in temperature, or the temperature start decreasing there.
Yeah, it's a good point you make there, Phil. Of course, typically most RCI events start, you know, kind of midday, 1 o'clock in-game time, and temps, you know, are normally at their highest by that point, and then it's just a case of slowly kind of decreasing the pressures down as you make your way through the hours ahead of you. Of course, today we've started on the opposite end of the scale, almost at the coolest point of the day. Of course, 5 o'clock in-game time, as you said, in the morning. The sun has come up. We've gone from 12 degrees, I think it was now, up to 15 degrees. So we've increased 3 degrees or so, which of course means 3 clicks on the tyres to adjust them back into the window. But the logic goes, as you say, Phil, of course, the lower the track temperature, the lower the core temperature of the tyre, thus resulting in less tyre wear. Of course, when you heat up a tyre and, you know, overwork it, that's when you begin to damage the tyre surface itself. You may suffer graining, maybe even flat spottings if you're running your ABS quite low and you're quite a hard driver into the corners on the brakes. So again, that could be a thing. Looking back from the rear wing, though, at the moment of Buchek, still COTA is glued to the rear end of this McLaren, but equally so, of course, Buchek is glued to the rear end of Walter Bayern ahead in the number 2 ACC Flandern car. And I wouldn't say this fight is a stalemate. I would say this is probably a very kind of tactical decision not to waste time fighting each other, to see, of course, if Buchek is going to open the door on the Aston Martin ahead. And I think Aiden Carter just wants to stay close enough that if this does happen, of course, they can make their way through into the lead of the silver class as well. And of course, silver by color, but not always silver by driver skill. And some of these guys really sticking it to the Pro Crews this afternoon. Of course, the number 475 as all three of them peel down pit lane. Oh, and it's very close for the number 2 there. The Armco was getting ever so close to the Belgian car as Buszek there, you can see, is really closed up, nailing that pit entry. And of course, Carter is probably a fraction closer than he once was, but going to be about spotting your pit stall. Of course, the RCI Bentley almost in the way of Buszek's trying to find his marker, and we know how finicky sometimes the pit stops can be. So in theory, we should start seeing a few more cars peeling down pit lane in the next few laps or so. Of course, theoretical race leader at the moment, the number 500, just at the back of this queue here, the white rear end of the Ferrari. Of course, Guad's at the wheel of that one at the moment. A little bit of traffic ahead to navigate on through, but the number 500 should see their way to race lead once again, and they do, as you see Christopher Streppen there leaving the pit lane in the Bentley, the 769 in the background there. So a good gap built up for the number 500. They just got to keep plugging away at this point, Phil. You know, the gap seems awfully large when you're sat here up in the box. Of course, we've seen the race lead up into the 15-20 second mark region, but you can't give up at this point. You just have to keep plugging away and really seeing what you can do as you get through these later stages of the race. Of course, the gap, I'd say, there's about 2.7 on the timing board, but I reckon it's more about 4 or 5 seconds looking at the physical road space.
Yeah, still about 3 seconds gone on my relative. But you make a good point though. Like one thing, you remind me, like whenever I do endurance racing and spotting for my driver, I tend to update them every, say, 5-10 minutes, and I don't tell them what the gap is. I tend to tell them if it's trending upwards or trending downwards, depending on if it's good news or not. If it's bad news, then I don't say anything, because the last thing you want to be told is, oh yeah, that gap's decreasing, when you don't really want your driver pushing hard in an endurance race. But you know, if you don't ask them how's your pace, are you comfortable, and if they say yeah, I am, then you know, then the next thing you focus on is, okay, well, you know, you just closed about half a second in the last 5 minutes or something like that in the car in front, because that's what endurance racing is about. We said about before, like it's consistency, and if you're consistently, even if it's like, you know, a tenth faster every lap, that's still a tenth every lap that you're gaining on them. And it's not a sprint race. Like, just because you're gaining a 10 every lap and they're 10-20 seconds ahead, that's not going to mean that, that's not meaningless. Like, if you can keep that up for a stint, you're doing, you know, you could halve that gap just by chipping away at it, basically. So, you know, Verstappen, I mean, what was the gap before Verstappen pitted? I didn't take notes, sorry, John. I was hoping you did, but...
No, again, I know it was about, it's been about up in the 15-20 second region in the past kind of hour and a half or so. But yeah, that gap has certainly come down in the last kind of 30 minutes, I'd say.
Yeah, so I mean, for Verstappen, I mean, this Bentley started from the back of the grid, I think, off the top of my head. I think we saw an RCI Bentley or an RCI car near the back of the grid towards the start of the race. I'm not sure what happened to Verstappen, whether he just didn't qualify or something, but yeah, this is the first time I've seen this car in the top 3. Oh, hang on, there's a Porsche that's just gone off. I think it's a Porsche. It's the 707 where Shipston's just gone off. I'm not sure if we just caught it then, but I think he just had a bit of a knock from the film. We're going to see a replay now from Mr. Bibby as Shipston's coming through. That's race leader 500 there. And letting him through, this is lap 4 position. We just had a bit of a lag there, I think. So I'm not really sure there's much the 500 you could do. It looked a bit odd to me, but it looked to me, John, as if there was a bit of connection issues at that point. So I'm not really sure there was much that the 500 could do at that point.
Yeah, I would say that's certainly a connection issue there. You can see on the left-hand side of the screen, we can't see on the broadcast, but certainly in game, the 707 average ping meter keeps flashing red. So somebody in that car does have a high ping. So if you are listening in, heads up, 707, check your connections and see if you can get that one under control. But yeah, certainly looked like a connection issue of some kind. In the chat, still the Onid esports fans certainly cheering on their number 900 entry. Now we've got Ben Brown at the wheel of that one. Of course, Aiden Carter with a mega triple stint from the get-go. Of course, Kunos server issues have plagued us all afternoon. So if you are listening in wondering, well, why hasn't Ben Brown got in sooner? Why has he had to do a triple stint? Well, he hasn't had to do a triple stint, but the hands at Kunos have made him do so. And of course, Aiden Carter getting that done very nicely indeed. So Ben Brown now in that car to try and see what they can do, propelling it towards the front end of the field. Buzek has given up the 796 as well. Pierre Moulin is now in that car. That's the first time we've seen him this afternoon. And looks like, relatively speaking, everybody else is somewhat the same. We've seen lots of drivers already. Mikowski in the 727. Of course, Wisniewski was in that one from the get-go. Again, another driver that's kind of had their hand forced along the way. And I believe there was another car that I'm trying to think of.
I just had a query, John, because we just seen the 796, the 796, the 2 and the 900 closely together. The 2 and where's the 796? They're within a second of each other, but I don't know what's happened to the 900. Are they just like, as the 2 in front not pitted for tyres and the 900 has or something? But they're just a bit. They're not as close as they were when they pitted, sort of thing. Yeah, and they are fighting for position, the 2 and the 796 as well. But
I mean, the pit stop time is looking relatively similar. I mean, the RCI crew another 1 minute 13, nearly a 1 minute 14, really, if you round it up. Just over 1 minute 15 for the ACC Vlaanderen car, and of course Ben Brown with a 1 minute 14. So pit stop timers, Phil, I wouldn't say are too dissimilar, but yeah, certainly the number 900 has lost a little bit of ground somewhere. Whether or not that's, of course, giving up a place maybe to the 899 nearly on pace car as they come, of course, steaming back through the field, trying to get themselves towards the front. But on your screens at the moment, of course, we've got another pro and silver car fighting each other. This time it's the 475 and the 969. Again, I believe these guys came to blows earlier on in the race, and of course a 20-second penalty was handed out to the 969, and a move signed, sealed and delivered by Tim Mirror there as Florian Hammerl jumps over the curb in turn 12. That's not an ideal line. We've already seen a BMW attempt that one, and it didn't go too well for that big machine, so certainly touching that curb in a McLaren isn't going to go equally as well either. But the Dutch Sim Racing team now up into P8 overall, of course, still P3 in silver. And again, the next nearest silver car is all the way down in P13. That's the 104 of Bernardines. Of course, they've had a few troubles along the way as well in their number 104 entry. But yeah, still plenty of cars between them. Joe Dorber, of course, Scott in the 888, and Reese in the 127 as well. So nothing really for the 475 to be fretting about. And then we cast our eye back towards the front. This gap has come down somewhat in the last couple of laps, Phil. It was about 3 seconds. It's now nearly down to about half a second. The Bentley is looming on the back of the number 500 Forza Italia car. Verstappen looks to the inside, not quite close enough to make the move stick, but it's going to be enough to possibly glance the eyes of Gwads up into the rearview mirror, just to try and distract him ever so slightly from the braking point, from where he's going to be, turning in and hitting the apex, and just trying to put the Ferrari off as much as he can. Of course, the number 104 there in the background is no part of this. This car is a lap down, but some traffic ahead as well in the form of the number 127. It's the Triwall Sim Racing entry just ahead. So again, that could play a part, Phil. Of course, we know traffic giveth and of course traffic taketh away, as it looks like Woz is a bit wide in the penultimate corner, and he certainly is. He has to go defensive into the final turn. Verstappen's going to have to go the long way around, but does the old up and under, jumps on the loud pedal. Can the Bentley draw alongside the Ferrari? It's going to be a straight drag race down into turn 1 under the start gantry, and the Bentley looks like it's got it done before they get to the braking zone, but a switch of the line from the Ferrari. Verstappen tries to cover it off. A very late move there from the number 500. Outbrakes themselves, runs wide through turn 1. I'm not sure out if that was a bit of a late defensive move from Verstappen or just a very late lunge from the number 500, Phil.
No, definitely a late lunge, I'd say, John. Straight off the bat, late lunge. But I think the 500 was probably invited into that because Verstappen, I was a bit surprised. He overtook him comfortably on the final corner. It was pretty textbook up and under, as you said. Like just his I'm trailing off now when it shouldn't be, but he's putting his foot down on the accelerator pedal earlier than the 500. Ends up just getting to that top speed faster. Bentley obviously quite good at getting up to its top speed, even if it's not one of the fastest cars in the straight line, as we found out, Paul Ricard. But one thing we did find out there is that very fast to get through the gearbox, and Verstappen took full advantage of that. I'd say that when Verstappen came into the first turn, moved off the racing line, or moved back onto the racing line rather than defending into the corner, and I think 500 took that as a sign of that. I think Verstappen may have done that maybe on purpose because I don't know how to put it, but he certainly was prepared for the dive and the lunge, should we say? So yeah, it's one of those things where you just get, what's a better word, just like baited into making a lunge, which is interesting racing. It's a bit risky on your part because obviously if you don't anticipate it happening, then or see what's going to happen, then you could end up with a damaged car, even if it isn't your fault if somebody has lunged into you. But yeah, it was pretty textbook from Verstappen all the way.
Yeah, so used the power of the Bentley, just got better drive off the corner, and the Ferrari had no answer. But yeah, certainly kind of almost goaded the number 500 into trying to make a move, and it just kind of went horribly wrong. But still, an admirable effort nonetheless. Being told in my ears, we do have to make a caster change again here on RCI TV. So we're going to call a short break here. We're going to get everything kind of back underway in the behind the scenes, should we say, before bringing you back to live pictures. Of course, it should still be myself and Phil all the way through for the next hour or so. We're going to bring you on board with the ACC Vlaanderen car, currently the number 2 leading the silver class, the Aston Martin, going very well here on your screens at the moment. So turn up the sound, enjoy the engine noises, and be prepared for a caster switch while we get things underway. Bear with us. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to wherever you are in the world. Welcome back to RCI TV on both Twitch and YouTube. And of course, we're still here for round 3 of the World Tour 2024. Circuit of the Americas in Austin, Texas welcomes us today. I'm John Dalton, your lead commentator. Alongside me is Phil Roberts, bringing you the pictures. Was Ash Bibby, and we're now back to Jesse Lee. And of course, I would say a big hello to our live stewards, but they are still resting. So of course, the report form is still on on the Discord. And of course, a big welcome to Phil, which I'm pretty sure I did say, as Jesse Lee's corrected me in my ears.
You said no. Jesse Lee was moaning there, saying the live stewards always sleep, like with some sort of gerbils or something like that, or hamsters. They sleep during the day.
Having a well-deserved rest, Phil.
Yeah, that's true. I was gonna say, that was pretty like quick swap there, wasn't it, John? Like it was like a driver swap in a real race. It was pretty impressive. And Jesse and Ash there.
It was immense. It was like the stream came down pit lane, 49 kilometers an hour, stopped dead on the marks, door ripped open. Ash Bibby hauled out like the old GT1 clip. I don't know if you know what I'm referencing here.
Yeah, I do.
Lift the guy out from under the arms and like throw him on the floor. Jesse Lee jumped in, slammed the door, and off we go. We're back rolling again with live pictures. But yeah, I'm glad you know what I mean.
You know the really weird part of that GIF, John? I actually knew what the track was just by looking at the pit.
It's Donington, isn't it?
Yes, it is Donington.
It's that really obscure.
Wait a minute, I've walked down here before. It hasn't changed in years.
Yeah, it's that really obscure thing, isn't it, where you can look at a snippet from like a pit lane or like a snippet from like a car, and you look at it and you go, "Yep, I know exactly where that is. So I know exactly what car that is." And it's the weird thing, isn't it? I think all sim racers maybe possess this kind of talent, obviously driving the virtual circuits, seeing photos of them in the real world, and obviously game to real world these days. It's come a long way in 20 years of sim racing, I'd say. Compared to maybe the early days when myself and Jesse Lee probably started sim racing with Microsoft Sidewinders on really early Simbin titles, maybe
how old do you think
Grand Prix 2. I like to say you're around our age, Phil.
What's that?
30s.
Oh, fair enough, yeah, mid-30s. Well, mid-30s as of 2 weeks ago, I'd say.
Oh, happy belated birthday, Phil.
Very belated birthday, yes. Very belated.
It's still a birthday nonetheless.
Still a birthday nonetheless, yeah. What's the earliest I remember? The earliest I can remember is probably one of the... Is it Jeff Cromans or Commans? I forgot what.
Yeah,
Jeff, I think I had Grand Prix 3. Yeah, I think I had Grand Prix 3 on the PC.
I think Grand Prix 2 was my first. That was very pixelated. 3 was a big step, and 4 was mind-blowing.
Was that the 98 season Grand Prix 3?
I don't know. I must have been younger than 10, I'd say. Which feels like a decade ago now. My Steam account is 20 years old this year.
And then I think the first ever thing I had on my Steam account wasn't even a racing game. But...
Yeah, I think mine was Counter-Strike, Half-Life maybe. As we catch a race replay, we divulge, of course, from the action today. Richard Gasson, race replay here behind the SPHE Motorsport car, and a touch going into the last corner, turns round the number 190, and I'd say, Phil, the number 190 didn't really have any business there, of course, down in P18. Of course, Florian Hammer all the way up in P9 at the moment. Again, pro on silver car, wasn't really going to gain a lot from doing that. It's a bit of an awkward one, isn't it?
An awkward one. I think it's more ambitious and probably just one of those rush in the moment things. One thing I've noticed with some of these, I'd say that's a ambitious dive, should we say, John? I'm not really sure there's not much the other car could have done to do anything. He was already turning into the corner. There's no overlap there. I'd say that the 190, to be direct, had no business doing what they did. But the one thing I'd note with overtakes sometimes, particularly ones that don't come off, is I think the overtakes play in the driver's mind better than what would happen in reality. I guess, like maybe, I guess in like your own mind's eye that the drivers would get out the way or see you or something like that and just move out the way or cancel a turning or something like that. But I think that could have ended a lot worse. But thankfully for, I guess, not in the nicest possible way, but thankfully, the 190 was the one that's suffered the most from that. There was probably a bit of damage. I think it's the McLaren he went up on, but there should be only bits of side damage, and usually it's damage directly in the side or directly in the back or in the front that you have to worry about. In the front for straight line speed, and then directly in the back if you have stability issues, or you cause stability issues. But thankfully it's in the side, and while the McLaren is fairly sensitive with damage, I'd say that's not done a whole lot of damage the McLaren's going to suffer too much from, I'd say.
Yeah, relatively lower speed impact, should we say, but yeah, still an impact nonetheless. But like you say, Phil, predominantly down the left side of the car, as you of course sit in the driver's point of view, and again, like you say, the front and rear being more sensitive to those impacts, of course, especially the rear in the McLaren, and that looked like a lot of curb being taken there for the 969. I'm wondering if that's going to be a warning for them. And surprisingly, we were talking about this, myself and Mitch Hobbs, at the beginning of the broadcast. We were hammering on about track limits every so often. We were mentioning it, how it's going to be such a big thing. It's going to be playing on all the drivers today, and it's going to be the driver that gets the least amount of drive-through penalties. But from memory, we've only seen one drive-through penalty, and that was for the 777 of Joe Dorber. I believe Nico Kumpu possibly picked that up, or I could be getting confused actually with Nico Kuizma in the 127.
I think Kuizma got one when we were on the break.
But we've only seen one, Phil, and
yeah,
myself and Mitch were expecting to see every car down the pit lane at least once across the 8 hours.
I think people just get used to the track, don't they? But I mean, one thing that I personally struggle with this track, and it's probably just because, for want of a better word, skill issue, but I'd say one of the biggest struggles for me is feedback. Like, you don't get any feedback if you cut the track until, particularly through the S's, for instance, which is in Sector 1. You don't get any feedback from the game that you've cut the track until after you've completed the S's. So you could be halfway through them and not even know. I mean, granted, in practice, the minute you go off the track, it goes red, or your timer does, so you know. But during a race, for instance, you don't know until, like, you could cut the first part of the S's and you won't know until you're into that right-hander where you gear down. I don't know what turn number that is, but it's like a long. Oh, there you go. Actually, Jesse, we just had a track limit there. It's 969 gets a track limit warning, so very well timed there. Very well timed discussion, John, I'd say. But yeah, so he's probably had one. We had one. You suspect at the S's, and then I'm trying to think where else you can get one.
I reckon that'll be turn 19, Phil. Penultimate corner, running a bit too wide on the right.
There's that one. You know where I've also had one, and we're coming. Oh no, you're coming up to it. It's towards the middle of Sector 3. I'm trying to think what turn number it is without looking at the really track map, but it's such an avoidable one. I remember getting one in EWC a few seasons ago, and I just cut the entirety of the curb, thinking, well, it's like it's like some of the tracks in ACC where you can mount the curb and you can have you can have one side of your car on the curb, and the game's like, yeah, fine, that's fine. But I feel like around here, it's a bit stricter, curbs aren't the track, basically.
Yeah, I think you're referencing maybe turn 14. There's quite a flat curb on the inside. I witnessed, I think, the number 500 taking it quite
let me check
quite aggressively earlier on. It's almost after you come out of turn 12, of course, the hairpin at the back end. Turn right and then turn right again. That second right has a really nice curve on the inside that you can certainly make use of, shall we say, on that one. At the head of the field, Christoph Verstappen, 8 seconds now has been pulled out on himself from the number 500 behind. Of course, it's a very commanding lead from the Bentley, and I think it shows the true outright pace of that car, of course, as we touched on, Phil, you touched on earlier on, of course, the Bentley starting from the back end of the grid. Of course, the first stint that they took old tyres for in the qualifying, a bit of inside knowledge here. The first stint, they took the old set of tyres from practice, and then when they realised that they were on the wrong set, unfortunately invalidated the next few laps, which meant the only good lap they had was the one they set on a fast track on an old set of tyres, so hasn't really gone their way. And I thought we were about to see a Porsche taken off there when the 888 of Jano Scott nearly ran over the speed humps behind Joe Dorber, but the Swiss RC Porsche certainly looking very racy at the moment as Florian Hammerl comes down the pit lane just beneath us as they trundle down at 48 kilometers an hour. It's going to feel like an absolute eternity before they get to the speed limit at the other end of the field. And of course, they're going to lose out a position here, possibly to the 777, although I think they might just about hold it on into turn one, and they do. They've just about got enough ground, but unfortunately that's going to be a very big time loss to the back of the 475, who is of course up the road now, just coming in to turn 11. Here we are on your screens, Tim Miro. This was the next nearest car the 969 was fighting, so that fight is dead in the water. Tim Miro officially, I would say, probably in the John Dalton zone. Of course, the number 45 way up the road, the number 969 way behind. So Tim Miro in a nice bit of no man's land there, not really being pressured, can kind of have an almost relaxing stint feel, not really worrying about much other than purely just drilling in consistent times for the next hour or so.
With the John Dalton zone, is that like where you're just in a bubble?
Yeah, basically you're too
okay.
fast for the guy behind, but you're too slow for the guy ahead. So,
we've got the same in our team, like Rob Franken, who is one of our stewards here.
yeah.
For some reason, every time he gets in the car, unless he starts a race, but even then, half an hour into the race, he tends to have this happen as well. And we just call it a Franken bubble. Like, it's just like he's just on his own completely. Although I've been in one. I remember, it was one of the team champs, one of the Wednesday team champs. Also, there's a new sprint champ for Wednesday champ while I'm talking about Wednesday.
There is.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah. Tell you all
mini
about
plug
that.
Mini plug there, but
Mini plug.
mini plug. But me and one of our stewards, Grim, were doing that one at Bathurst, and I'm not the biggest fan of Bathurst, and not a fan of intently watching barriers go inches to my car for an hour stint. I'm not a big fan of that, but I remember just taking my time with that one. We were in the lead of our class, and I had a whole sector to myself. It was really weird, and I think that's the loneliest I've ever felt on a track. But yeah, I'd say that's probably a big John Dalton zone. Would you say, John?
I'd agree. Yeah, having a whole sector, that's going to be a comfortable John Dalton zone. Right there. Jano Scott peels off the racetrack just behind Joe Dorber down to the pit lane. They come, the Swiss RC crew, going to cycle that one through as fast as they can. Just looking towards the Twitch chat, we've been having some conversations between the number 475 and ourselves up here in the box. Looks like the 475 is actually on a double stint as it stands at the moment. So they've said very nice to be in no man's land during a double stint. So the number 475, of course, on a set of worn Pirelli, so that's one of their double stints certainly ticked off the list, and we can speculate if they've already done another one or not. So keep an eye on that car. That could be propelling itself forwards in the next couple of stints when the fresh Pirellis come out. The 707, Tom Shipston down the pit lane. Fingers crossed he'll be handing off to another driver.
Yeah.
I think some connection issues are currently plaguing Tom in the 707. Very unfortunate there. But of course, they will also come down the lane again. Fastest finger first on that one. Great livery. RPMS colours, very distinct and kind of combined in with the Ground Zero Racing livery, of course, that Tom Shipston's team has kind of come from. Of course, Phil, as you alluded to, a new championship has opening up on Wednesdays, with, of course, the first round being this week coming. So Monday, of course, we'll see us staying here at COTA for the Team Jag versus Team V12 fight. Team V12 is leading Team Jag 315 points to 270 with a weak round one from the Jaguars. Wednesday, again, we'll see our sprint championship begin. Slightly different format, of course, two 30-minute races with no mandatory pit stop required, meaning it's flat out racing from the green flag to the checker. Sign-ups are still open for that one with plenty of space. Thursday is, of course, for the iRacing members with their final round of the IMSA Season 2 Championship finishing up in Le Mans. And Friday, of course, this week, we'll see an empty slot as the GT2 Championship rounded off in Spa last night with Jordan Daly taking honours over Christopher Streppen. It came down to a tie on points, 270 points apiece, but Jordan Daly netting more wins over the course of the season, so thus wins overall. Ted Edwards taking home the bronze trophy in pro, and in silver, honours went to Kevin Boss after beating Peter Varga. We've had both of those guys in the commentary box today. 305 points to 269, with Mike Jones coming in third as well. Plenty of action on the website. Also on the website at the moment is the Watkins Glen 2 hours 40 for the iRacing crew. Again, that's serving as a pre-test for the official iRacing 6 hours of the Glen. It takes place on Saturday the 25th of May, and mirroring the official entry list without custom BOP. This will give you the best preparation environment for the 6 hours overall. And also announced last night, as one championship closes on Friday, of course, another one opens for sign-ups. It's the Gran Turismo 2 Diventa Italiano, taking you on a whistle-stop tour of the Italian tracks within ACC and GT2 cars. Kicking off at Monza, heading to Imola, and then on to Misano with a 1 hour, 20-minute race per round. 1 litre of fuel in a mandatory pit stop, leaving strategy very open. That kicks off Friday, May 31st. And we were talking about it about 10 minutes ago, Phil. Drive-through penalties. The number 500 has picked one up. I can only assume this is going to be for track limits, of course. The live stewards with a well-deserved break at the moment. So any in-game penalties are generated through ACC. So that's going to be a big time loss for the number 500.
I mean, another distinction to make as well is that the stewarding team have thrown away the DT punishment or penalty, and now it's a 20-second penalty in lieu of a DT for any DT related ones. So anything that is given as a DT is given by the game from now on. So it's a nice little distinction to make as well for people. But yeah, so I suspect, considering where we are in the lap, I would think this has been at the S's, I'd say. But one thing to note, one thing I was going to bring up for the previous DT that we saw, and I brought it up a bit with Peter Varga when he was in the box for an interview. I don't really think this is the most painful DT on the calendar, or even potentially. I still think Indianapolis or even Spa or Imola, I think those ones are quite punishing DTs, because I think you lose a lot of, naturally through Spa, you lose a lot of time, and Indianapolis, it feels like you lose because I think the lap time at Indy is 90 seconds or something like that, so you lose it feels like you lose half a lap through there alone, whilst here we've lost a position actually, or two. Actually, have we lost two? We lost two now. The 500's lost two, so he's down in P4 now. So Pierre Moulin's now moved up into P2 in class, and the two's definitely going very strong at the minute, John. They're very impressive showing, despite being in silver. Up into P2 overall, P1 in class, as we see this is I said nearly on pace, thank you. I was looking at the bottom, I was like, wait, that doesn't say nearly on pace, but I presume Max didn't have the delivery installed or something like that when he joined the server. But yeah, maybe we'll see a new driver in. Oh, it's Philip Emmerich. Okay, so we got a new driver. I think Jesse's swapped. I think Jesse got caught out then that the camera suddenly moved. It's one of those really weird things with ACC where if you're spectating someone and they swap drivers, I think the game falls over in a way, because it's all well, that driver's gone, I don't know who to watch now. But yeah, it's fairly common. I think I've had it before where I swap drivers in a race and it goes and watches somebody else when I'm out the car. I don't know why it does that.
I think we had a few of these at the RCI race at the Nordschleife the other week. Myself and Tom got a bit confused when it happened to us as well. I don't know if I've just kind of Mandela affected myself into not thinking it has ever happened in ACC, or whether it's just never happened to me, or whether it's just a new bug, or it's always happened and I've just not remembered it. But yeah, certainly very strange indeed. That means Max Lienard is, of course, out. Philip Engman is now into the 899. And again, we're still waiting for Mikael Sundstrom to show his face for a stint because, of course, every driver in the lineup must run at least one stint. Meanwhile, the number 500, after just taking a trip down pit lane, is back down again, this time for, of course, their mandatory stop. So going to hemorrhage a little bit more time for them. Time from pit into pit out, Phil, 39 seconds roughly was for the number 500 when they served their drive-through penalty. So, like you say, a relatively kind of shorter drive-through penalty, should we say. Of course, Spa, we know very famously, of course, uses the F1 and the GT pits. So you're trundling around very slowly indeed at 48 kilometers an hour as you come down the hill towards
Do you have to slow down for that hairpin
Radion.
in the middle as well?
I think if you're very brave, you can take it flat.
Have you done it, John?
I think I've done it once or twice. It's very scary to do. It's quite risky.
Yeah, it's like, remember in the late 90s, early 2000s when they used to say, oh yeah, well, can you take a Rouge flat?
Yes, I remember that was the claim to fame,
the
wasn't
ACC
it?
equivalent now, is it? Oh, can you take
Can you take La Source pit lane flat? That's the new equivalent than the Eau Rouge flat. I remember that.
Let's do that as a thing.
I remember that in a lot of early racing games. I think I remember it Toka Race Driver in a lot of their series. They featured Spa, and yeah, flat out up Eau Rouge and Radion was a claim if you could do that. But yeah, it's, even on a game controller back then in front of a TV, it was quite scary. So, even in a ACC, it's scary enough. Let alone, I guess, iRacing in an LMDH or an LMP2 car.
Move on, John.
40 as we look towards the 46 at the moment. Les Stevenson out, Tom Watts back in the drop in the Hammer Racing entry. Of course, Tom Shipston has given up the 707. That's towards now Matt Stevens. Being told in the chat that, of course, the connection issues plaguing Tom Shipston. Yao Manzo and Matt Stevens will now flip-flop the car towards the end. Of course, just over 4 hours left. So still plenty of drive time for both of them. Of course, just over 2 hours apiece, depending how the stint timer falls and when they need to come back down again. So that's going to be one to watch. Of course, the 707 slightly out of contention to where they were. They were towards the more top half of the field, but again, some issues plaguing them in their last stint. Just having to scroll up and down the board, not seeing many other changes other than, of course, the nearly on pace which we witnessed. Of course, Max Lienard giving up to Philip Engman. Joe Dorber still, of course, in the 777, hunting down Florian Hammerl. Again, the penalty for the 969 has brought them back into the race for another spot in the pro position. Again, Adam Dubil, technically the next car on circuit now, which seems very odd, Phil. Of course, the number 500, a very early dominant lead, and in the second half of the race, it's almost unraveling in their hands. But again, Adam Dubil, we spoke to him at the end of round one, big break from ACC, came back to start the World Tour off, and of course found it a little bit tricky to adjust. Of course, having such a timeout, ACC's changed a little bit in the various patches that we've had along the way, and Adam Dubil certainly trying to find his feet again. But after that first stint, I'd say he certainly found his feet again, and probably if you need a man in the car at the moment, Adam Dubil is going to be the one to claw it back. The number 500 is a two-man effort this afternoon, so again, they've got their work cut out along the two-man teams. The number 2 in Silver Leader, they're a two-man team between Bolker and Bayern. Of course, Brown and Carter share the number 900 as well. We've got Dorber and Kumpu in the 777. Reese and Kuzma in the 127 as well. They're a two-man team. Roskam and Kalatayud in the number 30. And last but not least, Benz and Axlin in the number 93. So plenty of two-man teams along the way, Phil. It's, one of those things, isn't it, where you just have to time your stints right. If you've got 3 or 4-man teams, then, it's a bit of a godsend, isn't it, that you can, have such a kind of relaxing afternoon. You don't really have to push, of course. I'm not sure what the temperature is where you are, Phil, but the thermometer on my desk currently reading 28 degrees. It's slightly warm in England today.
Saying? 26.5 in my living room at the minute. So
it's a warm day in England. Us Brits, we're not cut out for this.
Doesn't help when the computer's on and it's chucking out heat.
No, definitely not.
How much mine chucking out heat? But I daren't look at it. I can hear the graphics card whirring away, but I think the computer's not happy about how hot it is, but I was gonna mention this. It's it's not how to put this now, John. Um, it's something that everyone does, even me. But I always feel sorry for Carlos whenever you say his full name or whenever anybody's, because some people like slow down just to make sure they get like the full the full bit of his name.
Yeah.
Because it's certainly one of those ones where I personally never heard it, because it's like Kalata Yud. It's not. It's like one of those ones where it's like I just want to make sure I get everything right with this one. But yeah, I think
Yeah.
it's definitely one of those. I guess it's fun when you're not well, as you say, like smooth brain can only speak one language British person. When you look at a person with a with a non-English name, it's like, how the bloody hell do you pronounce that? Like, with I think Jesse was even doing one where we were doing Wisniewski, and he's like, well, there's no there's no sh in there. What's going on, or something? And you
Yeah.
just pick up on those. Yeah, we don't pick up. We're not calling out anybody for their names. It's just just fun listening to how people pronounce their names in their real language. It's
Yeah.
actually quite fun to listen to.
Yeah, I agree. It's really strange, isn't it, how the English language doesn't quite translate through to other languages as such. Of course, it's
What?
one of those things that catches casters out all the time. Pronunciation or names in English versus their native tongue sound completely different sometimes. A lot of the Dutch names, that's another one I mentioned with Kevin Boss earlier on, catches a lot of people out. But Carlos Calatiud's name, it took me, I want to say, at least a year to be able to say that confidently in a cast.
Fair enough.
It stumbled me every time. In the early days, I think he still named it in our staff server, but I nicknamed him Carlos Circuit de Catalunya because it's easier to say than Calatayud. But yeah, now everybody has got that down to a T now. I even heard Mitch Hobbs earlier, like you say, slow down to try and pronounce Carlos's full name, and it catches so many people out, but it's great to hear, and it always makes me giggle. And Ryan Gill sat me down like I was a 5-year-old in the early days and spoke really slowly and really clearly to me, and I still couldn't get it. But now I've been casting him in races probably a good couple of years now. It rolls off the tongue. But yeah, there are still names that every broadcast I do, as you see a big wiggle there from Florian Hammerl ahead of Joe Dorber. He's been lighting up the rears of that McLaren for a few laps now, coming out of turn 12 a couple of laps ago. He did the same thing, so maybe on a set of worn tyres for him. But every event I cast, I look down the entry list and I see if there's any names that are going to trip me up. And it's the best advice I can offer to anyone.
I know we've done that whenever me and you casted together.
Yeah.
And I've gone down the list and gone, John, how the heck do you pronounce this one?
Yep.
And you go, oh, that, mate. And it's like, oh, okay.
There's a bit of a late send from Richard Gasson there on, I think that's Theobat Roskam, because the other 777 is at the opposite end of the circuit. So that's actually for position that we just witnessed there. Richard Gasson now up into P15, Theobat Roskam down into P16. That promotes them roughly up into 6th place of silver, if my fast counting down the silver squares on the left-hand side is right. So Richard Gasson, after being turned around in the early stages, actually on a bit of a comeback, Phil.
Yeah, I was going to say, I thought it was Tebow, but I could be wrong. We're going back to bloody pronunciations now. But,
we've gone back.
Tomato, as they say. But yeah, it's pretty. I think I just caught the end of that. I'm not sure if I think I'm just looking at my over screen. But yeah, there's a bit of a late move. But Roskam saw it coming, and we talk about this several times as well. Like, how to put this? Like, while some incidents are pretty obvious or some incidents are pretty obvious who's at fault, sometimes, like, we always say to drivers, it's everyone's responsibility to make sure incidents don't happen on the track. And as much as it sucks to move out the way of somebody or to just give them a little extra room than you would have normally, like you can do, there's obviously like things where you don't really want to force somebody to avoid a big incident. Like, if they have to do that, then that's obviously still on you, but like little bits here and there, like everyone's job is to make sure things happen as nothing as both. I just noticed both Rebound Racing cars are in. That's Thibaut Roskam in the 30 just ahead. Just up on his jacks. He's just come up about a couple of seconds ago, so he should be halfway through his pit stop by now. As Joe Dorber comes into pit lane, I'm not sure if either are going to swap. As John's already alluded to, Dorber's with Niku Kumpu today, and Thibaut Roskam has swapped for Carlos Calatayud in the 30 Mercedes there. Dorber may be swapping over. I think Kumpu's done the starter race. Of course, all 4 drivers are Monday Champ regulars, as John's already pointed out. Monday Champ is not coming to a close. I nearly said it's coming to a close then, but Monday Champ's still on, coming up next after this cast for the Jag and Aston Champ.
Yeah,
all four are big regulars of Monday Champ. There's probably a Monday Gang logo somewhere on that car, and if there isn't, boys, why not?
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. Tim Ireland, of course, generating the Monday Gang logo for everybody's custom liveries that, of course, race on a Monday. And there's even a voice call that's set up now on the Monday Champ, so you can kind of race and socialize with the RCI community. And if you want to get involved, of course, head on over to the website racerci.com. On Mondays, we're remaining at COTA, so my notes are going to be pretty well written already for this this circuit. It's very rare that I cast 2 races at the same circuit in the same day. Normally I have to amend notes for a week and then amend them back again. So it's going to be quite convenient writing my notes for this Monday coming, of course, when the V12s and the Jags take to the circuit in a Team Aston versus Team Jag championship. So not only are you fighting for overall honours, of course, you're fighting for the manufacturer as well. And currently Team V12 is leading Team Jag 315 points to 270. If you're sat at home thinking, you know what, I'm pretty good in a Jaguar, I reckon I can help them out there, then be sure to get your name down and join the fight, because the best manufacturer will be crowned champion in a few weeks' time. Championship runs to June 3rd, so we've still got about 4 rounds to go. So we're at COTA on Monday. The following Monday, we head to Zolder. And the following Monday after that, May 27th, we're back at Watkins Glen before rounding up at Laguna Seca on June 3rd. So plenty of action there. And of course, other championships also open, including Wednesday's Sprint Championship. The new Friday Champ Gran Turismo 2 Diventa Italiano is also open, as well as the iRacing 2 hours 40, serving a purpose to the official iRacing entry, should we say, or the official iRacing event that is, of course, going on. Grant Willamot, one driver that we saw in the early days, getting involved in a big tangle with the number 234. Just want to say commendable to the Stone Cold Racing guys, of course, for not giving up at that point. Of course, Southcott and Corbin also share the car in the number 316. So, you know, it's very easy to give up, isn't it, Phil? You know, when you find yourself involved in a big incident, or, you know, lots of damage, you've had to pit for nearly 2 minutes, you've lost numerous laps on the leaders. It's so very easy just to, you know, hit the escape button, hit quit, call it a day, pull the garage door down, away you go, you know, on with your day. But, you know, Stone Cold Racing have stuck it out, and of course kudos to the number 234 as well that was involved in that incident, the Swiss RC entry, the Lamborghini, just behind them in P21. They've also stuck it out along the way, as we see the Team Monkey Racing entry in the number 45. Of course, we had Peter Varga in the box earlier on, just chatting to us about his entry in, of course, Split 2. And again, a nice livery there, say GT Hub sticker somewhere on that car. I think below the door, as Jesse Lee zooms in on the Monkey, there's GT Hub under the wing mirror. Of course, a community quite close to me, been in it from the early days. So if you do want to discover those guys, all things IRL racing and some sim racing as well. And the camera has done Jesse Lee either dirty or very well. I'm not sure. That was a very smooth transition into Christoph Verstappen's Bentley instead of watching the number 45 peel out the pit lane. That's fast fingers Jesse Lee on the camera angles there. I think Kudos gifting him that one with the forced camera switch. But yeah, very smooth transition either way. Christoph Verstappen, of course, your race leader. 18 seconds to the good now on the number 2 ACC Vlaanderen car. And of course, Pierre Moulin in the 796, 6.2 seconds behind. Before we, of course, see the Onid Sim Racing entry. They've climbed their way back up into P4 overall, second in silver. And of course, the Dutch Sim Racing entry, the 475, just behind them as well. 28 seconds to the good as Jesse Lee discovers the footbridge of the Circuit of the Americas. Of course, you've got the very tall viewing tower on the right-hand side there. That's a spectacle to behold. I think Jesse actually put a few facts in our comms chat earlier on,
yes.
so just gonna have a quick scroll. The timing tower, or the viewing tower, sorry, is where's the fact? He put the height in somewhere. So it's quite impressive.
He's put the height of turn 1. You got 5 stories up turn 1.
What am I getting? I'm sure I read something about it. We're looking at it, Jesse.
Jesse
Observation tower, 251 foot tall. That's 77 meters for you guys there. This is the this is the virtual view that you would get. Imagine again, real life, that you're stood up here watching.
Can you see everywhere on track around here? Because I think that's one of the tips of the observation tower, that you can see every part of the track.
Yeah, I'd like to hope that's the point of coming up here, but yeah, certainly you can see.
It would suck if you couldn't see.
Yeah, missold. I want a refund. I can't see everything from up here. Of course, the COTA venue is relatively new compared to a lot of the circuits, of course, that we do visit, that were created in the 1900s and raced for decades. Various formulas as the racing has evolved. Of course, circuit safety's evolved, etc. But of course, COTA relatively new, opening in 2012. 20 turns, so 10 to the left, 10 to the right, an even number. That's oddly satisfying to some people. There's 133 feet of elevation change, and the lap record apparently 1 minute 36.1, and that's Charles Leclerc in a Ferrari in 2019. Jesse's going down the stairs, he's saying to us, so bear with him while he navigates down the whole staircase of this one. Of course, Turn 1 is Turn 1 nicknamed as Big Red and boasts an 11% gradient. It's approximately a 5-story climb as you go up into Turn 1 for the braking zone. The back straight, oddly satisfying again, is exactly 1 kilometer long, and most corners are inspired by famous corners around the world as well.
Inspired, is that in quotation
inspired marks? In quotation marks, of course, a Herman Tilke circuit as well. He's had a double hand in building this as Jesse Lee navigates round the stairs. I don't think Jesse realised how many stairs there were, Phil. I don't think he realised on 251 foot. There's a lot of stairs to come down as the broadcast descends into chaos. Certainly the pedometer is going up. The heart rate of Jesse Lee probably through the roof right now as he navigates through the stairs. Only a few more flights to go. We can finally see some people as we reach the bottom. The concrete walls are ascending. It looks like Jesse's going beneath ground, but he's not. He's underneath the theatre and out into the wild he goes. And of course, the creepy thing about ACC is the crowd always looks at you no matter what angle you go. So yeah, very spooky indeed. But that's a grand tour of the viewing tower here at the Circuit of the Americas from Jesse Lee. And oh yeah, I never knew this was here. That's really neat. The amphitheater, he's screaming at me, this is in the notes. It's in the notes, but I didn't realise it was actually modelled in the game.
Well, you know what, me and John have done what normal drivers do, and you write something and you just don't read it. That's what's happened.
That's exactly what's happened. I mean, the deck's even in the game as well, albeit a 2D texture by the looks of this, maybe. And of course, the DJ there spinning around to stare at Jesse Lee, and that's certainly a lot of people in the crowd here at COTA today, which is absolutely brilliant to see. But yeah, there's even a rugby field somewhere on the circuit as well. I think that was in Jesse's notes, but apparently not modelled.
No, the stands are in it. I've seen it. The stands are in it, but
there's no actual field.
There's no rugby posts or anything or any markings. I think it's just a save on costs or something like that. Because you can see the stands, but I think polygons. The stands are. Yeah. Well, I mean, we're not going to get into optimizing games, but it is that sort of discussion we're grossly in danger of getting into. As we see the 727 here pitting. Where is the 727? P4 in class at the minute of Markovsky. Yeah, doing a pretty good job. We actually have a silver in the lead at the minute, but I think that's because Verstappen's pitted and is out of sync with the rest of them. It's quite one of those weird and interesting things, isn't it, John? Where we talk about different strategies, which comes up with this limited tire set. You're going to have to double stint. So some of these cars, not only is there like an out of sync in terms of pits, but you're also out of sync in terms of how many tires you've used. If I'm making any sense, I hope I am anyway.
Yeah, I think I know what you mean, Phil. You know, it's like when do you use the fresh tires? When do you use the kind of double stint? It's a bit of a mixed bag. You know, do you cut your double stint short? I mean, the 899 nearly on pace car cut their double stint short a couple of stints ago now. I think it was. It must have been way over an hour ago. At this point, Philip Engman quoted as saying, "Minimizing driving time on double stinted tires." And then he said, "I think I'm mostly clueless about strategy." So I think Max Lienard may be coaching him through the strategy for today's race, probably with a hand from Mikael Sundstrom, because certainly that man is a very good thinker indeed. Track temperature is rising since we last looked at it. Air temp 17 degrees, track temperature 18. We are just past 9 o'clock in the morning in-game time. So again, it's only going to get hotter from here on out. So hopefully most drivers are now considering doing their double stint in the next hour, potentially their last double stint, and then being able to go all the way to the end. There's some fantastic panning there from Jesse Lee on the apex of turn one as
Has he got a
one of the
controller?
rebound racing cars. I think so. There is a command in ACC where you can set this kind of drone cam style, and when you combine it with a controller, it does prove some very good broadcasting bits and pieces. So yeah, very good indeed. Almost akin to the real world, where we get to see a lot of drone footage these days. Cameras, of course, placed in curbs, pit lane, of course, cameras. That's something we don't necessarily get in ACC when drivers are stationary, and we don't get to witness the crew and all the spectacle of behind the scenes, etc. It's a very kind of quiet pit lane, should we say, in the virtual world compared to the real world, but still getting those style of shots nonetheless on that one. Some fantastic stuff going on so far today at the Circuit of the Americas. We're, of course, just below the halfway point at this time, just under 4 hours to go, 3 minutes 50 to be exact. Still plenty of action to come your way. Of course, stick around on the broadcast as we'll be heading off to a short break. I just want to say a big thank you to joining us for the beginning and bearing with us, of course, while we had all these technical difficulties, not only with the Kunos servers, but as well with some of the broadcasting tools. And we appreciate each and every one of you, whether you've just been sat here lurking or you've been with us since the beginning, interacting in chat. Thank you very much indeed. I'd like to hand off, of course. I will be leaving the box when we come back. We'll have Les Stevenson and Phil Roberts taking you through the latter half of the race. And a big thank you to our partners, of course. They've been revolving around in the bottom left-hand side of your screen. AK Esports, Driver61.com, Fanatec, DigitalMotorsports.com, and also Go Setups. You can check all their links out down in the description below. And I'm sure anybody within the ACC community knows exactly what every single company does on that list. But from myself, John Dalton, I'd like to hand off to the break. So I'm not sure Jesse Lee's plans. I'm sure we're going to chuck you on board with a car. And of course, turn up your speakers and you can enjoy the sounds as we head to the Circuit of the Americas. Take care.
Oh, neat.
Welcome back, folks, to the RCI World Tour event where we're here at the Circuit of Americas, round 3 of the World Tour, like I said, and you're witnessing what looks like a great spectacle. I'm thankfully joined by Phil Roberts as well, so welcome in, Phil.
Thankfully, but that's a very grateful intro, isn't it? Yeah.
There's nothing worse to do on your own, is there, Phil? And
No,
no
there
better
isn't.
person
No,
to
you're
have
right.
than yourself. So, yeah, thank you for joining me.
I nearly said playing with yourself then, but commentating with yourself or something. Yeah, there's nothing worse than that. To be honest, is that yes. There's nothing worse than commentating with yourself, is there, Les?
And as you've witnessed, ladies and gentlemen, you can always rely on Phil for trusty words live on air. So anyway, like I said, thank you for joining us here on YouTube and on Twitch. And welcome you all in. And can we have you all in the chat as well? If we can have you in, we'll get you mentioned on stream, and we'll read out your messages, and we'll enjoy what's left of this race. So just under 3.5 hours to go. John and Phil, you guys have you've been commentating on the first half of the race, and I've been part of the first half of the race. So I'll be intrigued to allow Phil here to let everyone know who hasn't seen what's already happened.
Wait, what do you mean? Like, I've just been sitting here, just putting my feet up this whole time. I was supposed to be driving today, but then our team couldn't, so I've just been putting my feet up all day. Those have been great. But,
okay, that's fine. What about a little update?
We've been pestered by Jessie to mention the 900, which is the owned esports car, which has been running quite well. P2 in class most of the race. Was challenging for a podium overall about an hour and a half ago. Got a TT Les. Now we were mentioning this before, me and John. Track limits. How's your team fared with track limits today?
Well, like you said, this great track, Circuit of Americas and COTA, as a lot of people know it as, it is a nightmare for a lot of drivers. A lot of people fear this track, like you've already mentioned, for track limits. Now, unfortunately, it's just one of those tracks where you're on the edge, especially through the S's, that first sector, and there are other places within the track where there are places you can easily get a track limit, but it seems to be more so through the S's. But as the race has gone on, we have already accumulated 3 track limits. My team, Drop of the Hammer Racing, number 46 Ferrari. We are close to getting that drive-through, but like you've already mentioned, the 900 unfortunately has had to serve their drive-through a couple of laps ago. But it's just one of those tracks, isn't it, Phil? It's easy to be on the limit all the time, and unfortunately, it's just as easy to go over the limit.
It is, yeah. I mean, I was going to mention last time on Paul Ricard, I think I clocked up all 3 of our our track limit warnings within 20 minutes of a 12-hour race. So wasn't a popular man, but we got through. We think we got our DT with like 4 hours to go. So we did, because we were Paul Ricard. I think that was pretty good, but definitely shouldn't have put my team in that position. And poor Aaron had to do, our teammate Aaron had to do 1 stint. It was 2 stints for the whole race. He did his first stint with 3 track limit warnings, and then Rob Franken did a double stint, and then he had to do the last stint with one of our other stewards, Eric Manser, in the Bentley, chasing him down the whole way through. And he had 3 track limit warnings then, so he wasn't very happy with either me or Rob for that race.
Well, it happens, and that's why it's all part of being a team, isn't it? It's a risk that we all that we have to sort of beware of, and but it can happen at any time. But well, as I've just been told, we've now got someone in for interview. We've got the lovely Ted Edwards has decided to join us for an interview. I understand Ted is driving the Lexus in Split 2. How are you getting on, Ted? Okay, that sounds
that's
not
a good
like the most positive start.
It's mega on one stint of tyres, but as soon as you double stint them, it's it's not fun.
Okay, well, sorry, go on, Phil. No, carry on.
I was going to mention Ted, pressing issue Ted. As we all know, the Lexus didn't have a block before the race. Has the -40 made a difference, Ted?
Helped so much.
Are you overpowered, Ted? Now?
No, we're not. We've already been lapped
Of course, you
twice.
say that, Ted.
No, we qualified 9th and we're still in 9th. We're not blitzing past people.
You're overpowered. Okay. I'll make notes.
Shut up, Phil.
I made notes, Ted.
But no, on the second stint, like first stint was fine. I was in the 06s, high 06s, and then the second stint I was in the 210s.
Well, the double stinting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Rear tire pressure's fine. Front tire pressure's 28.
So you've been bro steering, Ted? Is that what you're telling me?
No. First stint, they were 26.7. I don't know why he doesn't like double stinting. But I had to pit
Les, do you have any thoughts?
I was going to say, I know exactly how you feel there, Ted, because it was exactly the same for myself. Front tyre pressures just went through the roof in that second part of the stint. So, yeah, I can completely understand. But I'm just intrigued. Have you guys, when you are thinking about your double stints, have you gone for like a lesser fuel level for both of those goes in that single set of tyres, or have you gone the full 65 stint limit timer?
We've gone the full 65. The one I just did, the double, we came in a lap early because I felt like the front right was going to pop. I had no grip, so I didn't want it to pop and then have more problems.
Yeah, that sounds a pretty good excuse to come in the pits early. If you think you're going to be popping a tyre, this is a long circuit. I mean, 3.5 miles roughly in length.
I didn't like the circuit. I'm not minding the circuit, but in the Lexus, it's not great.
It's a fantastic endorsement, Ted, isn't it?
A nicer car would be beautiful.
Ted's getting distracted by Jesse quipping in his ear.
I'm used to that at Night Owl, but you normally hear Jesse.
Well, yeah, you normally hear Jesse. You can't hear Jesse, so we had awkward silence then as Jesse was quipping in our ears.
I went into Night Owl.
You went into Night Owl mode.
But yeah, no, Lexus is okay. We don't have to run full fuel, which is bliss. We got 120 litre tank, but we only need to take 100 litres. So that's something. But I've not. Last time I drove this track, Ryan Gill got a DT for track limits and didn't serve it after the third lap, and we got DQ'd. So that was back when we did EWC. Was that 2 years ago?
It was, yes. No, that was last. No. When was that now? That was when this DLC came out. Like this was. That was the first endurance championship we did when this DLC came out. So. Just Lee's telling me that's 2022, which it doesn't feel that long ago, but
it doesn't feel like, but it is.
Time flies when you're having fun, I guess.
But yeah, I haven't driven this. I've not liked the track, but I don't mind it for endurance.
You're tolerating it now, Ted. That's what you're telling me.
Yeah, it's for endurances, it's okay. For an hour-long race, I'd like to skip that thing.
So Ted, in Split 2 then, I mean, obviously the burning question, I know Jesse Lee is desperate to find out weather. You know, have we had any sort of light, heavy, medium rain at all, or is it just been bone dry?
It's light, wet, slippery rain. Yeah, it's
been raining
out there. No, it hasn't. There's no rain.
Okay. Now, what about drive-throughs? How are the drivers getting on and the teams?
I think one team's had 4.
Oh, okay. Really? Yeah, that's quite a few.
Porsche.
Quite a long time to go still.
They quick. They were up there, but they've just. I think they got 2 in the first 2 hours. No, first hour and a half.
You got 2 in the first 90 minutes.
Yeah, it was quite surprising. But yeah, we were on our 3rd one, so we're trying to play it safe as we can. But no, it's okay. We're chilling. So.
Are you having fun, Ted?
Surprisingly, I am. Seems as it's boiling in the UK. I don't like the track as much. The car is annoying. I'm okay.
Okay, well, for those who don't live in the UK, it is just it is rather warm today, isn't it, Ted and Phil? It's on the warmer side from what we're used to at this time of year. But yeah, it's certainly in my broadcasting booth, it's quite warm as well. So I know how you feel, Ted, and it's at the end of the day, as long as you're having fun, that's what matters. And if you can get a good result out of it as well, then it's a bonus. But and whereabouts are you placed at the moment?
8th place somehow. I think someone's done a pit stop or something, so we're doing alright actually. For Alexis is doing alright against some of these other cars, because we don't have the grip in the corners, but we do have the speed. We'll be side by side with someone coming out the hairpin, and we're already 4/10 gone at the end of the straight.
Oh, okay, yeah, that quick.
Yeah.
We have got contact here. Sorry, Ted. With Berlin. And I didn't catch the McLaren there. It looks like it's the RCI McLaren as well of Mullen. So that would have been for P2. Yeah. So yeah, it looks like we've had an incident to turn 12, and I'm just wondering if they're going to be a return of position. We're going to see a race replay now. We'll see as Berlin now comes down into turn 12 braking zone. It's a little bit, it sends it, and I don't think Mullen quite sees how close they are and turns in, and unfortunately they have contact. But I'm just wondering if they're going to. Oh, there is more contact. Yeah, so a bit of a door slam there. Maybe, hopefully not a sign of displeasure. But of course, there's no live student at the moment in time. Not until about another sort of hour and a half. The live student will be back on. So at the moment, it's going to have to be reported and seen later on. So we won't know what the stewards make of that one just yet. But anyway, going back to Ted. Ted, I just wanted to know, what were your hopes for the race today before it started, and are they any different now?
I had no hopes. It was just do the race, because Rybecky didn't do the first 2 races. Me and Tom Bryan got him in to do this race because Tom Bryan wasn't here, and then to do Red Bull, but we don't have enough drivers now to do Red Bull, so he's going to be doing Imola with us. So my main thing was get him in for this, let him have a drive, but he's also injured himself this week, so that's not great.
I did hear.
Driving through the pain barrier. Is he driving through the pain barrier, Ted?
He is. He pulled his stitches by, I think he was moving an engine in the workshop, and he tore some stitches or something. He sounds like he doesn't know that I can hear him through his microphone sometimes, but he is hurting.
Okay, and so now everyone knows he's definitely hurting.
Yeah.
I mean, pulling stitches I would have thought would definitely hurt, but yeah, it's well, I mean, he's taken one for the team now, isn't he, Ted, for you, and driving through that pain barrier.
He's doing well.
So it sounds like you guys won't be able to make the 24-hour of Red Bull Ring then, no?
Unfortunately not. I was looking forward to it, but I might just have to, jump on the mic again.
Well, we'd love to have you back in the booth, Ted. There's nothing, of course we'd love that. So yeah, you're more than welcome. Okay, well, Ted, is there any shout-outs at all you want to give for your team or fans, friends and family?
I'd like to shout out you guys for doing the stream and the commentary. I'd like to shout out the stewards. So obviously you've not got many of you for this race, but you're doing very well, and I do appreciate all the effort you do. My girlfriend, obviously.
Good job. I was going to say the missus.
I always remember the missus.
Good.
She's kept me watered today. Kept me watered, bless her, because it is boiling. But yeah, the other drivers as well, because they've been all right in Split 2, which is very nice. They've been apologetic to each other, not just to us, but to other people for silly incidents that shouldn't have happened. So they've been very good. There has been some big ones. We've almost been in some big ones. So, but yeah,
I look forward to seeing those incidents later if they're reported. Then
I've already reported to Phil. So.
Well, Ted, thank you very much for joining us, and it's always great to have you in the booth, and great to hear what's going on in Split 2. Obviously, we can't see it on the stream, but it's great to have your point of view on what's going on, and it's good to hear that you guys are enjoying yourselves. So that's the main thing. But thanks, Ted. Thanks very much for joining us, and we wish you all the best.
Well, have a good stream, and stay hydrated.
Thanks,
great
Ted.
words.
Very important. Yeah.
And facts there from Ted, and very good advice. So thank you very much, Ted. And look forward to seeing you in booth again.
Cheers,
right. So there we go. 3 hours and 15 minutes left to go in this in this. Well, it's very. I mean, it started off very early, didn't it, Phil? So I suppose the temperatures wouldn't be awfully high, but yeah, no, it's been a good stream so far, and you know, at 17 degrees C and track temp at 20, I don't think the tyre wear was going to be as bad as what it appears to be. But I don't. Did you do any practice on this for this race, Phil, before you knew you guys couldn't race, or?
We did some practice on Wednesday. The Nissan is a handful around here. It either understeers through the low-speed corners, or when you fix that, it oversteers through the S's to the point that you feel like a rally car, and it was too much effort to try and fix. So, and also one of our drivers just doesn't like this track, and our other driver, Aaron Jackson, he's I forgot where he is now. He's at like some sort of music festival in London or something like that. I forgot what he said it was called, but he'd already booked all of that, and he was going with his partner, so he was never going to be at this race. We had like another driver lined up, but you know, it just didn't work out, and yeah, so we're just not racing today. But we did do some practice. We weren't very fast. We didn't enjoy the car around here. And yeah, I think the Nissan's just one of those ones where it's on a fine knife edge, whether you get it right or not, if that makes sense. It's not like an Aston. It's not like an Aston or a Ferrari, which I feel like they're quite versatile, they're quite malleable in terms of how you set them up. But yeah, I think the Nissan is quite brittle in that, like, you know, you need to get it right. You need to find the sweet spot, and there's only like a very small sweet spot to aim for in that car.
Yeah, I mean, certainly in my experience in the Nissan, it's a great car, great fun, but like you said, there is a very, very small window to get the setup right, to be either super happy with it, or, you know, it's a bit like Marmite, isn't it? You either love it or you hate it. You either get it in that right window or you don't. And if you can't, you know, if you haven't got an awful lot of time to do that, which you do need to spend with the Nissan, in my opinion, then it's probably not the best car to choose for you. But, you know, I don't know if you guys will be out. Hopefully, are you guys running the 24-hour?
Yeah, we're running the 24. It's just we're going to get some of our American. We're going to get some of our American contingent of kaiju in to support our efforts in the night, but or for the European night, should I say? But I was going to say, Les, you mentioned Marmite. Do you like Marmite, Les, or are you not keen on it?
I cannot stand Marmite, I'm afraid, Phil.
Oh, good, it's, both of us. That makes both of us then.
No, fine. I can't even stand the smell of it. So
really?
No. It reminds me very much of. Well, I suppose it would do, but you know, when you walk past a brewery, and you can. I can't stand that smell either. I don't mind drinking the stuff, but not
the way to smell it. You don't like the way it's made.
Yeah, when it's being made, it's the hops, isn't it? It's a very pungent smell. And you either love it or you hate it.
Yeah, never see how your favourite food's made.
No.
In beef. It's not pleasant.
No, I can imagine not. But so you put me right off there, Phil. But anyway,
that's my job.
I did hear that's what you were brought into. No, of course you weren't. But yeah, it's you did really put me off there. I mean, Mark, I completely lost track of what I was actually going to say. But anyway, 3 hours. Just about to say 3 hours 11 minutes ago, and Phil says we do have another drive-through for the 190 of Phil Walker for RG1. Yeah, they're getting a drive-through this late on. I mean, it's pretty impressive, really. They got this far. Let's be honest. I suspect a lot of teams. I know our team is, you know, probably already on that magic three track limit warnings, and you know, you're just praying that they don't get that fourth to get that drive-through. But unfortunately, Phil Walker and his team are now going to have to visit pit road and serve that drive-through penalty. And they're not going to do it this time but down in P17 at the moment. So yeah, I'm assuming it's for track limits anyway. I can only assume. Yeah. So yeah, that's really unfortunate. It does mean there's going to be a few positions probably lost in that as well. But yeah, you know, there's plenty of time though, isn't there, Phil, to make this small mistake, this small drive-through, hopefully anyway, to be able to, you know, get game positions back, you know, later on in the race.
Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, another way to look at it is one that I looked at it as when I got the drive-through of Paul Ricard. I said, well, you know, when I think one of our teammates came and goes, "What's the update, Phil?" And I was like, "Well, good news and bad news. The good news is our track limit warnings are at 0, and then you just have to look at it like that, you know, just like good news. I've reset the track limit warnings.
Take a positive spin on it, Phil.
Yeah,
That's what I like to
put a
hear.
positive spin on it. Yeah, you have to. Well, I guess you kind of have to, or else you just end up beating yourself up about that sort of stuff. And endurance racing isn't really about you know, you need to get your mind back into the game eventually, you know, as quickly as you can after a setback. Like, speaking of which, the 500 had a few setbacks, like Adam Dubiel, for instance. I believe John and Jesse were talking about this earlier on. Certainly John was. That Dubiel's had a bit of a break from ACC. He's come back for World Tour, and it's certainly one of the more demanding tracks to come back to. They led a fair bit of the race at the minute. They did eventually get overtaken by the 769, driven by Verstappen. Currently, Jordan Daly's in the car. They started quite far back. I believe, I'm pretty sure you know anyway, Les, because you were spotting our man Grim at the start of the race in the 46.
Certainly were. Yep,
Yeah,
certainly were.
And I believe from what John told me was that they qualified on a set of tyres they used during practice, and then when they realised their mistake, they had invalidated all their laps. So they've actually started either at the back or certainly near the back. I think they were like in the last 2 rows at the very highest, I think. So Jess Lee told me they started dead last, and now they're leading the race. So I think that shows you the sort of level of quality that's in that car.
They certainly have a strong lineup, don't they, Phil? I mean, you know, like you said, to get from P last, as we've been told, all the way up to P1, you know, around about sort of just before halfway, I think it was, through the race. Yeah, it's pretty impressive. And Dubiel, it's nice to see Dubiel back in the car and back in RCI. It has been a while. Like you said, it is a bit of an odd track choice to come back to. You know, get yourself. I suppose if you want to test yourself, you know, see if you still like it. I suppose it's one of those tracks you can really challenge yourself on anyway. But and I've always loved the Forza Italia PLE racing liveries. They always do a good livery. It's always been one of my favourites, seeing that sort of that way that they do the Italian flag over the car. But you can now see my team are in the pits. Tom Watts has brought the Drop in the Hammer 46 Ferrari into the pit lane.
Les, I've got a question actually.
Go on.
As soon as you're part of this team, where does that name come from?
Drop in the Hammer.
Yes.
It was. Well, there was another team name. It was kiboshed for Drop in the Hammer, but it came from Rudy Filmoter.
Oh right, okay.
I believe, if my memory serves me correct. It was. It was. I can't remember exactly how it came along. We did have a Cold Trickle sort of tribute livery going on, and I think it was probably something to do with either Days of Thunder or Lewis Hamilton. I can't remember exactly how it came about, but yeah, it was Rudy Filmoter anyway that came up with the name.
Okay, it's just one of those more unique ones. You know what I mean? Like you have some team names that don't mean anything. Like I swear, like our team in Kaiju does just. I think it's just like just something picked out, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Something unique, but you don't. It's just, but phrases sometimes there's phrases. It's sort of like, oh, that's an interesting one, sort of thing.
Yeah. No, it's. I mean,
it's always fun listening to where team names come from.
We've got a race replay here. We've got an overtake here with Mikael Sundstrom. It looks like it's about to.
I think he's already done it.
I think he's already done the overtake.
Unfortunately,
the camera's missed. Yeah, the camera's missed it there with the Porsche making the overtake. But never mind. It's okay. We know that there's been an overtake. That's the main thing. And I'm going to be honest.
Now, actually,
I'm going to be honest, Phil.
Yeah.
I'm going to let you pronounce it. The number 500, Adam DeBille's teammate. How are we pronouncing this name?
It's right. So it's like Gwodged or something like that. I think
just Gwodge, not Gwadze or
Gwodged. Well, it's obviously like because it's Polish, like the W makes a V noise. I don't know what the O with the accent does. The Z makes like a sh sort of noise, or I don't know how you put it, but like an SH sort of noise in English.
Okay.
I think, I mean, my Polish is god awful. I used to entertain my friends sometimes with my poor pronunciation, but I think that's as close as you're going to get from me anyway. John Dalton did tell me before he left, but yeah, if anybody wants to correct me in the chat, send me like send us like a thing phonetically in English how you pronounce it. Send us a pigeon. Make it peck our heads and go, this is how you pronounce it, yeah. So and so's, uncultured so and so's, something like that. But yeah, I've been cheating and just saying the 500 to be honest, Les, whenever he's in the car, which is I guess correct, but
I mean, Jesse has quite rightly said we could also call him Mateus, but yeah, that takes the fun away, Jesse. So anyway, it's great to see them in the car. They have already been in the car. I know that for a fact. I remember them getting past me quite quickly. So, but this is definitely not one of my tracks. This is a track I really do struggle with. I don't know about you, Phil, but it's just one of them. It's certainly not everyone's favourite, and it's definitely not my favourite. I think it's a great track to see racing on, but to drive it, it's just, for me, it's. I suppose it's probably just too difficult. It's probably the easiest way to put it, being totally honest. But yeah, especially that first sector.
I don't think it's difficult. I think it's just, well, the best way I can describe it is sector 1 is just like, I'm too busy thinking about track limits and not thinking about how to go fast through the corner. If that makes sense. Like I originally used to approach it like, you would like Maggots and Beckett's because it kind of looks and feels like that. But Jesse Lee, only just noticing, by the way. Oh, Mikhail's in the car after showing us a replay of Mikhail Sundstrom as well, and Les also mentioning him on the cast. So good to know Jesse Lee is listening to us, Les. But
yeah,
and now I've lost. I tell you what, I've lost my own train of thought now. I've completely lost what I was going to say before.
Well, whilst you're thinking about that, Phil, what we will mention though is Mikhail has now got the overtake done there on the 475 and now into P4, so that's P3.
Motoring,
like you said.
And we have a replay. See an overtake.
Has the tool picked up the overtake? It certainly looks like it as they go around the final corner there, and the overtake's done. Yeah, very easy, as it looks anyway. I mean, I'm sure it wasn't in the seat, but yeah, the move is done. But have you managed to get that train of thought back, Phil?
No, I haven't. And you know what? The thing with train of thoughts is it's like looking for your keys or looking for something in the house. Like you're never going to find them until you stop looking for them, and then you eventually find them. So it's the same thing like when you completely forgotten the train of thought. You just got to wait, and it will come back to you, sort of thing. If you try and think about it, then it's just going to keep getting lost on you.
So it's a bit like Sector 1. Oh no!
What's happened, mate? What's happened?
So unfortunately, as you guys have probably picked up on in P16, we have the 46 dropping the hammer racing has now picked up a drive-through, and that will be for track limits. And unfortunately, Neil Pimlott has obviously just jumped in the car, and unfortunately, what looks like through Sector 1 has now picked up that drive-through. Now, I suppose, like you said, Phil, at least we now know we're going to be back to zero.
Yeah. Well, hopefully the dropping the hammer car doesn't go dropping down the order too much, but
yeah, that was pretty good, Phil. I'll give you that. I hope so too. But it does look like there's quite a gap down to the number 93 McLaren. So fingers crossed the drive-through serves as well, and we can get out and back into the field and try and claw some positions back before the end of the race. We've just over 3 hours to go now. Phil. It's flying past, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it before with John when he was in the car, when he was in here. Endurance racing isn't a sprint, and we still got 3 hours to go, and there's plenty that can happen in 3 hours. So yeah, like even for the 46, even though they got a DT, like there is still plenty of time. There's cars in front of them which haven't got their DT yet. I'm saying that as if they're going to get one, but the way some things work, you think, oh, I'm nice in a nice little, how to put this now, like a rhythm, and then as you probably know, I think it's like with complacency comes like risk or something like that. I'm trying to think of the right word now, but as you get more complacent from the fact that you're in a rhythm, the more likely it is that you're gonna screw up somewhere. So just because there's cards in front of you that are fairly comfortable where they are, it doesn't mean to say that they're gonna suddenly not get the dreaded DT next to the name, or there may be some unprocessed penalties which will be sorted out in about an hour's time from there.
That is a very, very good point, Phil. I did escape my memory for a second, but yeah, you're quite right. There's plenty of time for anything to happen, and for other teams possibly to get their drive through, like you said, or like you said, there might be some pending penalties. But okay, well, the drive through's been served by the 46 by Neil Bimlott, and
he's only dropped down one place though, I think. So
yes, yes, that's right, and got back out in front of the number 93 as predicted. So that's there's a plus, isn't there? And like we already said, the counter's now back to 0. But we have just been told, Phil, and it's correct. We are now, unfortunately, we have lost a car due to whatever reason that may be. At the moment, we don't know why. But they've popped back in. Maybe a disconnect. I don't know, but we'll try and find out anyway. But it looks like
I don't know where that Lambo's gone. Oh, maybe Rebound Racing. Just at least speculating it's Carlos's car, which it would suggest is the case. He is sitting in pit lane. Usually, if you disconnect, that's it. It's not like other simulators. I believe iRacing has a bit better capacity for little imperfections in one's connection. I think ACC is a bit more tighter on like imperfections in your connection to the server from memory. As we see John Razor come in. I haven't seen John much recently in RCI stuff. I think he's taken a bit of a break from RCI with only focusing on World Tour at the minute with Team Monkey Racing, but they're going quite well at the minute. P5 overall in class before they pit, but Niku Kumpu's very close behind at the minute, but I think they're about half a pit stop ahead, Les.
Yeah, it's nice to see John Ray's back in the RCI racing in the World Tour, especially like you said. He's taking a bit of a break, but yeah, down pit lane, serving that mandatory pit stop. Probably at the end of their stint time. Maybe they've double stinted. I haven't seen the name too much today, so I'm assuming maybe just jumping in for their first pit stop of the day for John Razor anyway. That is. But Team Monkey Racing. Now there's a team that for me personally, I have noticed have definitely been climbing the ranks over the last few races, and certainly I've noticed anyway. And as we've seen now, Marco Badowski is now climbed into the car, taken over from John Racer. But yeah, it's definitely. Oh, we got contact. Unfortunately,
you know what? I don't think that's on Badowski at all.
I'd have to agree with you, Phil, but I think that's probably going to be one for the stewards to have a look at and decide in roughly about an hour's time when they get around to it, if it's reported, and I'm sure it will be. But we're going to see a race replay as they exit the pit, doing the right thing, staying on the inside. Unfortunately, yeah.
I don't think there's much Badowski could do there from that view at all. Like, you can argue, well, he's coming out of the pit lane, he should give way. It's like, no, we don't have giveaway rules in the race. Like, he's more than entitled to go in there. I think the McLaren probably just thought he would give way or something, which may be the case, but my immediate reaction was just play it safe, give a bit of room. You don't need to cut down on the apex as much as you did, but that's the TV cameras, Les. Like, usually in the steward's box we look at chase cams, cockpit view, stuff like that, but because the TV cameras, as we found out many times before, don't reveal the whole story, and sometimes can, give you a completely different narrative as to what happened, depending on the camera view. It's always quite fun whenever you go into, when you rewatch some. Oh, and we've had an issue here. This is Patushka, I think that's how you pronounce his name.
Patushka?
Yes. Patushka, yes. As we're coming into pit lane now. We're going way too hot into pit lane, and I'll tell you what he's done. I think he's tried to go. And reversing on the track. Okay, I mean, nothing happened. So,
technically speaking, he's off the track.
Well, I mean, there's reversing on a racetrack is reversing on the racetracks is one of those things where you have to be a bit careful, I think. But it looked safe to me. It wasn't just blindly like reversing back into pit entry, which is a bit risky. But fair enough, nothing happened. But yeah, I think we did. I think we have DQ'd one car before. This was ages ago in It was like a GT4 Alton race, and there was a guy who missed the pit entry at Alton, and he was about to, he was on like he went so far, Les, it was at the timing line,
I was
and
going to say,
he reversed from the timing line on the track all the way back to pit entry. I think he was like on it up to his stint timer, so he didn't want to get a DT, so he reversed back, and then he instantly got DQ'd. By the stewards.
So I'm assuming then, for those that don't know Alton Park, if you miss the pit lane, you are on the race circuit. You are down that start-finish straight. So I'm assuming then you're saying that he reversed back on the track.
He's reversing on an active racetrack. Yeah.
Wow, that's. I
mean, in the real world, that's a stroke DQ, and we're in a simulator. Like you can argue, well, nothing got hurt, but simulators are. People use them for real life stuff. I'm not really sure. People use ACC for real life drivers for real life practice, but I could be wrong.
I think there are some drivers out there that do use it for just for track acclimatization. Just for knowing the corners a bit better. But I would have thought, you mentioned about if that wasn't a real life circuit, I think it probably would have been a bit harsher than just a DQ. But that is.
Would you get banned for? I mean, you got a race license now, Les, as you told us at the NERBS 6 hours stream at the end. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm mega chuffed about that. I certainly have, Phil. Yeah.
So I did want to ask, what would you expect to get if you did that in real life? Like what that McLaren did?
Well, I mean, my form of racing I'm going to be going into is classic Formula, so it'll be
okay.
Classic.
Wait, do you ever have a reverse gear in those cars?
There is a reverse gear, but before we speak about that, I will just say I have just noticed the 969 McLaren has managed to get themselves a drive-through as well.
Schatzler.
It certainly looks like that. I'll allow you to. I think the first pronunciation was better.
I think Schatzler's better. It makes me feel like I'm not close to saying something I shouldn't be saying.
So unfortunately though, as they now come down to serve that. Oh, that looked quite quick coming in there, Phil. I hope that's not another drive-through stop and go.
Yeah, if it's a stop and go, it would be. What is it now? It's like. Maybe we can see the speed going into pit lane, but that look.
That looked close.
I think that's maybe close. That may be close. We're going to find out in a minute. But
we're going to find out.
Yes, we'll find out in a minute.
5 seconds. This is. I've got my fingers crossed. I must say. I know I'm competing against them. Well, not directly, but for SPH eMotorsport, do they get? Oh, that is what you call a perfect pit entry, and it was well executed by Tino there. So, yeah, SPH eMotorsport get away with the drive-through. Sorry, the stop and go 30s. It would have been, wouldn't it?
It depends how fast you go above the pit limit. Yeah. Jesse Lee's just trying to correct me, but what I'm trying to say is that you get speeding in pit lane is 3 different levels of penalty. It's definitely Jesse Lee trying to correct me. It's not. If you speed in the pit lane, so say it's 50 kilometers an hour, right? If you are between, I believe it's 55 to 60, then that's a DT. If you're between 60 and 99, that's an SG30. And if you're caught going 100 kilometers an hour at any point in the pit lane, then it's a straight up DQ.
So, Phil, I think what Jesse was getting at is the fact that they've already got a drive-through. So, is it any different? The fact they've already got a drive-through?
You're going through the pit lane, it's going through the pit lane. Right, it doesn't matter if you're pitting or serving a penalty. So I'm confused now. What are you trying to say?
So I think what Jesse's trying to say is, you? So you've already got a drive-through.
Yes.
You enter the pit lane and then you commit. You speed into pit lane. So therefore, you would normally get a drive-through, stop and go, whatever it may be. But if you've already got a drive-through, does it can't put it on top of the drive-through. So I
no,
believe,
it would give you it would give you a drive-through after you serve your current drive-through.
Oh, okay. So it's just and Badowski's now got themselves a drive-through in the number 45 McLaren for Team Monkey Race. We're just talking about how well they're doing.
Falling like dominoes now, Les. We're in the prime hours of DT track limit.
And do you know what, Phil? They cannot turn around and say it was commentator's curse. No, we said this was coming.
Well, you know what? Commentators' curse is just code from the drivers, in my opinion. We didn't pressure them into making those mistakes. They did that. Les. I'm going to say this now. Commentators' curse doesn't exist. It's just racing drivers trying to find an excuse.
Well, you heard it here first, guys. And do you know what? Phil is full of information. I learned from Phil about a year ago about the pit entry line. So the speed is measured of the rear axle when it crosses that pit entry line. Is that speed that you cross that line at is the speed that you enter the pit lane at. So you can get your penalty depending if you're speeding at that line with your rear axle. That's correct, isn't it, Phil? Please don't.
That is correct. Yes. No, you remember it very. Yes.
But it's yourself that taught me that, so I just making everyone aware. But Badowski got themselves a drive-through, probably most likely for track limits, and I honestly think now, Phil, that this is going to be, like you said, a domino effect, and I suspect there's a lot of teams out there already on the three track limits, and we'll see what we're building here for RCI Vandering.
Maybe people just feel left out.
Well, there could be that, Phil. I doubt it, but you bring up a valid point. There is that as well. But yeah, RCI Vandering now leading the race. I'm sure just out of sequence on pit stops, but either way, they're leading the race. And for a silver team to be leading the race, I mean, even to be in P2, they had a great race down at Paul Ricard in the last round, and they seem to be continuing that run of form now here at COTA, but the Circuit of Americas as they now approaching the back of the 46 for dropping the hammer. Yeah, and also the drive-through, as we know.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, the team's done fantastic today, to be honest. I mean, we could be waxing lyrical about Billen and Bouquet. I'm going to say Bulk. I'm not trying to pronounce his name. I do apologise if I got it wrong.
I think it's Bolker.
Bolker. Okay, nice. Thank you, Les. But yeah, they done commendably today so far. I must admit, like, they're not here because they're not in P2, effectively P2, through any like circumstances, purely on merit, and even even if it was through circumstance, we had in the F1 like last week when people were saying Orlando only won because of safety car. Like you put yourself in those positions.
Yes,
that makes sense. Like,
exactly.
You still have a job to do in that position. So yeah, I don't know. Sorry, I interrupted you then.
No. I was just going to say it's you make your own luck, don't you, in racing? Yes. And I've just to get the drive-throughs, it's all down on the for the drivers, the teams. It's nothing to do with the commentator's curse, as we've already alluded to. But
I went through it with two legs, then I think in footballing terms.
Well, there we go. So, but I've just noticed. I have just noticed as we talk about RCI Vandering that we've had Cliff Bolker in the chat on YouTube. So, welcome, Cliff. It would be nice to hear from one of you guys in the booth. To come in for an interview. By all means, just join the ready for an interview in the green room. I have been told that there is an improvement on the biscuit range.
Oh, really?
Time. Yes, apparently so. If you go and join them in the green room, Phil, there are an improvement. Well, I was pretty disgusted last time when I found out there were no custard creams or bourbons. So
no bourbons is just a crime, to be honest. Favorite biscuits. Jesse Lee's asking for our favorite biscuits. Les.
You go, Phil. Go on.
Well, I don't have a favorite biscuit. Can I name 3 or something?
You can name your top 3, Phil.
Your top 3 biscuits. Well, bourbons are on there. Easy top 3. How about malted milk? I like malted milk biscuits, and or cow biscuits, as some people call them as well.
Yeah.
Anybody that doesn't know, malted milk biscuits in the UK have like a what do you call it? Like stamped with like a cow on them. Yeah. And it's the name cow biscuits, and let's just go over classic digestive, like milk chocolate digestive. They're pretty good.
Oh, Phil, that's that's one of my favourites too.
Nice. What about you, Les? Yeah. You said custard cream.
Custard cream is my favourite. Closely followed by the milk chocolate digestive.
Mm-hmm.
And my third favourite has got to be, and I know you're gonna really slam me for this, but it's a rusk.
Yeah. A rusk.
A rusk.
Is that the? I nearly said, is that like the thing you give babies? But I'm
it
not
is.
Sure if I got... Oh, okay,
it is. It's the baby biscuit. Yeah, it's the baby biscuit.
Fair enough.
But
like, I haven't rusk in ages, naturally.
Oh, well, you know, I've had kids. Well, my wife has, but and when our children came along, we had the rusks, you know, in the cupboards, and
the risks and the
risks and the rusks, yeah. And I couldn't help myself, and the wife kept asking, she kept saying, "Where are all these biscuits going?" I kept telling the dogs were having them.
And, blame on the dog.
She still to this day has no idea. So
well, now you said it on a broadcast. It's a good thing she's not listening.
It's fine. She won't be listening. Although I must say there are other people that will be listening that may well tell her. So maybe I've made a bit of a boo boo, but it doesn't matter. It's just rust. They're just biscuits. They're just biscuits. But we've gone massively off piste here, because what I was saying was, by all means, guys, if you want to come and join us for an interview, join us in the green room, ready for interview, and we can talk about biscuits more when you come in for the interview. But I do. I would love to have some more drivers and teams join us. But do I like what? Sorry,
biscuits.
Viscounts.
Viscounts, beg your pardon, sorry.
No, it's fine. It's just I know them as Viscounts. Okay, are they the ones that
they're like circle and they've got like a bit of mint.
Yes,
mint, like mint and chocolate is like god tier combination. I don't want anybody to say otherwise. Like one of my friends, she was very unimpressed when she asked me what my favorite ice cream flavor was, and I said mint chocolate, and she goes, "Why are you eating mouthwash? Mouthwash flavored."
Yeah, but you don't have chocolate in your mouthwash.
I mean, it was more the mint, but even then, it's a different kind of mint. I think, like mint you have in an ice cream is a different. I think it's like a different mint to what you. It's peppermint in ice cream, and then you have spearmint in your toothpaste or mouthwash or something like that. I think.
Yeah,
there's two different sorts of mint.
I must say. What we're going to do, folks, is we're now going to ask Jesse. Obviously, you can't hear Jesse. What his favourite biscuits are, but we will let you know in due course. But in the meantime,
we will definitely not make them up if he says an answer.
In the meantime, World Tour RCI round 3 at the Circuit of Americas. 2 hours and 42 minutes left to go. We've got Walter Billings still leading the race. Jordan's only 8 seconds behind, and ACC Vlaanderen having another great race, as we've already mentioned. We've got the number 500 Ferrari. This is when I'm now going to forget the name of the team. How bad of me.
Gwodged. We're going to call him Gwodged.
The driver, yeah. But that's Forza Italia, of course. How could I forget the name?
Oh, Les, come on. I thought you were struggling with the name, not the name of the team.
No, sorry, the name of the team. And I feel really bad. But that's your top 3, folks. And as you can see, we've already mentioned as well about the drive-throughs that we film, but it's starting to sort of really the domino effect starting to come in place. And as we see now at the other rebound racing car, Joe Dorban, the 777 Mercedes, both running Mercedes, the rebound racing. Carlos Calatayud in the number 30 rebound racing has rejoined us after a technical issue, should we say. It looks like a possible disconnect. But it's great to see them back in the server and battling on. Just prove to everyone that it's well worth to come back and finish the race off. There's still such a long way to go. Like you said, with endurance racing, that's one of the best things about it, isn't it? You can have your trials and tribulations, but you can still get a good result at the end of it.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about this during the NERD stream, like we did. Like there was several people who were like laps and laps down, but they still came into race, and it was it's one of the things like where you applaud, where you get just as much of an applause from the box, certainly, for doing a fairly copybook performance of a drive, to just sticking it out there and just finishing the race and just having fun as you're doing it. As we see, speaking of copybook performance, Billen come into the pits. So far, it's been pretty good from them so far in in the number 2 Aston, and Jesse, I'm hoping we're going to see the. I think we've have we overstepped the box. I'm not sure if we were just reversed there, but I think this is the one that says spoiler warning on the rear wing. Oh, it does. Okay, spoiler alert. There you go.
Very clever.
Pretty good. Yes, I always like a good joke on a livery, and that was quite. That was
a short stop. I'm assuming that's double stint in the tyres, just fuel only.
Yeah, but even then, like, it doesn't take that short to fuel up, does it?
Well, if you're taking, I took 75 litres for my stint on the second part of it, and I was stopped for 17 seconds. So
okay, so yeah, maybe. So it's about a double. We noticed this before because John Dalton was telling me about this. If it's about a minute long or less, then he's definitely double stinting, basically.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. I've not looked at the figures exactly, but if Mr. Dalton says that's what it is, we're going to go with that. He's great with the facts, isn't he?
He's great with the facts.
But yeah, so it looks like they're double stinting there, but still in P2, 37 seconds behind the leaders now, and Jordan Day, the 769 RCI Esports Blue Team, really taking this championship by the throat. And really, I mean, they've won both races out so far, and I don't want to put the curse on just yet, but it's certainly going very well for them today. But yeah, it's it's to see a silver up there in P2 as well, Phil. It just these Astons, in this championship, it definitely looks like the Aston is a very strong car choice.
It is a very strong car choice for endurances, mainly because, as we said before, it's quite a malleable car, so you don't need to worry about working it in and making it work for everyone in the team, because it just generally can work, or you can drive around it fairly easily. As we said before, like, there's certain other cars where not only do you need to get it right for you, like, you need to get it right for the rest of your team, or some drivers need to work around issues with the car, if that makes sense. So, I mean, the Aston, I think the Ferrari's in that same thing as well. It's quite an ideal endurance car, purely because the way you set it up and the way you drive it, it doesn't change too much between driver to driver, or it doesn't require a big change. You can just use your natural driving style with the car. So it's
I mean, you say malleable.
Yeah, I like that word. I'm going to use it a lot more.
It's a fantastic word. You know, it's one of my favourite words. You know, it's like flange. That's another great word, isn't it?
Flange. Yes.
Yeah, it's another.
We're getting very close to engineering now, Les.
Yeah, well, that's because I am an engineer. Oh. You know, I use that terminology.
We have 2 engineers in the box, and this is not good for Jesse.
But,
the flange. Jesse Lee's asking what a flange is, and the flange is a circular bolted connection between 2 pieces of pipe.
To be honest, Jesse, I think Jesse might have thought we were using it in the derogatory term, but
I don't even know it's a derogatory term, is it? I don't even know. I didn't even know it was one.
It's.
I didn't even know that was one.
I think we're just hearing Jesse things at the moment, but
no, we are doing Jesse Lee quips that nobody can hear apart from us.
But to be honest, we still haven't heard about Jesse Lee's favourite biscuits yet. Yes. So we're just waiting on that one, folks. But anyway, we see the 900 now, pit road, and it looks like they're going to be taking what looks like probably a double stint, because I think Brown has been in the car for this first stint. For this single stint so far. So I think they're probably going to be doing a double stint too. I am quite surprised actually how many teams are opting to do the double stint in this later on in the race, with the temperatures being that little bit higher than at the start. We as a team opted to do the double stints right at the start for 2 reasons. One, the drivers were able to do double stints.
There is an answer to this one.
And 2, for the temperatures. But yeah, go ahead, Phil.
Yeah, the answer is if you. I worked this out before when I futility did my stint sheet for my team before I realised we weren't going to drive today. If you push your stint timer like 65 minutes all the way through, your last stint is about 90 minutes, which means you can. It's more desirable to run, even if it's hotter. It's more desirable to run, a shorter double stint on the same set of boots, if that makes sense. Like, not only that, but if you're doing a 90-minute stint, you can divide it into 2 45-minute stints. Ergo, you don't need to fuel up as much.
Yes, yeah. And to be honest, we just as our team were sort of working out the way to strategize this race, it was more appealing to us to do the double stint in the cooler temperatures and take less fuel and eke it out as long as we could. But of course, track position's quite important with endurance racing, just purely for the fact of you don't want to come out the pits and then instantly have to battle with blue flags because you'll just lose lots of time. So maybe that's another reason as to why that the later double stinting is a better option. We didn't suffer too badly, I don't think, anyway. But go on, Phil.
I was going to say my interpretation of it was more like, I always think double stinting is something you do on the fly. Like, you obviously have, like, if there's a point where that we're definitely double stinting here, then fine. But I feel like there's a point where double stinting for us, particularly at Paul Ricard last time out, we went from like P17 to P3 overall, which was quite good. But we the way we double stinted was more about here, but like it was also about like where you are, and you mentioned traffic, which is a good point. Where if you're double stinting, you don't want to be racing anybody. It sounds a bit silly, but because you're racing people anyway. But you don't want to have somebody in your wing mirrors or in front of you, like, or else you're going to get caught in that trap of I've got to keep up with him or I've got to keep him ahead when you need to be focusing on looking after your tyres. Particularly if you just come out the pit lane and there's a car in front of you that you're fighting for position. They're not double stinting, but you are. You don't really want to be in that position where you're trying to push to keep up with them because they're single stinting, you're double stinting. You need to look after your tyres, and it's very easy to fall into that trap.
Yeah, I can imagine so, and that's why for me the team side, the racing, endurance racing, team racing, that's why I love it so much. It's not just flat out to the end. I mean, don't get me wrong, you want to go as fast as possible, obviously, but there is that element of strategy involved and protecting tyres. That's what I love about this World Tour as well. There's that element of having to look after tyres because for those that don't know, there is an allotted amount of tyres per team can have during the race, which during this event in an 8-hour race they are limited to 6 tyre sets. So yeah, it's there's just that another element for the team to think about. For this, it's a long race, isn't it? 8 hours. There's a lot can happen. Like we've already mentioned many times now. With the drive-throughs for track limits. This is one of those tracks where it's extremely easy to gain those track limits and then eventually get the drive-through. And we've seen many teams already do that. But go on, Phil. So
I was going to say just one on your tyre limit. I think it's going to be interesting next time out the 24 because we've got 16 sets of tyres to look after for the 24, which means you're going to work out how many with what's that now? You're like 16, so you're 8 tyres short?
Yeah.
To do a tyre every stint, so what's that? So that's double stinting 8 times.
Yes. Yeah, exactly.
Fun, isn't it?
And Jesse with his quick maths just said, it's a third of the race and basically we're going to be double stinting.
Yeah, because that was what the calculation was from. It was from the 6 hour we did where we said, I think that's what I did because I remember we did this in the admin chat, deciding how many tyre sets we'd use, and I just said, why not just copy the 6 hour event where we had 6 hours and 4 sets of tyres, so 2/3 or whatever.
Yeah.
So
that's like I said, that's what it's just that other element, isn't there? The teams have got to think about. I know. An 8-hour race, it's 6 tyre sets, so it's only two times you've got a double stint. But some teams will opt to take those tyres off and then use them later on, whereas some teams like we have, where we've double stinted on the same drive with the same tyres. So, at least the other way around, of course, you can reset those pressures and go again. But of course, you don't know what the tyre wear is. That's the difference. But I know it's one of those things. But Phil, it's that time. It's we've got 2.5 hours to go. I understand you've now got to leave. I believe it's for stewarding duties.
Yes, I've got to go and put some drivers on the naughty step. So
And let's hope there's not that many for you to have to go through. But I just want to say, well, I just want to say thanks, Phil. It's been great having you in, and I'm sure you've had fun, which you just said, so that's great. And yeah, we're gonna take a short break, and Jesse Lee's going to put us on board, or maybe put the camera somewhere innocuous. We're going to stay on board, I'm told. So we're going to stay on board with Nico Koizma, and we're going to take a short break, and I don't know, maybe go and have a hot dog or two. But anyway, see you in a bit. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, wherever you are in the world. Thanks for watching RCI World Tour here on YouTube and Twitch. We're at round 3 at the Circuit of Americas for the 8 hours of the Circuit of Americas, and we have had a great race so far. We have only got 2 hours and 13, just over 2 hours and 30 minutes left to go, and it's crazy to think that already. I mean, 8 hours really is a long time, but it's certainly flown by in this race. But we certainly had a lot going on. I am joined, of course, by Jesse Lee, the great commentator Jesse Lee. Jesse, how have you found it so far?
Well, it's been a crazy race, Les. Hello, and hello to all of you at home again. It's been a crazy day. We've had a little bit of everything, technical difficulties on our end, technical difficulties on the back end of ACC as well, but somehow we've nearly all made it. Still the only car that has left us today. I forgot the number, but we have, of course, had the issues with the number 30, but they have, of course, returned. It's been one of those days. Attrition on the racetrack's not been high, but the blood pressure for nearly every team and driver has certainly been rising. We're with one such driver. Timothy Flamger has joined us out of the Split 2 camp. Take it away, Mr. Stevenson.
So, Timothy, thank you for joining us in the comms box here. I hear, as Jesse's said, that you're in Split 2. If you just wanted to introduce us to your team and how your race has gone so far.
Yeah. I'm normally in Split 1, but I'm in Split 2 today because our team of Alpha Sim Sport that's racing in that split, one of the drivers needed to go to a concert last minute, so he gave me the keys to the car.
Do you know who they were seeing?
Rammstein.
Fair. That's a fair trade. I can't even hate on that.
Yeah. I was like, all right, you can go to that concert. So, yeah, I hopped in, did qualifying, started on pole, and now my other teammates, now that I drove the first 90 laps because of the server outage, they're taking it away. Currently, from what I can see, we're in P2, so it's going pretty well.
Certainly sounds like it, and to be, being P2 in any race is always a great thing, especially after, well, what is almost 6 hours of racing. But yeah, no, that's great to hear. And as many of you now heard, we have had, unfortunately, some technical difficulties on our end, but also in the ACC server browser, meaning that drivers weren't able to join their teammates ready to probably what was sounded like to take over from Timothy there. But yeah, so how long were you in the car for total then, Timothy?
Including practice and qualifying, it was a little over 4.5 hours. Just the race was triple stint to start, so 90 laps.
Yeah, that's an awful long time for anyone to be in any car. And but a circuit like this is quite a demanding circuit, I think you'll agree. And how's your strategy been? Is it been completely thrown out the window, or are we on track?
No, our strategy was completely tossed out the window. I was going to do the first 2 and then finish the race with a double stint on the old tires, but instead the other guys are going to have to do all the double stinting on the bad tires.
So you've done 3 single stints, have you, or have you double stinted? Yeah. Oh, okay, yeah. So
3 singles and burned up fresh tires every time.
There's nothing better, is there, than handing over to your teammates with some dodgy old tires and taking all the new ones up. But no, that's interesting. I mean, how have you found it in Split 2? I mean, you've already said that you're normally a Split 1 guy. How have you found it in Split 2? How's the driving etiquette, should we say, going on in Split 2?
Yeah, it's been good. And the Bentley that's in P1 right now has some fast guys in it too, so it's not like I was alone. The whole triple stint, I think I only gained 18 seconds on the car behind.
Yeah, I mean, it's over. Would you say just over 4 hours? That's it's not an awful lot of time game. I mean, it's still a good fair gap, but no, that's great to hear, and I'm glad your team are having a good time and having what looks like a promising result on the horizon. But I'm going to pass you over to Jesse now and see what Jesse's got to get from you.
Well, Flamger, you and I have one thing in common. We're American, so we're superior in every single way. We know that. We're not going to have to rehash that. I do have a couple of questions for you. We have a long-standing argument here at RCI, usually amongst the Europeans, but I'm curious what your take is. Are you a tea drinker or a coffee drinker, or maybe none of the above?
I do both, but I prefer coffee.
Prefer coffee. When you drink tea, is it hot or cold?
It's 90% of the time hot, but iced tea is really good as long as it's made in the sun and sweetened.
There you go. Do you have a particular brand of hot tea that you enjoy?
Not really. I just get whatever looks good at the store. I stay away from the high volume stuff like Rosebud and Lipton and whatnot, but I get the fancier stuff.
There you go. We've had that as well. Somebody's answered that before. Another one, we just got done talking about biscuits, something that you and I know as cookies. Do you have a favorite cookie?
Yeah, I'm an Oreo guy.
Oreo guy. Yeah, so is John Dalton. He loved them so much he named himself after them. Of course, Oreos needs no introduction. So no jammy Dodgers for you? Nothing of that sort?
No.
I want to ask you a question about Alpha Sim Sport. All jokes aside, Alpha Sim Sport, household name around here. Everybody knows you, a lot of your teammates as well. I mean, what's it like? How are you fitting in with that team, and what's the team chemistry like?
Oh yeah, we're kind of a big house now. We're not esport only. I mean, I'm the captain of the esport team, so to speak. So when we do SRO or anything like that, I'll be involved in that. But we're also full community spectrum. As I said, we have a team of guys that are running in Split 2 here today. And we're basically just a bunch of chums that hang out and do endurance races together.
That's really cool. And here's the thing about Alpha Sim Sport: they're fast, but at the same time, they've got that that friends that have the same sort of hobby and passion vibe, which is incredibly rare as high up as you lot tend to finish a lot of the time. So, how do you deal with that? Because a lot of times in the bigger teams, there's like egos and also too scheduling's a nightmare. How does Alpha Sim Sport deal with that and keep that nice, cool vibe that you have?
That's very helpful that we're not like one country. We're all over the place. That way, when we do these endurance races, I'm on the American time zone. We've got some people in Europe. We've got some people in way Eastern Europe, and so it's nice that we can just kind of cover the whole spectrum as the sun flies around the. And as far as the sweaty tryhard stuff, we just try and elevate each other so that we're all doing relative the same pace and make the stint sheet and try and stick to it. Scheduling is most of the trouble.
Yep, there you go. It does help in that case. I've always been the token American on a lot of European teams doing night stints. I think a lot of us Americans end up doing that as well. But it is nice having so much coverage like you have to do that. But even still, you've got to find the spot where the pieces fit in.
Yeah, we've got some people in Nordic countries, so like they're like 7 hours ahead of me, and then you got people on the West Coast that are even like 3 hours behind me. So there's like a 12-hour gap. And yeah, you're right. As an American, you usually end up doing a lot of driving at night if it's on a European server.
Well, there you go. Timothy Flamger for Alpha Sim Sport. Shout out your teammates and anyone else that makes this possible for you guys.
Yeah. The boys in Split 2 are in car 294, the Ferrari. We got Mick and Irek on there, and they're going to finish the race out, and hopefully they can reel in P1.
There you go. Anybody else you want to shout out? Family, maybe? Anybody helping you out today outside the team?
No. If anybody knows me, you're awesome.
Aww. See, Les, I know him. That means I like that. I'm a big fan of that. Timothy Flamger, champion here at RCI several times over now, mind you, and still getting it done. Thanks for coming and talking to us.
Yeah, when's Ted bringing Night Owl back?
Do you not know? I thought we announced that. It comes back in 3 weeks from now, thereabout.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, signups will be open before that, I think. But Night Owl's coming back in early June.
Sweet. Well, I guess I'll see you there then.
Absolutely. Take care, Mr. Flamger. Thanks for talking to us. Good luck, Alpha Sim Sport. I love talking to Americans, Les, because we have a weird take in sim racing, a lot of us, because we end up a lot of sim racing. There's a huge European base. Not saying that there's not on the North American continent, because there is, but you end up mixing with different nationalities, time zones. Flameger illustrated that with Alpha Sim Sport and how they have literally drivers from all over. I don't think there's a common nationality amongst them. It's so widespread that can hurt you, and it can also benefit you in a lot of different ways. And as an American, we get we get really good at racing in the dark.
Yeah, I can imagine. And there was me sort of thinking you're going to say it's because you share the same name of biscuits called cookies, but yeah, no. It's but I did actually forget about cookies, so I do apologise, Jesse. But yeah, no, it's I think for someone, a team like Alpha Sim Sport, it must work very well. You've got some great driver lineups. We already know that Timothy Flanger is in there. We all know how quick he is. So for someone, and I'm sure there's others of his caliber in the team. For someone like myself, maybe to go into Alpha Sim Sport and for them to then teach me, maybe some better lines or better braking techniques. Yeah, it sounds like it gels really well. And I think, like you said, with the different countries or the different nationalities, that these they've got in their teams, it must work really well with the endurance events. And for a team like ours, we're all UK based. It's very difficult for a 24-hour race. There's going to have to be at least one person doing the night stint, and when you got work on the Monday, it's a little bit difficult to get back into the routine. But for a team like Alpha Sim Sport, that probably works quite well.
I think as Americans too, it's a little weird because if we team up with other Americans, we have the same problem that somebody eventually has to sleep, and you're just really hoping. Back in the day, somebody was the night owl on your team. Somebody was on purpose staying up. They were working their sleep pattern around if they could to stay up all night, and if they weren't, you better hope they have a whole lot of fizzy drink and candy and all sorts. But it's one of those now where there is a natural pairing with European crowd from all over and an American in there somewhere that picks up the shifts that nobody else really wants to do. I really enjoy racing in the dark anyway, and I know a lot of Americans don't, but I do because it's very peaceful. It's very tranquil right up until it isn't, and you get lulled into that false sense of security because your vision is very much obstructed, but there's something serene about that is really nice. Is that Shelgren? It is, in the 475 drive-through penalty for track limits. They've not been coming in frequently, but they have been consistent. We're averaging about 1 to 1.5 drive-throughs an hour right now.
You certainly are, and that is that's not great news for the 475. And being up in what is effectively P2 in class, that's certainly going to bring the 900 back into play and back into P2 for their class. But as they now serve the drive-through as we speak. But yeah, I think you're right. There haven't been drive-throughs every single, what feels like every single minute, which I was a bit shocked at. I was expecting it to be a bit of a domino effect, as Phil said earlier. But yeah, there has been quite a few, and it's not totally unexpected at a track like this. But we are talking about the top split, so you'd like to think that the driving is a little bit more on the edge, but equally within the limits, and that these guys are proving that. But we have seen quite a few, but not an amazing amount. But it's certainly making the race that little bit more interesting, isn't it?
It really is. Folks, if you're wondering why we're not changing cameras a lot, I've broken it for the second time today. Completely my fault, admittedly. Yeah, I know. And the reason I haven't reset it, I can now because the servers are working. The reason I haven't is I'm a stubborn mule, and I know as soon as I pull away for a moment to reset the system, Nico Kuizma is going to get by Joe Dauber for 9th place, and I'm invested now. It's like Season 6 of the series, and I can't miss an episode, and I know as soon as I do, somebody or something is going to happen here, and this is realistically the only battle on the racetrack right now anyway, so we're not missing anything elsewhere. These two going at it for P9 overall, and I think that's P6. 1, 2, 3, 4. It is indeed P6 in class here.
Yeah, and Charisma and Dorba, we've seen them battle it out many times, and it's always, what I like about these two is it's always clean racing. It's hard but fair, and that's what we like to see here on RCI. And I'm sure as Charisma gets ever so close now to the back end of that AMG Mercedes of Rebound Racing with Joey Dorba at the wheel, it's not going to be long now before they're going to literally be door to door battling out to gain that position. But as we come around now into Sector 3, I do find, Jesse, this part of the track is particularly difficult to get consistently right every lap. I'm certainly no advocate of that. I certainly can't do it every lap. And I just seen, Jesse, as well, we got some penalties coming through from the stewards.
Right, you are. We're going to wait for them. They populated in the sim. We're going to wait for them to show up in the penalty report. We'll bring you the reason behind that. Jordan Daly in the pit lane. He's done at least a double stint. It may be a triple stint. Just the two drivers on that 769 RCI Bentley, him and Christoph Estrepa. Estrepa came out early and did at least 2 stints, and now Daly's been in there for at least 2 stints as well as we get closer to the natural conclusion of this race. But Wouter Billen has received a time penalty, and so has Ignacy Buchek, and that tells me that the stewards are very much awake and they're very much handing out some penalties. So here we go. New penalties for the first time since early in the race. Lap 131, turn 12, incident involving the 796 and the 15-second penalty for car number 2 for avoidable severe contact, followed by an overtake with another avoidable contact. So a compound penalty there, equaling out to 15 total seconds of penalty. Same lap, 131, turn 13 with the 796 and the 2, a 5-second penalty for the 796 for not holding brakes, leading to avoidable contact. We showed you that live and in replay. That was coming down after the kilometer-long straight, that left-hander. We saw the contact and the additional contact. Les commented, you'll recall, Les, that you were hoping that secondary contact was not intentional. The stewards don't feel that it was, but certainly the 796 caused additional strife by not holding the brakes. So everybody guilty of something in that exchange.
Certainly are, and like you said, we saw it live on the stream, and we even got a lovely replay as well. And yeah, there was a bit of door banging, wasn't there, afterwards? And thankfully, it's been deemed as not being intentional. But rightly so. The stewards have deemed that they need to be penalised for it, and the penalties have been dished out. And with a 15-second and a 5 seconds, it doesn't sound like an awful lot, but that's quite a lot of track position. And with the potentials of drive-throughs and what else to come with the little amount of time we do have left for this race, it can be quite crucial. But I'll tell you one thing we haven't done, Jesse. We haven't checked the YouTube chat for a while, and I do apologise, guys. And I haven't seen the messages, or we haven't had a chance to really go through them with the interview with Timothy Flanger, of course. But there has been a lot of going on in the chat, and I do appreciate you guys coming in with the chat. Please carry on if you can. But we do have the likes of Stoffel Scirocco and Reiko44 getting involved, and Cliff Bolker, and we do appreciate you coming in. There's a lot of chat there about I think they talked about the boat league, about how good it is around here. But Christopher Strapen and Jordan Daly are certainly proving that today as well, aren't they, Jesse?
Yeah, they really are, and a lot of teams will be looking at that, and they'll probably be wishing for some sort of additional balance of performance. Keep in mind the BOP is custom today, as it is for World Tour all season long, and it's the LFM BOP is what it is. So it's not a custom homebrew here at RCI. It is the LFM BOP here in World Tour. So that's what they run an LFM. That's what we run here. It updates pretty much weekly, I think, and this is the one of the more up-to-date ones. I know sometimes Tom doesn't update it instantaneously on the servers, on the practice servers when it happens, but pretty much race by race, when it does get updated, then it will reflect that in the very next race. Of course, no Mustangs in the field here today. That is because of, more of the BOP reasons, to be fair, because there wasn't a reliable BOP from LFM for this track before we went to it. So they decided to completely omit it. But I have been told after today, if new teams want to join and pick the Mustang for the final couple of rounds, and that includes the 24-hour of Red Bull Ring in the month of June, they can select the Mustang. But only new teams. Old teams cannot change their car. They cannot sign out and sign up again. New teams only can select the Mustang, but I'd reckon we're going to see a few.
I think you're right there, Jesse. I really do think we're going to see a few. And then a track like Red Bull Ring, with its straights, it's a fast circuit, and we have seen already with the Mustang GT3 car that it is extremely strong on the straights and very good on the brakes, I hear. So be interesting to see how the BOP works for that car. But we talk about the Bentley being very good in these first few rounds. I mean, we must remember the BOP has been added. It's deemed by LFM. That's the guys that do it, and their BOP for this race, for example, is giving the Bentley Continental minus 28 kilograms. So they're obviously seeing that the Bentley is not exactly OP at a track round here, around the Circuit of Americas, and I think what we're witnessing is just a truly great team that are going out there and literally smashing it every week. Yeah, I'd say every week, but every race so far.
Well, you'd be mostly right, because that team that are driving that one of those Bentleys is actually, beg pardon, it's not a two-man team with Verstappen and Jordan Daly. I forgot Philippe Breccia in that team, and the reason I've forgotten Philippe, and I do apologize, Philippe, if you watch this back on VOD, I've forgotten about that because I knew that for the first 6 hours of the race, it was Verstappen and Daly only. And I had forgotten that Philippe was coming in to do cleanup duty at the end of this race. So my apologies, Philippe. I forgot you simply because I knew you were going last. And it's not a two-car team, though, as I have erroneously mentioned a few times. That is a three-car team. And I'll tell you something about those three drivers. They are almost impossible to beat when they're at their best. And Friday Champ illustrates that to the fullest. It came down to it. Daly and Verstappen for a GT2 championship yesterday. And what happened? Spoilers. It ended in a dead tie. 170 championship points apiece. Via countback, based on wins, Daly wins it 3 wins to 2. That's how close it was. And they're teammates every other day of the week.
Yeah, that just goes to prove just how good they equally are. And, that's certainly not a first, and it won't be a last championship won there by Jordan Daly or Verstappen. But, we can't forget Philippe Breccia driving today, like you said, and, equally just as quick. And, a team like that with 3 great drivers, it's hardly a surprise to see them, at the head of the field all these races so far. But let's not jinx them just yet. They've still got an hour and 50 to go. We know that Jordan actually was part of the team with, oh my word, the name is escaping my mind right now. Please help me out here, Jesse.
SJ&H?
No. It will come back to me. But of course, Paul Ricard, they had an unfortunate issue, a technical issue, where they had to, one of them had to reset the PCs and start. It's Tidgney. Thank you very much, Joe Dorber, who's joined us in chat. It was Tidgney. He was racing with Tidgney.
How does Joe know that? Not only how did Joe know that? How did he know that quick? Well done, Joe.
Well, Joe's Joe's very good like that. That's why. And thank you very much, Joe, who, by the way, has put in chat that he's not particularly a fan of this AMG that currently racing with Rebound for Nico Kumpu, of course, has taken over from Joe. He's handed the car over, but doesn't sound like he's having much fun in that car around a track like this. I know that he wasn't particularly having fun around Paul Ricard either, but they still had what I think was a strong result. But yeah, thank you, Joe. But yeah, as I was saying, they had their difficulties. I believe it was a connection issue of some sort. I don't know exactly what it was, but a reset had to be done, and I believe that Jordan had to drive the majority of that race because of it. But it just goes to prove, it doesn't matter who you team someone up, like Jordan up with. It's gonna be a good result either way, as long as it's a clean race and no one, unfortunately takes them out. But yeah, no, a great team, and a great car choice. It's obviously a car they gel with, and they feel comfortable with to be able to get these sort of lap times out of.
Well, folks, this is the scariest position in motorsports. Let me explain. Felipe Breccia has got to the racetrack late. He did his practice, in all likelihood, yesterday evening. He's had a full day of work or away from the sim rig, and now he's come and joined the race in progress in a car that is driven from the back to the front, and he's here, and he's got one job, and that's not to crash the car, that's to not get drive-through penalties, and that's to finish this race strong. 31 seconds to gap back to the Forza Italia.pl Ferrari with Adam Dubil behind the wheel. And you may be asking, Jesse Lee, why is that scary? Because the only thing you can do is not screw up and win this race. Anything else you do is a negative. Your teammates have done the heavy lifting. All you need to do is drive around a track in Austin, Texas for 2 hours without getting in the way, without getting damaged, without doing anything silly. And that is the scariest reality of all for a driver in Philippe's shoes. I want to be the driver who helps get the car to where it is. I don't want to be the driver where the only conclusion is win or screw it up. That is a scary reality and a coin flip I don't want to have.
And of course, we don't even know how many track limits they're on. So
True.
Poor Philippe might be jumping in the car with 3 track limit warnings and has got to bring this car home for this last 1 hour and 46 minutes as it is now. So yeah, we don't even know that status. So it'd be interesting. But I mean, yeah, I probably wouldn't want to be in his shoes myself. But at the same time, it is very rewarding bringing the car over the finish line at the end and getting that win or that podium position for the team. And it is, it's a nice feeling. But we're now seeing Nico Kumpu with Rebound Racing. Looks like they're chasing down the Team Monkey Racing in the 45 McLaren there. As they're getting, is it blue flags? Yes, they're getting blue flags because of DeBille coming through. I mean, look at that. P2 about to lap, P10 already. That's the sort of thing you sort of see in a 24-hour race. To be seeing this in what is effectively just over 6 hours gone, it's quite incredible. It just goes to prove that that when you can put it together, you can almost lap the entire field within 8 hours.
Yep, it is one of those things where racing is uniquely interesting because you can have an entire 8 hours worth of work undone in one fell swoop, and it can be completely not your fault when it occurs. Good use of the indicators on that car there. You'll notice indicating both directions, I believe, at some point. But Nico Kumpu getting a run here on the Ferrari and thinking about it. Nope, I'm on a different lap. No reason to do it. Just maybe give him a little bump draft and a little help to catch the cars in front of him. I've always said the scariest position is playing with a lead, and that doesn't, it's the same thing. It doesn't matter if it's a race, if it's a stick and ball sport. Playing with the lead's scary because you can get sort of lax, mistakes creep in. Racing drivers trained to go 95 to 99% most of the time. When you tell them to go 85 or maybe 80%, then they start getting confused because they're not used to that. Mistakes creep in, and it can all fall apart. The only reason I mention that is we've all been there at some point in our sim racing career, haven't we? Where it looked like we were on cruise control, and it all came undone. And I've certainly had that happen to me in iRacing in the past where I couldn't be beaten. And then I stacked it, and I ended up DNFing a race that was a sure victory. And that, of course, is why it's scary.
Yeah, exactly. And it just takes that one lapse of concentration. You can easily lose the back end around a corner where you've done, 100 laps before, for example, or in this case, 175 laps. No problem whatsoever. And that one time, that one lapse of concentration, the back end steps out, and before you know it, you're in the wall. But it is a scary time for that driver or those drivers that are in that position. And but I'm sure Philippe's cavalry, they're going to be taking it easy and just bringing it home if they can. At the same time, we've got to remember that the 500, they're no slow coaches, so let's see how they get on. Like I said, we've still got just under an hour and 3/4 to go. There's still plenty of time for the 500 to catch up to the 769 RCI Esports Bentley, but we now see Nico Kumpu back on the charge to get to that Team Monkey McLaren racing team. As now DeBille, as you can see, has now managed to make the pass on both cars. But I did wonder actually as he was going down the back straight towards turn 12 whether Nico was either giving him the bump draft of Adam DeBille, or just trying to get that slipstream. But we're going to see a race replay. Oh, and we're going to see a race replay. Exactly what I was talking about. But it did look like he was definitely giving him a bump draft with the indicator. Joe, if you're watching, please turn the indicator on.
Oh man, when he ducked out of DeBille's slipstream there, that was really close to disaster because you can netcode hook somebody like that. But again, little international assistance here in Austin, Texas. But you have a little fun in games. You're kind of out there on your own island, but you're absolutely right. This team has been through it today. Forza Italia, not a team that is unfamiliar with sort of chaos in races. They always seem to respond. They had a really weird opening to Paul Ricard, as memory serves, and they rebounded from that quite well as well. Today, they've driven back up through the top 5. They find themselves P2. A lot of cars off sequence. I don't think the lead several are. I do know that Pierre Molin in 4th is a little off sequence. So is Cliff Bulke back in the field as well. Yannick Pastushka is a little off sequence, and so is Marcin Adamczyk as well. Those cars a little off sequence, and I can tell that because their pit laps are around lap 70 or lap 170 to lap 173, and that's not usual. You'll see the rest of these cars, including Brecha, DeVille, Ingman, they will all come in somewhere near each other.
Yeah, and I think it is where sometimes it can get a little bit confusing. Confusion can definitely set in. Unless you've got that information to hand to know when these guys have pitted, it can get a little bit confusing. But at the moment, we all know at the moment the 769 is the leader and will continue to be the leader. I would have thought once the pit stops have all cycled through. With an hour and 40 though, most of these teams now we're looking at probably most of them are going to be doing at least one more. Some may be doing 2 more stops. Depending on who's double stinting this last part of the race and who's taking fresher tyres. I know we're dropping hammer racing in the number 46 Ferrari. It's fresh tyres all the way to the end. So the double stintings are over, and it's all about trying to maximise the pace available all the way to the end. But they're currently sat in P6 in class. So considering they had a drive-through, it's not too bad going. But as you can see, we're back with Nico Kumpu, still trying to get to the back of that Team Monkey Racing McLaren. And like we said, Joe joined us in chat. Sounds like they're not really enjoying this car all that much. I haven't driven the Mercedes all that much, Jesse. I don't know about yourself, but from what I have used of it, it's a difficult car to get used to if you're not used to the front engine. aspect of it, and it's a grunty car. It's got a big old V8 lump in the front of that thing, and it's heavy on the front end. But you know, some people suit this type of car, some people don't, and obviously for Joe, as he's already told us in chat, he's definitely not suited to this car by the sounds of it. Probably still on pace, but he's not liking it either way.
Yeah, Joe Dauber saying that he's keeping his mouth shut on some of the contacts out there and how close it was to incident. Very humorous as always. By the way, if you're watching us over on Twitch, first of all, thank you very much. Number two, just want to give you guys a shout out. Average Dutchman followed us a few days ago. Ferreira did the same. Ben22 Racing followed us hours ago now. But Ben, if you're still in chat, thank you so much. And Ravinder 2 as well with the follow. Please, if you're over on Twitch, drop us a follow. It is Race RCI, or is it Race? What is it? I forgot. No, it's RCI TV. It's the same thing on both channels. You think, as the broadcast director here, I would know what the channel name is, but it is Race. It is RCI_TV, not Race RCI. Those are imposters. Grim Lilith, the best ACC controller racer in the world. Oh, I can do a better Clarkson than that. Grim Lilith, the best controller driver in the world. Says, imagine driving around here. Joke's on him. I think he is. A lot of animosity for this racetrack, Les. I've heard that all day, that it is not a favored track.
No, it certainly isn't. And I think a lot of it is the fact of it's just so critical to stay within track limits here. It's so, what's the word? Easy, I think is probably the easiest and best way to put it. It's so easy to get a track limit here. Some would say it's a little bit aggressive in the way it does track limits around here, but and a lot of people don't like it. It's a long circuit, anti-clockwise, as you probably noticed on the track map that's kindly offered to us on the stream. 20 turns in total, 3.5 miles, or just under 3.5 miles long, 5.5 kilometers, and it's you know, there's quite a lot of elevation change, 41 meters or 133 feet in total, and that turn one, that is definitely a corner that takes a lot of getting used to. Sorry. For the braking phase, because as you can see here, as they come into turn one, it's an very uphill. I mean, it's well, John Dalton told us earlier, it's 11 degrees gradient. You know, and that's an awful lot of power needed to get up that. I mean, you would have thought that Dacia Logan probably would struggle getting up that even after going down there. You'd probably have to drop down 2 gears, I would have thought, to get up the steep gradient.
So, Les, let me get this straight. Your Dacia Logan or an actual Dacia Logan?
An actual Dacia Logan, because let's be honest.
That, folks, is a callback joke from the last endurance stream we had here on Saturday. And if you were there and you enjoyed that, you're welcome.
Oh, yeah, no, it was good fun, that was. The
it's a weird-looking Dacia, if you ask me. Weird.
It was a beautiful-looking Dacia, kindly given to me by you know, the lovely Callum Kerrigan, who done the livery for me. But yeah, no, it was a great event, and I actually won that race in my class. I was even happier than normal. But yeah, just going back to that turn one, it's such a steep gradient. It's weird on the braking phase. It's also cambered as well slightly. So yeah, it's a heavy braking zone, but it's not as heavy as you expect it to be because of that gradient. And as we're on board now, Wigney goes for the overtake. As he tries to get into that, gets the apex and gets it out nicely, closes the door, and gets the move done. And that looks really simple.
Yeah, it looks simple, but we know better, don't we? Anybody who races knows that looked academic. It was not. That was many laps of trial and error, trying to figure out where you may have an advantage, whether that be manufacturer-based or driver-based, tire-based, strategy, whatever it was. You're trying to probe for weakness, and it all came down to getting a good enough run off of turn 20 down that pitch straight and being able to use the draft and knowing where to brake. We talked about the humongous elevation change up to turn 1. They call it Big Red. It is definitely big, and it is about 5 stories from the bottom to the top and 11 degrees gradient, as you said, and that is very tricky because completely unsighted. We talk about blind turns a lot. That's kind of what makes Sector 3 here real difficult, is every corner is, I wouldn't call it flat, but it's definitely blind because you cannot spot your apex, and that's always a problem. Turn 1 is the Uber version of that. It's uphill. I'm gonna sound like an old man. My turn 1's uphill in the snow both ways, but it is, and it's impossible, and it's a ridiculously tight corner as well. It's not even, it's worse than a 90, you know, so it's a super, I mean, I'd probably call that a hairpin as well, though it's not technically a true hairpin because you don't go 180.
Agree on that.
But yeah, imagine that.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'd call it a hairpin. It's not quite 180 degrees like you said, but it's not far off it. And it's just a tricky corner, isn't it? If you're not used to this sort of elevation change, then turn 1 for you. I mean, look at that in the distance. Turn 1, that is humongous. It doesn't look quite as bad when you're on board with a driver, but yeah, like you see, I mean, obviously the wing mirror, the rearview mirror, is in the way. I mean, it's still steep, but certainly when you look back from the last corner going down the pit straight up towards turn 1, it's mammoth, and that's why they call it Big Red, I suppose. But but you know, I think it's a challenging track. I think it's, you know, anyone says they don't like it, I think they're probably not. They're probably not telling the whole truth. I think there is definitely aspects of the track they are going to like, because it's got everything. You've got elevation change, you got lefts and rights. You know, it's not a NASCAR track. It's you know, and talking of which, you know, this track hosts many different series of racing. You know, we've got, you know, WEC come here. We've got NASCAR. They come here with all their different series, with the, you know, the Camping World Truck Series and the Xfinity Series, and of course the Sprint Cup Series. And we've got F1 come here. You know, and then obviously the endurance side. You know, with the GTWC and Trans Am. So, you know, there's plenty of stuff that comes here, and you know, there's a reason for that. It is a great facility, and it can produce great racing. And with a great big long straight here, as you can see, there's a lot of drafting goes on, and getting that braking right into this turn here as well, with it being off camber, can prove to be very tricky, and you can often see quite a lot of accidents here.
Yeah, it's a very technical track. It's a tricky track. It's hard to get your head around. But one thing I will give Circuit of the Americas over a lot of tracks is a lot of tracks are a one-trick pony. They're good for one thing. And especially if they're FIA Grade 1 tracks like COTA is, they do one thing really well, and that's all they do. COTA's weird. Because it has so many different kinds of turns, it kind of works for everything in a weird way. I've seen great sports car races here, great WEC races here, great NASCAR races here, great open wheel races. Hell, I've seen great rallycross races here. So it's one of those deals where somehow this place works. It may not be your favorite track to drive on, but as an actual track, it produces excellent racing, and it's simply because it's 20 turns. They're all very different. Nothing is too samey around here, and it is a huge challenge. Nobody puts together perfect laps. Somebody somewhere is going to slip up, and it's going to give you an opportunity. I think it's great for racing. It may not be driver's favorite to race on, though. Well, that's going to be just about it for me. I think I'm going to go back into the shadows and give way to a better sounding individual, maybe of Dutch origin, and also a better champion, and a recent champion, the most recent champion that we've had here at RCI, just crowned less than 24 hours ago. Kevin Boss, Les Stevenson, take us to the checkered flag.
I really thought when you said Les, you were going to say the most recent champ, Les Stevenson. It's like, are you really doing this to me, Jesse Lee? But no, you didn't. Thank you very much for that, Jesse. And Les, I'm really looking forward to this last, hour and a bit, because we've never been in a box together.
We have not. Oh, you've really caught me out there. I've got it in the back of my head that we have joined each other in the booth once before, but maybe that wasn't live on air. Anyway, on that note, yes, as you allude to, literally just under an hour and a half left to go. We've certainly got a lot of racing left to go as well. 182 laps complete so far. As you can see, the 769 still leading the race. with Fleet Breccia in the car at the moment. We've seen some great battles on track, some great battles down pit lane, and of course quite a lot of the drive-throughs been coming through, but not an awful lot. I honestly thought it was going to be more, Kevin. I understand your team are racing in Split 2, and I just wondered if you could give us a bit of an update with how your team's getting on.
So we did a big dumb and decided to give Cormac, who was in for the hour 3 and 4, to give him the fresh tyres, and then I did a double after. But what I forgot was that the temperature would increase by that much in that time. So we lost some positions when I was in the car. We also finally got the DT because we'd been on 3 warnings since the 3rd hour. But yeah, now we got Piotr in the car for the last, what is it, hour 3/4. Currently P9, so still top 10, which is decent though. Honestly, we think we should be higher up.
Yeah, but it's still good going, and that's Cormac, as in Cormac Malloy, who's
our Cormac Malloy. Yes.
Yes, and you know, he's part of the broadcasting team as well, and it's great to see him out on track. And yeah, it sounds like you're doing pretty well. So yeah, it's great to hear. And how's I mean, we spoke to Timothy Flanger already about Split 2 going on, and Ted Edwards, of course. Can't forget Ted and his team. So just wanted to see what your opinion was in regards to how the driving sort of standards have gone on in Split 2, because from what we've heard so far, it's been pretty good actually.
It's been pretty good in general. There have just been a few outlying cases. One of which happened to me, where a blue flag car came out the pits and fully centered on me into turn 1, which I wasn't too happy with. And basically alongside on the back straight, I got pushed all the way to the edge. It's like, if I didn't move, we both would have suffered massive damage, I think. So it's like, people please think sometimes. But yeah, in general, it has been really good, and yeah, the few incidents that have been there have been taken care of by the stewards.
Yeah, and that kindly leads us on actually to remind everyone that the live stewarding is back open for Split 1. So you know, those teams that are listening and don't know that it is back open, and we've had some penalties being applied to some of the teams already from the incidents that would have happened during their little break. But obviously, you know, in Split 2, it's it can still be reported. It's just not. Is it actually? I'm going to say that. Is it actually live stewarded? I can't remember. Sorry, Kevin.
So Split 2 is live stewarded, but everything goes through the video uploading through the form in the Split 2 chat. So once those videos are uploaded, the stewards will have a look. It's just a little bit more difficult for us to get to the stewards, but it is, every incident that's reported is still being looked at.
Yeah, that's great, and you know, we can't thank them enough, can we, Kevin? You know, to have the stewards be able to do this for us in these World Tour races. You know, it's great to have the live stewarding function available, and you know, even for Split 2, to be able to report something and it gets dealt with during the race. You know, like I said, I mean, I couldn't do it, Kevin, but you know, it's definitely one of those jobs that we have to be very thankful for them being along and being able to do this, you know, for this series.
Oh, definitely. I sort of accidentally joined the stewarding team as well during the 6-hour series at the start of last year. I was planned to do some commentary, and I was already in the box, but I was not needed, so I just went to the stewards and they said, "Are you just going to chill here or do some work?" I was like, "I can do some work." And since then, you know, I've also seen what the stewards have to deal with, and I will say some incidents are clear cuts, textbook cases, but others are really difficult, where you really have to look at, you know, some of the minute inputs that some of the drivers do, whether to tell like, oh, this was an accident, or this was more on purpose, or just not a smart decision by the driver. So yeah, it is a very difficult job, and yeah, we can't thank him enough.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, that's another great thing about this community, isn't it? You know, we've got that option Luckily, we have people that are dedicated to be able to do that for us, because we're commentating now, but we have been involved in the race as well, and that's what, like I said, that's what I love about this community personally. There's a lot of involvement, but also there's a lot of time and effort that gets put into these events, and they can be held. But yeah, so Kevin, there's a burning question on the tip of my tongue. We have been talking today about refreshments, and there's two burning questions. The first one, this one's Phil. This is Phil Roberts doing. It has to be.
This is a continuation from the Nordschleife, isn't it?
Yes, of course. I forget that you guys.
I was there.
Having a lot of fun, from what I hear on the stream, and so I'm assuming then we already know what your favourite hot beverage is.
Yorkshire tea.
Okay, Yorkshire tea for Kevin. Now, what about biscuits? Because we were talking about the green room, ready for interview box. Which again, I want to remind everyone that's watching, you're more than welcome to join us. Just come and join us in the ready for interview box in the green room, and Jesse Lee will bring you over into the booth, and we can have a chat with you. And we'd love to hear from you, especially with an hour and 23 left to go. And come and join us. But we were talking about the refreshments available in the green room, and we did get on the subject of what the three favourite biscuits are. So I'm dying to know, Kevin, what are your your favourite three types of biscuit, or of course, if you are American, cookies.
Well, I do like a chocolate chip.
Okay.
It's difficult because I don't really have that many biscuits, so I wouldn't really be able to tell you, honestly. It's I'd have to think about that more than I've got ready, so I couldn't tell you at this point in time.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. We've really caught Kevin out there with the biscuit question. I didn't expect that. I will just pause you though, Kevin, because I've just noticed there is a drive-through appeared up on the timing list. We have a drive-through for the 234 Lamborghini, and it's most likely going to be for track limits for the Swiss RC team, as I can't see anything in the reports from the stewards. So I'm assuming that's for track limits, and that is unfortunate. And again, we could see it coming. And Jesse's already said it seems to be sort of 1.5 drive-throughs an hour, and it certainly seems to be on that trend. So have you had many drive-throughs in Split 2? I mean, I did ask Timothy this. He said not that many, but I think Ted actually. I told it was Ted, but yeah.
And Ted has not been paying attention because it's been raining DTs. It's been quite a bit. Yeah, like I said, we got one ourselves. There are a couple teams that got a couple of them. So yeah, it's been raining DTs, and yeah, it's Split 2 is basically a race of don't get too many DTs. And speaking of DTs, here's another one for Thibaut Oscom in the 30 rebound racing.
It certainly is, and of course that's the sister or team car of the other rebound racer of the 777 with Nika Kumpu and Joe Dorber at the wheel of that one. But yeah, they've managed to pick themselves up another drive-through. I say another drive-through. I do tell a lie. I don't know if they've had any more than one. They have had issues though, and they have kindly returned though and made sure they kept going. Hopefully all the way to the end, and hopefully this drive-through won't put them off. But we're now on board actually with John and Racer. Looks like he's getting overtaken here. Yes, that is definitely an overtake by the 127 McLaren of Reese.
Yeah,
nicely done though into turn one.
Or was it Eraser trying to come back though? Now looking at how Riz is pulling away, that might just be an overtake from Riz on Eraser going out of the last corner. But yeah, we've seen it before, a fight between McLarens earlier in the race where you could see, because it's the same machinery, it's so difficult to pull off that overtake. And here we have a replay of the overtake, and yes, here we can actually see that Ben Riss was behind. We see John Racer just go wide, and that's given Riss enough space to make that pass go through. So yeah, those are the little things that you have to look for when it's the same machinery, possibly on the same strategy. And yeah, then you need to wait for these, as John Eraser has lost yet another position there, I think.
Yeah, I think that's Philip Engman actually making a pass sorry, not a pass. Getting past on the lapping to the Team Monkey Racing car, but it looks like I think we might be looking at different strategies here. I think with that McLaren sort of disappearing off into the distance, I think maybe they're on fresher tyres. I certainly don't think it's going to be pace alone. I could be wrong, obviously, but that's what it looks like from up here in the booth. But yeah, we've got an hour and 19 minutes left to go. The track temperature's now at 25 degrees with an ambient of 19. So, you know, it's getting warmer and warmer as we see John Eraser going very wide there around this last sector. Going off into the marbles, that's certainly not going to help the tyres either. I do think they're struggling with tyre wear now. I do wonder if they're on maybe a double stint or maybe an old set of tyres taken at the last stop. But yeah, the temperature's just climbing and climbing and climbing. It's 11:50 in the morning at Texas, in Austin, Texas. So you know, it's only going to get a little bit warmer before it starts cooling down. But of course, the race will be finished by then anyway. So as we see Carlos Usa coming down pit lane to serve the drive-through penalty. Now, Kevin, a question that was it was being asked earlier actually from Jesse Lee and myself to Phil Roberts, is the way ACC works and the drive-through penalty. If they come into the pit lane and they as they're serving the drive-through penalty, they end up speeding in pit lane. What's your sort of take on you know, what does ACC do then to that penalty? Does it you know, increase the penalty to add on the speeding penalty, or does it just clear off the drive-through and then add on another drive-through?
From what I know, I think is if you already got a drive-through and you speed into the pit lane again, the game sees that as double penalty, reckless driving, and I think that's being put as a disqualification by the game.
Yeah. Yes. Well, it's interesting you say that, Jesse. Sorry, Kevin.
You know, we've got the same beautiful voice, don't we?
Hey, you've definitely got very similar dulcet tones, yes. And but God, you put
we're
me
making
right
Jesse Lee blush here.
Yeah. But yeah, no, it's the way ACC works. It can be funny at times with certain issues like that. But yeah, I'm a firm believer that the penalties will accumulate. So yeah, it's interesting you say that. Phil had a very different opinion to me, and but you know, I think it's one of those I'm gonna have to test out now. I'm desperate to know. But pit lane, I must say though, Kevin, pit lane entry here it's a tricky one. No, you say it's easy, but you can easily get this one wrong.
What I'll say is, like, probably the first time you ever do this pit entry, you'll speed. But then, you know, basically the moment you hit the corner to turn in, you need to be at like 60, maybe 70 kph maximum. Like, you can then activate the pit limiter and you're golden once you hit the pit limit line. Because the first time you turn in, you don't know exactly where the pit board is because it's only visible once you go through the corner. But I say once you know where it is, you know once you hit that corner, you want to be going like 70 kph maximum, and then should be, at least in my opinion, an easy pit lane.
Yeah, I must say that we have seen a few drivers struggle getting in pit lane here. The entrance is, I think, unless you practice it, it's definitely a difficult one to master. It looks easy, but I think, I mean, imagine if there was rain on the horizon and you've got to dive into the pit road to get in on those wet tyres when you're already on slicks. It can be very, very tricky. I mean, we've had a couple of instances where drivers have come in to come and serve their pit stop and they've just completely messed up the entrance and end up going into the runoff area in between, of course, the final corner and and the pit lane. But yeah, we've got a lot going on in chat on the YouTube show anyway, Kevin. We've got unfortunately Michael Redford's telling us that they've had to retire their car. They've had to return back to the garage and retire the car and done for the day. Doesn't sound like they're too happy about it, so I don't know exactly what's happened, but just mentioning how long it's going to take them to get over this, in such a big team event, it can be, heartbreaking. I don't know what's happened. If Michael could maybe elaborate a little bit more on what's happened there, but whether it be a technical difficulty or on-track damage, I don't know yet. But we've also had a donation in the chat with Grim Lilith with a £5 donation, putting in there for all this community has done for me, RCI. So yeah, no, thank you very much, Grim. That's a great donation, and we can't thank you enough. And also Carlos Galatiad is coming to chat, also mentioning not best race, but as Jesse's already said, at least you kept going, guys. When you have all these problems, and to if you come back, it sounds like you guys must have had a disconnect. To come back and battle out all the way to the end with a tear about Roskam now at the wheel, that's the kind of thing we want to see. We want people to you've put all this effort into practice and the qualifying and the first part of the race. At least see it out to the end. And I know sometimes you think to yourself, is it really worth it? Well, it is, because anything can happen. It's a long old race, and we've had just under 7 hours gone now. So, but yeah, no, it's great to see you guys still going and battling out.
Yeah, it's always nice to see the community talk to us, tell us stuff, and then especially when people like Grim come in with that £5 donation. That really helps us here at RCI. Goes back into server costs and help us run everything here. So whoever does that, it's very much appreciated. But I do want to reel it back a little bit to talk about the drive-through story here, Les, because there is a Jag race on Monday. Are you participating in that?
Is it a Monday evening?
In the Monday evening, yes. Jag versus V12.
That is all that's in my diaries on a Monday. There is nothing else that happens on a Monday evening other than I race at RCI.
So what I want to propose to you is, let's do some science. You get the DT for speeding, and you speed again, and we see what happens.
I'd rather not try it out in a real race situation. I believe you race in that series as well, Kevin. Is that true?
Yeah, but I'm ahead of you, so I don't really want to throw away the championships.
Oh, I see. Okay. I don't know if I could. Well, I'll tell you what, Kevin. Why don't we just see what happens? If you try it yourself, I try it. Well, I'm sure we can judge on track who's going to do it. Let's see what happens. But
we could go in side by side if we want to do that.
We're both in the Jag, aren't we?
Yeah.
Well, it's Team Jag all the way. We don't want to mess each other up. Come on.
No. So who's in the V12 that we could get to do this?
Ted. Ted's in the V12.
Oh, Ted. No.
Ted's definitely in the V12.
No, but it's definitely something worth to once put to the test. And yes, like you said, maybe not in an official event, but yeah, it is fun to think about. What would happen?
Yeah, I'm sure it's a disqualification. I'm sure I've seen someone on a SG30. They've gone into pit road. They've sped into pit road, and then as soon as they've left pit lane, bang. DQ. I'm sure of it. I'm sure I've seen that. Whether the SG30 was like the limit already, I don't know how. This is the bit I'm a bit unsure of in the ACC rulings, but yeah, it's I'm sure I've seen that before, but yeah. Anyway, but there we go. Have you thought about these biscuit choices yet, Kevin?
I have not, because I've just been looking at this overtake by Chris Southcutt going from the end of the back straight into that hairpin, passing the Ferrari. I can't see the number of that Ferrari, but if it's the 190 Ferrari of Walker, and I think that it is, yes, it was. So that was an overtake for position, was very cleanly done, and still showing that almost 8 hours into this race, we're still seeing some great racing, great overtakes, and yeah, people still have the concentration going.
We certainly do, and it's quite strange how the timing tower is showing differently to the on-screen. It's going to change, I'm sure. There we go, and it does. It changes, and as you quite rightly said, it was for position, and it was a smooth overtake. And I was too busy thinking about. And as our lovely race replay tool shows, the replay of the cars going around the final corner. So after the overtake was done, but we know what happened. We saw it live. It's fine. It's fine. I was too busy thinking about biscuits, Kevin.
I was trying to steer away from it. And Jesse is in our ears. What was it? Jammy Dodgers, Jesse? We're hearing a lot of them here. So, yeah, Jesse is definitely opinionated when it comes to the biscuits. But we just hear something bad has happened, so we're going to have a look, Les.
Oh, we've got Philip. Oh no, I got a horrible feeling about this.
Well, what?
So we got Kumpu is trying the bump draft against the back of Philip Engman, and wait for it. We've been told to wait for it. We've got to be patient. Is it going to be too hard a hit? Oh, okay. No, it was just a bump draft. The tools picked up contact, and thankfully it was not multiple contacts, of course, as I'm being told in my ear. But yeah, it's picked up the contacts, and thankfully it wasn't anything too serious. But it was just a nice little helping down the back straight, down towards turn 12.
Yeah,
so,
I still don't know how happy Philip Engman will be with those little bump drafts, because everything in that Porsche is lenient on the rear diffuser, and those little taps might just give that little bit of damage. That will make that car less stable. So even though, yes, it did put them forward a bit, it could hamper them a bit later on in the race.
I've got to be honest, Kevin. I think he just, if I was bump drafting him and he wasn't very happy about it, I'd be just telling him to go over himself, because I've helped him down the straight. It's a bit of fun. It's I know it's late on in the race, but it's helping him down the road. Just get on with it. I'm helping you down the straight. I'm saving you fuel. I'm giving you more speed. I'm helping you climb up that order. So I'm sorry, Kevin, but I'd have to say you'd have to just get over it.
Well, that's fair enough. It is just but a little bump, but yeah, I'm just thinking of if I was in a Porsche, I might still be like, I'd rather you wouldn't. But yeah, that might just be me, because the Porsche is already difficult enough to drive, as we see that yellow. I think that was Ferrari again. Yeah, that was the Ferrari of Walker.
I think it was the 127 actually of Reese. I think Nika Kumpu's actually made a move there because of Reese. Yeah, there we go. Ben Reese unfortunately went outbraked themselves into turn 12 and went extremely wide, and Nika Kumpu's made the pass, and I'm sure Joe Dorber's going to be extremely happy about that.
So we just saw them go wide. Kumpu taking the position. So yeah, that's nice and easy for Kumpu. But then, yeah, it's a bit weird what happened here. We might have missed something.
I think we're seeing ACC things here, and it sorted itself out eventually. And as we can see, Kumpu has made the move, and Reese is now P9. But yeah, we're looking at the lead at silver. We've got Bolka in the number 2 Aston Martin for ACC Vandering, still leading that class. Has dropped down the order a bit. They were a P2 overall for quite some time, Kevin, if you didn't see it. Very much, pretty much almost a carbon copy of what happened at Paul Ricard, really. They were doing extremely well there, for much of the race, quite often in P2 overall. Considering they're in silver, it's very good going, as we see Nico now going on through. I think that's for lapping. I'm pretty certain. Yes, yeah, I'm told it's right. So it's now really starting to pull away from from Reese now in that McLaren. But yeah, so Bolker in the SC Vlaanderen number 2 Aston Martin, really sort of showing that the team it's a strong team. You know, it's a strong team in this split, and the Aston Martin really working for them, Kevin.
Yeah, maybe the LFM Bob does have something to do with it. That helps them a bit further on in that Aston Martin. But yeah, everyone knew from the word go that we were using the LFM BOP, and yeah, people still chose cars accordingly. And I think even the likes of Breccia, Verstappen, and Daly, when they picked the Bentley, like they had no idea it was going to be this good. So yeah, it does help them, but it also still shows how strong they've been. But we can look here, P5, 6, and 7 are all Aston Martins in the silver class. So that also shows something, that the Aston Martin is really good here. But yeah, now see, Dario Vianello really close to the back of the car in front, going alongside down the back straight. We might see a move here on Adamczyk into the hairpin, into the brakes. Does he keep the inside? And I think that's a move done and dusted.
Certainly is, and textbook maneuver, really, wasn't it? And you know, got the braking. I must say, with the Ferrari, it's a great braking car, if that makes sense. You can really downshift it quite harshly. The engine can take it, the gearbox can take it apparently, and it really is one that you can really sort of, you know, leave it to the last, you know, depths of the approach to the corner, and you can really brake very, very late in that car. But we're going to take a little short break, Kev. Just before we do, though, it looks like Ben Reese is trying his hardest. You know, for the Tri-Wall Sim Racing McLaren, looks like they're going to try a move on Nico Kumpu down towards turn 12. It's going to be a bit of a block manoeuvre there, as we see Nico taking the inside line. The McLaren trying to get back in the slipstream as we get down towards turn 12 now into the heavy braking zone. Then does it? Oh, it's going to be close. No, and Kumpu is able to keep it in front. But now we're going to go for another. No, he's saying, no, you're not having it. I'm closing that door. You're not having it. And as they come now towards sector 3, the tight, twisty turns towards the start-finish line. But yeah, another lap goes on. But we're gonna take a short break, Kev. We're gonna go get a cuppa, maybe dunk a biscuit or two, and yeah, and Jesse's going to leave us on board with Cliff Bolker in the ACC Vlaanderen number 2 Aston Martin. It'll take us around the circuits of America. But yeah, if you want to turn your TVs up or your handsets, whatever you're listening to or watching us on, and we'll be right back for the last hour of this RCI World Tour Round 3 at the Circuit of Americas. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. Welcome back, folks. We are at the RCI TV here on YouTube and Twitch. And of course, we are with the World Tour Round 3 at the Circuit of Americas. We have been on board during our break with Cliff Bolker and his team, ACC Vlaanderen, as they navigate around this 20-turn anti-clockwise circuit, almost 3.5 miles long, with lots of undulation and elevation change. So quite a difficult circuit, as we already know. Very easy to get track limits, as we've seen with, quite a few drive-throughs, not a massive amount, and a few little incidents. But I'm kindly joined by two great commentators that have decided to join me for the last part of this great race. And of course, we've got the lovely Kevin Boss and also the ever so lovely Jessie Lee. Hello, guys. Welcome.
Yeah, ready for this last 45 and a bit minutes, let's say 45 and 1 lap of this round 3 of RCI World Tour 2024. It's been some great racing so far, and now that we're getting to the business end of this race, I think any place that is going to be close, people will be pushing harder to either overtake, defend, or at least gain as much as they can.
Yeah, it's really going to be interesting to see what happens here in the final few, minutes, as it were, because we're under an hour. Final 45 minutes coming up here in the race. Several cars have already done their final stop of the day. Jordan Daly, while we were away at break, has done just that. We're working lap 202. They came in on lap 197, so they will be done with pitting for the day. Second place currently Pierre Mullen. For one of the sister RCI teams has not done that. They came in at lap 172, so they still have a pit stop to give. I'm doing the math in my head. Yes, they still have a pit stop left to give at some point later on in this race. They can actually leave it quite late if they're trying to do as short a stop as possible. Mateus here in third place. The battle back for Forza Italia PL has been documented today and to great effect. They are currently in a podium position, and they came in just a few laps prior to Daly. This Ferrari team should also be good to go to the end of the race, and so is the same for the nearly on pace 899 with Mikael Sundstrom coming in, doing his second stint of the day. Some differing strategy here, guys. Several cars still yet to make their final stop. The number 2, we just saw them come in, not an issue there. Aiden Carter for the number 900 has a stop left to give. I just saw Yannick Pastuska come in, so they're good. But still, late in this race, a lot of different strategy. Most of the front-running teams, they have decided to come in around the hour mark, which is about standard. Some, though, they're going to try the opposite. They're going to do a minimum time stop at the end of this thing. What do you think about that, Les?
Well, it's certainly going to be a great finish. I mean, like you said, with Mullen pitting at 172, or lap 172, I certainly think they're going to be stopping any time now. I mean, I would have thought that'll be, that's sort of around about 30 laps, isn't it? So they're going to be pitting soon. So I think the order's going to change ever so slightly. But there's quite a few battles going on through the field, and there's going to be, pretty much this is a sprint race now, isn't it? From now to the end, with everyone going to be battling out now, hell for leather to get this, as Kevin's put it, the business end finished of this race. But there's lots of people joining us in chat, which is great to see in YouTube chat and over in Twitch as well. So thanks everyone for the follows and the likes and the odd donation, and it's great to see. And anyone that hasn't hit that like or subscribe button, if you could, that would be greatly appreciated. It really does help us here at RCI TV. So I'm really interested, Jesse and Kevin. But I'm just wondering, with Bolker, leading that ACC Vlaanderen after making that last pit stop, do we think that the 900 Aston Martin? I mean, if you look at that in the silver split as well, by the way, we've got 3 Aston Martins leading the way. But I'm just wondering if Aiden Carter there with the Only the Esports could catch Bolker. I mean, we saw it at the Paul Ricard World Tour Round 2 race with a very, very close finish there. I wonder if we're going to sort of be, treated to a finish like that. I mean, with 43 minutes to go, who knows?
Well, I find it interesting that there is so many different strategies going on with that, because I would have thought that nearly everybody would have reset. A couple of teams probably have done that. There were certainly more cars that were off strategy than there are currently now. We had about 6 or 7 of them. Now it's less, but there are a couple that, like this, Aiden Carter, they have not come in. They don't have to for a while. They still have a pit stop left to give. But, Kevin, I think there is value in this, but I don't know if it will be enough to overcome a excellent race by the number 2 team.
No, it's just a great race from them. Like, they are in silver. They've done well so far. The 900 is 10 seconds behind, a bit less than that. So they might be able to fight for that silver win. But yeah, usually in a final stint like this, you don't see people gap such a difference. But weirder things have happened in these races. We saw how Jordan Daly was clawing back the time earlier on in the race, so we know it's not impossible, but it would require quite the drive from the 900s to get back to the number 2.
Yeah, it certainly would. I mean, I'm not saying it's not doable, but we don't know what these team strategies are. We don't know who's on fresh tyres, who's on used tyres, or extremely used tyres in this case, with this race, with this type of track. But what I do know is the ambient temperature is 20 and the track's now 26. So we're going to be seeing, I would have thought, slightly slower times, and definitely a lot slower times on the used tyres. But you can see the McLaren, it's not McLaren at all, it's the Lamborghini. I'm assuming that is of Costinger in the 234 Lamborghini, it is. So that's a lap car. But yeah, they're able to keep pace. I mean, Costinger's no slouch in that car, and I'm wondering if maybe new tyres are a case there. But they're certainly trying to claw. I mean, Aiden Carr, of course, of Only Esports, trying to claw that gap up to Volker in the number 2 Aston. But as we're now looking at Steph Pasca, who started the race actually, and had a little bit of a tumble down the order towards the end of the stint. I know that because they were very closely behind us at the start of the race. They're now back in the car to what looks like bringing that Porsche for Swiss RC back to the finish line to the end of this race. But just wondering, Kevin, is there anyone else that you have seen in today's race that you think it really sort of stood out for you?
Well, as per usual here at RCI, like I said in my previous thing, like Jordan Daly, the way he clawed back the deficit that he had was at a lightning pace. Also, Bulka doing very well indeed this race. Pierre Moulin now also, I think, has done his final pit stop. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Still in P4, so only 2.3 seconds behind Mikhail Sundstrom in the Porsche 899. So they still have something to fight for that final place on the podium. So they could still really pull it out. But I mean, anyone who's been in this race so far, almost doing 7.5 hours through whether it was going good or bad, still keep on going. Like, everyone's doing a great job.
Guys,
yeah, I mean, Jesse. Oh, sorry, Jesse. Go on, go.
Listen, I'm reading chat. Chat's going absolutely off the hinges here. They're asking Kevin Voss to name top 3 biscuits, top 3 countries. Yeah, Kevin, I'd love to see you do that live. Top 3 Randy Newman songs, top 3 Osmosis Jones scenes, top 3 Lord of the Rings films. Now, Callum's asking that, and that's quite funny, except that the Hobbit films technically count, right, as Lord of the Rings, because it's the same canon, but I know there's
yeah, but it still would not get in the top 3.
That's the joke. Hey, let's go. Top 3 podium positions. I'm going to answer that one personally. I think first is overrated. I think P2 is more humble. I think it's better for you. It builds character. So for that, P2 is number 1. P3 is P3, and P1 is 2. I think is what I'm going to go with on that one. And if that is confusing, then good. I've done my job.
Oh, so I've just seen what else has been put in chat now with top 5 Jesse Lee moments. you wouldn't believe number 3's
Yeah,
scan.
I know. I already know what number 1 is. Number 1 is my birth. My birth was probably the biggest moment in my life. I mean, I wouldn't be here without it. Shout out to my mom. With the birthing hips and not asphyxiating me on the way out. Shout out.
I mean, yeah, we must shout out Mrs. Lee for that. Mama Lee. As we now see Cormac Quinn for RG1 Ferrari having to serve a drive-through, only assuming for track limits, because there are no stewarding reports to suggest otherwise. And being so late on the race, that's quite damaging, really. I would have thought that's sort of ended their race, really. I can't see them be able to get anything back now from that drive-through. But I'm just wondering. I'm still really wondering, Kevin, what these top 3 biscuits are yours.
I mean, I haven't even given them thought, Les.
Yeah, he's avoiding Les.
I mean,
Les.
I've had the time, but I just hadn't thought of them.
He's had over an hour, Jesse.
He's stalling. He's doing the standard politician tactic here, and I hate to call him out, but
the thing is, though, Jesse,
every biscuit is equal. I cannot differentiate between them. Is that what you want to hear?
If I'd asked Kevin
really.
Boss what his top 3 beers were, I bet you any money in a blink of an eye he could tell us.
I know what I mean. Everybody knows what their top 3 beers are: a cold one, a wet one, and a near one. That's my top 3 beers. I mean, who would disagree with that?
Well, I mean, that is a good point. But what I'm trying to get at is we still don't know what his top 3 biscuits are.
Yeah, quit stalling, boss. Jesus.
Oh.
Here's what I think. You want to know what I think?
Go.
You want to know what I think? I think he doesn't have a top 3 favorite biscuits. I don't think he's a biscuit enjoyer.
That's one of the first things I said, but then I still thought about it, and then I couldn't get to anything. So yeah, it's,
So there you go. We've solved it. Not a biscuit enjoyer. He abstains. A conscientious objector, perhaps there. Chat's still going crazy. I want to answer the top 3. Osmosis Jones. We're gonna have a movie night. We are gonna have an RCI movie night. I guarantee it. Where we watch Osmosis Jones. Les thinks he's too old to have seen that film, despite the fact that he was a teenager when it came out. How it missed you, I have no idea. But top 3 scenes: the introduction of Drix, the bit where Osmosis Jones splits himself to go through like a door wall thing, and I'm not going to spoil it, but the actual end scene, how they get the bad. That's really good too. So that's top 3 scenes in that order as well. We're going a little bit off the rails here. Oh my goodness. Callum Kerrigan, who I thought was your friend prior to today, has threatened Kevin Boss and said revoke his championship win until he answers the biscuit question. Listen, he's abstained. He's allowed to do that. It's fine. Oh, no, Phil Roberts has rightly said the dangly bit in the mouth scene from Osmosis Jones is top tier. Probably his favorite. That's also well and good. So, Boss, you don't eat biscuits. You're not a biscuit enjoyer in general. So what is your go-to, like, sort of snack or treat?
Yeah, probably crisps or...
So,
yeah.
Does the British part of you overpower your enjoyment of crisps? Meaning, do you enjoy pickle or vinegar flavor?
I'm actually quite basic. Like, I just enjoy the ready salted.
Oh, he goes classic. What do you think about that, Les? How about you?
Oh, I'm genuinely shocked. I put Kevin down as a prawn cocktail man.
God no.
I really put him down as a prawn cocktail man. I know, Jesse. You're. I'm guessing you're going to be a spicy. You're going to like your spicy flavors.
You are 100% correct. You are on the money.
See, I'm a sweet chili kind of guy, you know.
Oh, that's really good. I do like that. We got a little bit of racing going here on the track. They nearly make contact. Perhaps they even did, and they get away with it. Does Seth Pasquet, but only just racing Marcin for the 12th place position. Do bear in mind, these two cars late in the race, they're not in class, but race car driver psychology dictates that they don't care at this point. It's a position, and they both want it.
Well, I'm going to pull one back from yesterday or even a week ago, Jesse, from the GT2 chat. It's like race car gonna race car. So doesn't matter if it's P12, P20, or even P49. If there's a place to be won, these guys will go for it. And even though these guys are in a different class, I think Steph Pasquier will still do his utmost to get past the 727 and maybe even have a shot at P11 there against the 969.
You know what, Jesse? Kevin's changed. He really has changed. Ever since he's won this championship, he's a different man.
Oh boy!
I mean, he won't tell us his biscuit flavors, and then he's saying about about the crisps, just a ready salty kind of guy. But no, he's right in what he's saying. At the end of the day, we're all out here for enjoyment,
and the move is done
to better ourselves, and also to have a good, clean, hard fought race. And then, as Kevin's already said, the Swiss RC Porsche there, the Triple Eight has got the move done, and with extremely late braking there from Danchik in the 77 Ferrari, but managing to miss the back diffuser there of the Porsche. But yeah, the move is done, Kevin, as you said, and and he's made it look easy, but I'm sure they had a good old battle on the way. But they're in different classes, like we've already alluded to, and it doesn't matter at this stage of the race. It's all about pride now. Let's see how far we can finish up the order and get the job done. And like you said, Kevin, already at the business end of this race. But 32 minutes left to go. We're now looking at Aidan Carr and the Onid Esports 900 Aston Martin, currently in P6. That last bit, I'm quite shocked to see actually. Oh, as we see the leaders actually come around to lap them. I'm assuming they're going to back off there as they do to allow them into the S's. But I was quite shocked to see them pitting so late on. I suppose it depends of how the strategy's gone, but I would have thought that would have been just a fuel-only pit stop, Kevin.
Could be, even though at this point in time, at the end of the race, there's still something to win. If you can get those fresh tyres on at the end, just a splash and dash with the new tyres, it will be a slightly longer pit stop, but then having that bit of fresh rubber for the last 30 minutes, you can go absolutely crazy with them because you don't have to think about making them last an hour. You can just go full pelt and try and make the best of it. So actually, I think that's what some of these teams have been doing. Take the double stints early on and then have a shorter stint now on fresh rubber where you can go absolutely pedal to the metal.
Oh boy, chat's on one again. Phil Roberts, Papa Phil has shown up in chat, and he has, oh boy, I'm just going to read it. Why can't tomatoes win races against lettuce? Because the lettuce are always ahead, and the tomatoes are always trying to catch up. Ha ha. Ha ha.
Where is the thing? I need to find the thing.
Oh dear. Dutch Stig in the YouTube
there
chat. He was in the Twitch chat earlier today. He's in the YouTube chat now, says, in relation to our crisp or chip discussion, barbecue chicken all the way. And then he says some other stuff that I assume means something in Dutch, but I'm too silly to understand it. Do you have further context?
Patatje Joppie is a type of chip in the Netherlands with sauce where for a lot of people it's either hit or miss, and he's one of the people that loves it. So
do you miss it then, Kev?
I miss it, yeah.
Yeah, you could tell that. Oh my goodness, Daddy Phil still at it here. I didn't even read this one initially, What do you call 2 consecutive wins at Monaco a back-to-back win? Oh, God! Oh, I hope those... Oh, my goodness. Grim says, what do we want? Race car noises. When do we want them? Now. Very funny indeed. Yeah. It's all getting... It's all getting a bit crazy.
Oh, God, he's going... Keep on going, Phil.
Oh, no. Jesse, could you kindly read out the rest?
Mike Redford continuing to commiserate in chat after what has been a frustrating race for them. The Dutch State confirming he's still in the both chats, and also, oh goodness, I couldn't work out how to fasten my seatbelt, but then it clicked. Oh, boy. Oh, Grim. Grim, you were supposed to stand against the darkness, not join them. What do you get when dinosaurs crash their cars? A Tyrannosaurus Rex. Oh, my God.
Grim, forever surprising us with dark humour. Yeah, it seemed to go crazy in chat tonight. I don't think I've seen this crazy in here for a long time.
Guys, these jokes are so old, they're prehistoric.
Oh no, Jesse's joined.
Oh no! I'm infected! I'm part of it now! Oh boy.
Yeah,
I hope you're all
yes,
having fun, because we are.
And as Grim has alluded to, we can tell the stewarding has had a little bit of quiet time. They've really
Good,
sort of got these jokes out of the woodwork. And, Papa Phil, I mean, what a great name that is. That's not going to leave my head for a long time. Papa Phil starting it all off, and and others follow him. But I've got jokes that I just simply can't say on air, and I'm not even gonna try to put them into a nice context. But it's great to see the chat so lively tonight, and we've got a bit of door banging going on here between Jao Manzo and RPS SimSports Porsche and the Ferrari. I mean, I think it's a damn chick, isn't it?
It is
a damn chick, yeah.
So yeah, crikey, as we get very close as they're going through the S's, and Jao Manzo, I think he's on a much fresher set of tyres, or at least got a lot more pace at the moment, getting extremely close to the back end of this 296 Ferrari. So now going into the end of the S's as they come to this nice tight section, coming up towards the almost hairpin at turn 12, down to that long straight where I think we're going to see Jao Manzo make his move. But yeah, extremely close there, Kevin, as they're going through the S's.
Yeah, I think I can see the flashing from Jao Manzo, thinking he should have already been let past because the different classes, but this is still a fight for position. You can see Jao Manzo really trying to get this move done sooner rather than later. But here on the back straight with the draft, he should be able to get the job done. Let's see, he should be, moves to the inside of the corner, then on the brakes. That should be job done by Jao Manzo. And another place lost by Adamczyk, though he is still fighting back. But this now looks like the move has been done. Jao Manzo moving up to P13.
Yeah, I'd say that's done and dusted. I think is probably the best way to put that. Jao obviously having a lot more pace at this stage of the race and getting the move done there into turn 12. Quite a favoured place for you to get a move done. If you've got the slipstream and the draft there to be able to get up close, and you can certainly try the outbraking manoeuvre into turn 12, and that's exactly what Jao Manzo for RPMS SimSport managed to get done. But it is for position. Equally, doesn't really mean a lot in regards to the overall for their championship. Sorry, as they're in different classes. But a bit of pride out there, and Adamczyk wasn't going to just roll over and let Jao pass, was he, Jesse?
No, nor should he. I mean, you get to this point in the race, and the battles are what they are. It doesn't matter if they're for class or not. And race car driver's going to race car is a statement that we've said over and over again because it's true. I mean, the psychology of a racing driver is simple: see position, get position, or see driver, defend driver. And it's an oversimplification, of course, but it's no less the reality of racing. It's how do I outsmart this driver? How do I keep them behind me? How do I get by them? And at some point, your class lines that matter so much in the grand scheme of a championship, and even so much early into a race, that all sort of fades away, and you get involved in these battles. That position change for Zhao doesn't do anything for him. It does not matter. But it matters to him because it's the difference between 14th and 13th for RPMS SimSport, and that's something that they will consider going forward. And if you've had a rough day, maybe you've been in the wars a little bit and been down pit lane an extra time or two thanks to track limits, getting these positions late in the race, they can mean everything to your team. They can feel like it's made the day worth it, that you've had a recovery drive, that you had the speed, just knowing that had we not had the mistakes, we could have been a lot higher, sometimes is what keeps you going. I got to ask, for Kevin's sake, recovery drives are never fun, right? But as long as you get something out of it, you feel almost vindicated in a way.
Yeah, you never want to get into that position, but once you're thrown there, you don't give up, and you actually are able to fight your way back. It sometimes almost feels better than a win, because you're being put into a very precarious situation, and you have to fight even harder to get anything out of the race. So if you get anything out of it, it really makes, yeah, like you said, it feels like vindication, and then knowing then that you have that in you, and then but the next time you can maybe actually try and fight and be further up the field. But still, if you get into trouble and it is a recovery drive, sometimes that's actually the more tough drive, so it could actually feel better.
Well, I'll tell you what I have noticed, actually, guys. We've got Tom Shipson's join us in chat. Of course, teammate to Xiao Manzo for the RPMS Sim Sport 707 Porsche, telling us they've actually had the red flashing engine light for the past 3 hours. So to be doing this sort of pace at this stage of the race with that issue is quite impressive. And I have noticed, actually, that they're probably going hell for leather, because they've actually got, we've got just under 23 minutes left to go, with plus maybe another lap. And you can't say no to them catching the 888 Porsche of Pasquier. They'll get it done. I mean, it is only tenths in it between the two cars, but you can't say never.
How on earth have they managed to make up positions and still show some semblance of pace and speed? Zhao's quickest lap time today, the quickest lap time of all was a 2:06.4. Zhao ran a 2:06.8 a lap ago, even with that damage. My question to Shipston is, how's that possible? How has that car been damaged so to get us into this position? Look, I'm going to continue, by the way, reading some of these jokes. Phil Roberts says AMD and NVIDIA should get into the race car business. They already have the drivers. Good grief. Callum Kerrigan says, which part of the race car ruins the movie? The spoiler.
Sorry, that's a good meme. Carry on.
Carlos Alser in chat as well, further explaining their day. The Swiss RC 234 bunch. Talking about the recovery drive. They've certainly had that today, has Alser and company for Swiss RC. And sort of agree, absolutely agreeing with us. Keep fighting for the points. Carlos, we love you and your team's spirit. That is exactly what we like to hear out of teams signing up for it. Of course, when it goes really wrong, you got to know when to throw in the towel, right, Kevin? But sometimes that perseverance, again, we talk about getting the small wins, making up positions, but seeing the checkered flag is always the goal. That in and of itself is its own victory some days.
Yeah, definitely. Like I said before, it could even feel better, but like you also said, it is sometimes good to know when to throw in the towel, because if you've been in an accident, you had a meatball flag, you had to go and repair the car, you go out, you get mistakes again, and then you might be thinking, like, is it even safe for me to be on the track at this point in time? That's also just a very good decision. Like, if your mind's not there, if you're only going down a spiral, then it is just good to know to say, like, okay, not today, we reset, we go again next time. So yeah, it is sometimes a difficult balance to find, like, okay, should I continue, should I stop? But yeah, I still think most of the time to see that checkered flag is then a victory in and of itself.
Yeah, I mean, it's there has to be times when you just have to turn around and say, look, today's not our day. And, that rare occasion, sometimes you have to throw that towel in and say, that's it, we're done. But no, it's great to see so many teams still ban out towards the end. And we've got 19 minutes left to go. Tom Shipson has commented further in chat saying that, not naming any names, of course, but someone was a little eager on the downshifts, and but it has had no or little effect on the car performance. So That's quite.
That is interesting because
Yeah.
Kevin Boss and I have gotten into this situation before racing together where we've had yellow engines and even orange, and it definitely affected the performance. So to hear that it isn't, that is very interesting indeed.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Jesse. I'm getting very distracted by these simply awful.
No, you mean great. No. You mean absolutely great, and that is.
Shall I read out? Shall I read out one of these great jokes?
Oh, please.
Let's start with this one. I'm thinking about getting into drag racing. It looks pretty straightforward. I thought so. That was from Callum Kerrigan. Sorry,
Callum Kerrigan is playing the Get Banned speed run here on RCI TV.
I mean, he's on a roll. What sound do
he's on a roll out the door here in a
make?
minute?
Broom, broom.
You repeat that. I talked over that one. Say that again.
Oh, sorry, Jesse. What sound do drag racing street sweepers make? Broom, broom.
All right. Who was that?
That was Callum Kerrigan.
All right, he's getting a timeout. He's getting a timeout. Phil Roberts says...
And it's not the last one. He's got one more.
Oh, God.
Go on, Kev. Take it away.
I'm ignoring him. Kevin, you could converse with him if you want, but I tried horse racing once, but I fell at the first fence. I might have done better if I had a horse. That's an anti-joke is what that is. Dutch Dig, by the way, again, said in chat, a recovery drive better than starting up front and falling back through the field. We call that free falling here in the States, and Dutch Dig is 100% correct on that. That is the worst feeling in racing, right beside DNFing of your, just random bad luck and not of your own accord. What do you call a Porsche on its last legs? I have no idea what Grim's on about with that one. That seemed a bit me on that one. Kevin, they keep coming. Take it away.
So I also saw here, both my wife and child left me due to my horse racing addiction. And they're off.
Good Lord.
Yep.
Yeah, it's really getting desperate. I mean, it's 16 minutes left to go. It has been a long race. I do understand that the chat have had a long day. Let's be honest, they've had a long day.
We're all losing it here in the final 16 minutes of the race. Callum, by the way, all jokes aside, Callum was not timed out. We wouldn't do that. We wouldn't do that to him. We love the jokes. Some of them crazy. Carlos Alcer has further clarified, yellow and orange engines don't affect the performance anymore. Changed 2 or 3 patches ago. Tested it myself. Don't know for red. Carlos, thank you so much for that information. I had no... Guys, did you know that had changed recently?
Nope.
No, I must say I didn't know that. I'm pretty certain that I thought that the yellow engine, that it definitely gave you a decrease in performance.
Well, it definitely used to.
Something, yeah, I was going to say, if they've changed that in a recent patch update, then
hold up. I've just seen something. News to me.
Uh-oh.
When did Willamot take the fastest lap?
They have just pitted, so they've obviously just taken. They must have just taken that lap. A 2:05.1 as well. That's a damn good lap.
Well, their last lap was a 3:06, so that must have been their out lap or in, one of the two.
Yeah, I'd say that was the out lap.
I completely missed when they took that.
They literally took it a couple of laps ago. I saw them pit. I thought it was a bit odd them coming in so late, but obviously being at the rear of the field, shall we say, they've obviously opted to take that fresh set of tyres. Although amazing, really, it's amazing they've still got a fresh set of tyres to take and little fuel, and they've managed to get that fastest lap taken away from the 769, who've had the fastest lap for a very, very long time.
Yeah, guys, looking at the timing table here, the Grant Willamont car, the 316 Stone Cold Racing, came in to the pits on lap 208. They're just finishing lap 210. So I think what happened was they came in on 208, ran the quickest lap of the race on 209. Something must have happened on lap 2. No, that couldn't have worked either. So I have no idea when that occurred. I'm with Kevin Boss. That must have happened right after the stop, but how would it have done
must have been
that?
during comedy hour.
Oh, you mean?
Honestly, guys, they've literally just taken it. Literally.
Okay. Well,
I saw it with my own eyes.
It is a 2:05.1. That is the quickest lap, obviously. The next fastest driver, and the driver that he took it from was Jordan Daly. Daly ran a 2:05.277 earlier in the afternoon, and those are the two quickest times. So took it by a little over a tenth. Did Grant Willimon, an extra feather in your cap for Stone Cold Racing here in Austin, Texas.
And you do it so well, Jesse. You do it so well, but
I'm a little bit of a rattlesnake myself.
And another thing to a little rattlesnake. You didn't even say little either, so take that back. Great Winnerbot, really sort of showing that even towards the end of this race, nearly 8 hours done, and they're still willing to go out there and try and get that fastest lap away from the 769. With the 316 having such a torrid start to the race, it's great to see that they're still, trying their hardest to gain points in any which way they can. In the standings, they're fifth in the standings overall after the first two races. So, every point's going to count towards the championship towards the end. But is that something your team would do, Kevin? Is it if points are available like that, was that something you'd be able to do?
Personally, I would not be able to drive at 2:05.1. That's, I think, out of any of my team's possibilities. But yeah, if you feel like you have to pace, you're at the back anyway, you're going to finish last in class, why not take it?
Yeah, if you've got the abilities and you've got the tyre sets to allow you to do that. This, of course, we're assuming it's new tyres. It could well be a used set of tyres, just not on just got a little bit of life left to be able to get that performance out of it with low fuel. But it's a great move, really, if you think about it. I'm forgetting now exactly how many points it is for fastest lap, but either way, it's points towards the championship overall, isn't it? And to be P5 in the championship standings before this race started today, it's something they've obviously thought about and decided to go for. And so far, they've got it. Obviously, still got 11 minutes left to go. So, you've got at least 5, if not 6 laps left of this race left to go. So, Jordan Daly could easily get that back. Maybe even the 500 Ferrari of Forza Italia PL Racing could even get as well. But Jesse, is that something that you've ever been involved in the team? You ever thought about doing yourself?
What, trying to steal the fastest lap?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't do that personally. I'm not a hot lapper, but I will tell you, I have encouraged Jordan Daly to do it on several occasions, a role that he gleefully obliges. And he has annoyed fellow racing drivers. Maybe Daly is typically in the top 5 of most races. I'm telling on Jordan for some reason here, but he'll be in the top 5 and he'll get spun out or whatever, and he'll get real mad. He'll run down pit lane, put a fresh set of Pirelli P0s on it, and go out there and say, I'll show you. And he'll run lap after lap, quick lap, only to steal those bonus points away from other drivers. I've seen him do it before. He'll do it again too. I wouldn't say that's spiteful necessarily, but it's making a point and in the best possible way. It's using that anger or that frustration in a constructive way. I don't think that's what's going on with Stone Cold Racing here today. I just think that maybe they're trying to add that extra little feather in the cap. Like, hey, looking like we're going to finish 21st. Not last, by the way. Started with 22 cars. They will be last on the road, however. I've just realized something. I've just realized something after 8 hours of racing today, folks. Their car number is 316. The name of the team is Stone Cold Racing. That is Austin 316. I am the dumbest human being alive. Well done, Stone Cold Racing.
Not only 8 hours of racing, we've also got the previous 2 races as well. So, yeah, that's how have none of us noticed this before? That is that's quite incredible. That's clever. I like that, and I love it when these teams do clever little things like that. It's nothing on the car that would even suggest the number had anything to do with that. It's just you just got to work it out. But no, that's great. That's a great one to do, and yes, that's funny. I don't know how we've not noticed that before.
And even like Grim Lilith says, "Oh my God, I never realized." So, luckily, we were not the only ones that got caught out by this.
You know what it is? It's race car brain. For those of you that don't understand, that's perfectly all right. But let me explain. There's a thing called the WWE. All right, and Stone Cold Steve Austin was a wrestler, and his like whole thing was Austin 316 because he won the very first King of the Ring, and he does this speech. He beat a religious personality, and he did a play on the John 316 thing. He said Austin 316, and that became like his thing, Stone Cold's thing. And you see those shirts everywhere, even outside of wrestling. So what they've done here is they've married that to race car, and I quite like it. And the reason we didn't get it is because it's just a race car number. It's 316. It's Stone Cold Racing, but they did it so nicely that it was sort of under the radar, which is probably what they were going for anyway. But it is a very nice nod to the Texas Rattlesnake. And, you know, some say wrestling's fake. Can't prove it. And to me, wrestling will always be Stone Cold throwing mankind around the ring. So there you go.
Yeah, the Undertaker and all these other different. It's not. Who can say it's fake, Jesse? Like you said, who can prove it? But no, that's great. I just think I'm just shocked at how long it's taken. I mean, I didn't even notice it. You're the
we folks, we are shook up here in the booth. I do want to show you guys something. Whenever we were at break earlier, this incident occurred. You'll recall that the 777 was in a hot battle with the 127 of Ben Reese, and this was the outcome of this. I don't even know if this is it's not even going to work. It was too long ago, so we do apologize for that, not looking at the right thing. But there was contact when Ben Reese went by the 777 car earlier on, and that was right when we went to break. But because that was so long ago, we are unable to bring that replay to you. It wasn't, I don't think it was massive contact, but contact enough when it went by. Kevin Boss, I know you watch wrestling quite a bit as well. Favorite wrestler?
Oh, I don't think I've watched it long enough to really have a favorite, because now it's more of a recency bias at the moment, instead of really having like seen all the storylines and then having had a proper decision there yet. So, I mean, of course, it has to be the Dutch Daddy. Yes.
Well, great. Now you've got to explain what that is. Congratulations.
Yeah. So we have our own little friends wrestling group where some have their own alter ego made.
Yeah. Sure.
And yeah, so for me, the Dutch Daddy was created, and after he won a championship, he threw a referee out the ring, and it's been recalled quite often now in our Discord. So yeah, it's
Boss, do me a favor. Do me a favor, buddy. Describe what he looks like. Your character,
no.
the Dutch Daddy.
So it is a big hulking man in a orange Speedo with what do you call that thing that's around his neck?
A feather boa.
Like the floral boa?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, with an orange and black boa and sunglasses, and that is it.
Yeah,
Nice.
he gets into the ring, and you know it. He is a hulking tall man, and he's imposing in the ring, and he's imposing with his entrance as well. We have fun with wrestling around here as well. I'm just gonna read off, by the way, some of these jokes that came in that we didn't get to. I'm just gonna, if I miss yours, I do apologize. Is there anything worse than when it was raining cats and dogs? Yes. Hailing taxis? I agree. That would be dangerous. Why do electric cars finish the race early? Because they short circuit. The past, present, and future walked into a bar. It was tense. Why do DJs make terrible drivers? They keep changing tracks. Good grief. Why would Matthew McConaughey fans make terrible NASCAR drivers? Because they would all be all right. I feel.
I mean, you have to do the voice, otherwise it doesn't work.
Well, yeah, of course you do. Dutch Stig said that they ran a 2:05.4 earlier, and they reckon they could have had a few more tenths. That would have put them in the top 2 or 3. Martin Lawrence making a Dungeons and Dragons reference there. Alan Black joining us for the end. Good evening to you. Callum Kerrigan with another joke. Knock, knock. Who's there? Toyota. Toyota who? Toyota be a law against such awful jokes. Oh, my God. The Wombo combo. Phil Roberts, what board game is popular in Prague? It's checkers. Very funny. Alan Black says, can we see how P7 holds? We are looking at that, as a matter of fact. As it turns out, I accidentally did that. I didn't do that upon request, but there you go. I settled on Brendan Gillen myself there, but I'm always happy to please, nevertheless. Let's see. Oh, yeah, I think we're caught up with that, and we have run out of jokes mercilessly here at the end of the race. 3 minutes left to go. We're going to go to you, Stig, and because, by the way, we got 2 Stigs. We got Dutch Stigs, and we got the Fat Stig. Fat Stig being Les Stevenson. I didn't call him fat. He calls himself that. We're going to start with the Les Stevenson. We're going to go to Kevin Boss. What's your big takeaway from the 8 hours of the Circuit of the Americas today?
It's for me, it's got to be the sheer determination for some of the teams that have had a bit of the trials and tribulations, should we say, and they've still battled on. You got the likes of the 316, William and his team. You've got Ross Cam and Carlos Galatiad in the 30 rebound racing. We've got people that have had drive-throughs. We've got the Droppingham racing team, my team, that have had a drive-through, and Quinn had a drive-through. There's been an awful lot of people that have, teams, shall I say, they've had these setbacks, but they've carried on. We've only lost 1 car throughout this whole 8-hour race, and for me, that for me is the big takeaway. That and and the sheer determination of some of these teams.
For me, it is just the consistent pushing forward. Like, we didn't have a lot of people drop out the race today. Everyone's still on track. They keep pushing on, keep pushing forward, trying to get the best. Like, even Willemot's all the way down there in 21st, just taking that fastest lap, and that just shows that what Les also said, just the sheer determination to keep on going. Doesn't matter what happens, and you can see it can come back to you, and it just makes for great racing.
I couldn't agree more. I want to touch on Grant Willemot one more time here, and the genius of what Stone Cold Racing has done. They've taken the fastest lap. Nobody's going to, at least I don't think anyone's going to be bullish enough to come down pit lane, put new tires on, if they even have any new tires, to try and wrestle the fastest lap from Grant 316. So they're going to get this. And the beauty part is you have to complete 85% of any RCI race to get points. And as long as you do that, you can get points. They're 6 laps down on the field, but that is well within 85% of the race winner's distance here today. So not only are they going to finish today's race after a frustrating, difficult day, they're also going to get 2 additional points. So if we stack the points up, they actually will finish in front of at least one other car here because of their bonus points. So an extra little bit of that as well as it all. And I've said that, and look what's happened. This feels targeted. Zhao Manso for RPMS Sim Sport coming in. They will have 1 lap to go around here. And is this short on fuel, or is this trying to take the fastest lap? I think if it's the latter,
this might be stint limits.
Oh, you're absolutely right. It's a self-imposed drive-through, Les.
I was going to say, or is it engine troubles?
No, I think the Dutch Daddy's got it right. I think he's resetting his stint timer.
The Dutch Daddy. Oh, that's brilliant. Whoever come up with that?
Wait, did I say that out loud?
Yes, you did.
You can thank Tom Bryant for that one.
It's Tom Bryant in a nutshell. Folks, here it is. Jordan Daly for the 769. What a day they've had. They have had to drive through the field, and they've made it look easy again. The BOP a little in favor, the LFM BOP that is, a little in favor of the Bentley, but you know what? It takes a real one to be able to drive through the field. This team of Jordan Daly, Christoph Strepa, and Philippe Breccia, Kevin Boss, a complete day for the 769, you'd have to say.
Yeah, they had to fight back a bit at the start, and then once they got into the lead, they never let it go. They had the fastest lap for a long time, just showing their speed, and it's just been a very good race for them. He rounds the final corner, he's flashing the cameras, knowing that he's going to be in view. Jordan Daly crosses the line, P1 for round 3 of the RCI World Tour 2024.
Yeah, great result. And like you said, to start, P22 dead last, to then come through the field and, like you said, hold that fastest lap for as long as they did, with, 3:16 of stone cold racing, to get that fastest lap from at the end. But, that's a true show of class from the whole team. And it's a big congratulations to them on winning this 8-hour race of Circuit Americas on the third round of the World Tour for RCI. And now we're going to see Matthias bring home the Forza Italia PLE Racing 500 Ferrari and bring it home for a well-earned P2. That's a great result for them, and great result for that whole team. It's really to see them. They were even leading this race for quite some time as well. But Jesse, what about yourself?
Yeah, I think it was absolutely brilliant. Well-deserved win for RCI today. You can't say they didn't have to earn it. And for ForzaItalia.pl, what an excellent race it was for them. They had to drive through the top 5 to get it done. They had the right strategy, they had the right times, and they were able to manifest a P2. Mikael Sundstrom will bring the nearly on pace 899 Porsche home in third. Talk about a car that was always in contention for a podium spot and even a win. Today it was this team, and they were able to manifest yet another impressive podium. The other RCI Esports car, the 796 Pierre Mullen behind the wheel, comes across the line as well, and that is your top 4 or so cars. But of course, we've got 2 different podiums in today's race. Kevin Boss, tell us about the silver podium.
Looking here, we can see Bulker and Billen in the number 2 Aston Martin, taking the win there for ACC Flandre. Carter and Brown in the number 900, taking P2. Kleiner, Miro, and Nipter taking the 472, also in an Aston Martin, to P3 of the Silver Championship, followed by a trio of Ferraris in P4, 5, and 6. And yeah, just great race to everyone.
Really was. Yeah. What a fantastic run it was for a lot of teams that needed it. For some of the teams that look like they're going to be competing for a championship, Les, they stayed on form today as well. Some frustrating days for some of the teams as well, but we know that that's just racing. Next time out, the 24 could be completely different.
It certainly could be, and it's a long old race. I mean, today was a long race, as we know, but the next race being a 24-hour, there really can be anything can happen in a race like that. I mean, it's such a long race, but it's also such a challenge for every team member. And but yeah, it's certainly one to look out for. But a huge congratulations to the 769, the 500, and the 899. Those 3 teams there getting on the top steps of the podium. And for an 8-hour race it's such an achievement to win, or even just get on the podium in these races. For a lot of teams, even just to finish. So, huge congratulations to everyone that took part. One thing we did notice, actually, right towards the end, Costinger driving the 234 Lamborghini did actually pick up a drive-through for track limits on the very last lap and was unable to serve it. So they do have a 30-second time penalty added. But yeah, right at the end, those drive-throughs were certainly coming through. Not as much as we thought there would be, but certainly there was plenty of them. But it's a great race overall. And like I said before, I'm really, really chuffed for everyone that took part, and I'm really pleased that the cars that did have those problems early on still battled it out and went all the way to the end. And for the likes of Wilmot and his team to even go out and get the fastest lap at the end there was was a great show, a great effort, and just a great race overall.
Really was for a lot of our competitors today. There will be a debrief. They will consider what happened here. I think, though, everybody, Kevin, I suspect even you, are going to be happy to leave Austin behind and go back to Europe after this race. It was a long race. It was a hard-fought race, but more than anything, thankful it's over, I bet.
Thankful the 8 hours is over, but Austin is not over for me because I'm still staying here for Monday nights with Team Jag versus Team V12 for a 1 hour race here at COTA. So for me, the pain continues.
The pain may continue, but hey, at least you got a little practice in. Sorry, let's go on.
No. I was just going to say, and I will be joining Kevin, of course, in the Monday night series, also in Team Jag, and it's a track that, like we've already mentioned, but you were saying earlier on, Jesse, it's not everyone's favourite track. It's not my favourite track, but it's certainly not one that I dislike. It's just a very challenging track, but we're gonna put it on ourselves, and we're coming to do it again Monday night for the Team Jag versus Team V12 or the Aston Martin, of course. But we are going to be joined now, I hear, by Jordan Daly, of course, for the 769 RCI Esports Blue Team, who have obviously won the race today. And Jordan, what a show! I mean, to start as far down as you did, and then to get claw all the way up, and then even hold that fastest lap for such a long time. It's just a great show of teamwork, and also just to show how strong that team is, and get the win.
Yeah, thanks. It were a good effort today. The tyres definitely had a good drop off throughout the stint, especially in those double stints that we had to do. Chris, though, I don't know, he's a tyre whisperer. He just held on to whatever pace he was doing throughout his stints both times, and I'm like, yeah, whatever. But that fastest lap, I were a bit gutted about that. I noticed it went in the last few laps, and I seen Willamot got it. GG's to him, if he kept it anyway. It's just one of them. Did something happen to him?
Yeah, very early on in the race, they had an incident, and unfortunately had to have quite a big repair job in the pits. And but yeah, obviously right at the end there, they were able to pit, I think, with about, I would say, about 6-7 laps to go, and obviously low fuel. Whether they had new tyres or not, I don't actually know. But yeah, they were able to sort of get that fastest lap from you guys right towards the end. But no, it was a great show. I mean, you say about Christoph being the tyre whisperer. I thought it was a great way of putting it. But has he sort of said to you what it is that he does differently to maybe you, or is it just? Do you think it's just driving style?
It's just his driving style. Yeah, I mean, all of us were definitely on pace today. Philip as well. He maintained quite a good pace. He didn't have as big a drop off. I think it's because I were pushing a little bit harder that I had more, but yeah, it were good throughout, I guess. Rushing through the pack, I did that at Paul Ricard with Grady. That was quite nice to do. You get little battles out of it here and there, which it makes it enjoyable. Yeah, it was unfortunate in quali. Christoph had an issue when he loaded the setup. It put him on old tyres to begin with, so we did a few laps not knowing, and then realised. So we had to go in, get some new tyres on. By that point, I think he was just trying to rush it a bit too hard, and we just had some invalidations, which were unfortunate. But in the end, it didn't really matter, did it? Over 8 hours, we definitely had enough time to bring it back. But everybody else out there, they had some cracking pace around us. So it was
I mean, generally speaking, throughout the whole field, there was some good pace shown, and yeah, it was a great race, Jordan. It was what amazed me really was just how quickly you managed to get through the field, being so far back, and being able to get up to the lead. And I just wonder with Christoph being in maybe the cooler temperatures, maybe that was a bit to do with the tyres being a little bit less damage than yourself. But no, it was a great show. And Kevin, if you want to ask Jordan anything?
I got nothing really to ask. I just want to say, yeah, congratulations, because you guys really showed your pace today. And yeah, it's always amazing to see what you guys are able to do with the car, and especially an older car like the Bentley. Even though the LFM BOP bop helps, still to see you guys get so much out of one of those old cars it's great to see.
Cheers. Thanks, Kevin.
And I'm going to pass you over to Jesse.
Yeah, I gotta say, Daly, you're making a habit out of coming and talking to us. You're the GT2 Pro Series champion, crowned just 24 hours ago, and you're back here one day later. You're the 8 hours of COTA champion as well. How do you find the time? Where do you find it in yourself to compete at this level, at the top echelon every single day? Two different complete disciplines, two different complete tracks, but somehow you end up at the top both days.
Putting the time in. That's all I can say. You know, as you know, obviously, I started here, so you've seen the progress I've had to make to get to where I'm at now.
It is just brilliant what you've been able to accomplish in 2 days in a row. Daly, our champion, of course, Daly's teammates, Christoph Estrepa and Philippe Breccia, also on that team, not joining us. But Daly, congratulations. Anybody you want to shout out, say hello to, or thank for on behalf of the team or yourself?
Well, the team, for one, obviously, we're all grateful to like we're all a good bunch of lads. We get on. My missus, as they always do, supplies me throughout the race. Whoever them boys want to thank, I guess we have our other members who didn't compete today, but they always have input into what's going on. So yeah, and you guys, as always.
We appreciate that. I do have one final question. It's a scorcher in the UK right now. You're British. You understand this. How have you stayed cool today, driving so many miles?
3 fans. Three fans, and not a lot of wear.
Well, I would say that's 3 fans you got here in the commentators box, mate.
Oh, hey. Back to you, Les.
No, I just want to say congratulations again, and if you could pass on the congratulations to both Christoph and Philippe, that'd be great as well. And yeah, it's certainly seen a bit of a dominating championship so far. Obviously, we've still got 2 more races left to go in this championship, but yeah, you're certainly leading the way. And yeah, that was a great showing today, great effort, and all I can say is thank you very much, Jordan.
Yeah, cheers. I'm sure they're listening in, but yeah, thank you very much. I'll see you guys later. Yeah,
thank you, Jordan. And there you go, guys. We've heard it from the winners, the RCI Esports Blue Team in the 769 Bentley Continental. I've got to be honest, guys. I don't know about you. I really didn't expect the Bentley to be as strong as it has been in these first 3 races. But it's certainly, I don't know about you, Kevin, but it's certainly shown everyone else up.
Yeah, also in split 2, the Bentley took the win. So it seems in both splits, the Bentley was very strong here. Also at Paul Ricard, like the straight line speed that they had was really, really good. I guess the LFM Bop is helping them with that. But still to see those old machinery being put in the hands of the likes of Verstrepen, Daly, Breccia, it shows you that with at least the BOP that tries to get everything back to a level playing field, it can be a good car, and that's just great to see.
Certainly is. And Jesse, I don't know about you, but you know, I know I said it already. I wasn't expecting the Bentley being as strong as it has been, and to hear it in split 2 as well. Obviously, it was very strong at this track, and I'm just shocked at the Lexus. I honestly thought the Lexus was going to do extremely well at a track like this, but obviously, I was wrong.
Well, of course, we had a couple of the Lexuses sign out as well, so that has dampened their potency a little bit as well. But yeah, I mean, it has been suffocating, I would say, the Bentley dominance thus far. By the way, just to make sure we take due care and give due congratulations, split 2, here's your podium for both of the classes there, Silver and AM. Prime Motorsports won it in the number 99 Bentley over Scuderia Pepperoni Capricciosa. P2 in that Mercedes. Third place, Alpha Simsport, the 294 Ferrari, also having the fastest lap in Split 2 Silver. Split 2 AM, Team Monkey Racing 508 took honors in the Ferrari. Might as well be a Ferrari class, to be fair. Scuderia Spaventara won it, or took second place, in the 767, also in a Ferrari. Scuderia Pepperoni Margherita finished in third, the number 43 Ferrari in the AM class in Split 2. And do, of course, bear in mind in Split 1, RCI Esports Blue wins it overall over Forza Italia.pl's Ferrari, nearly on pace. Porsche in third place, parity there with the brand manufacturers. ACC Vlaanderen winning it in Split 1 Silver. It is an all Aston Martin podium here. Onid Esports, the number 900 in P2, and the DSRT, Dutch Sim Racing Team 475, also in an Aston Martin, finishing third there. Congratulations to all the podium contenders, and indeed, everyone who finished the race today. It was no small feat. If you like racing, we got more of it here on RCI TV, and we've talked about it several times today, but the Jag versus V12 series continues. We're right back here at Circuit of the Americas for round number 3 of the championship before heading back out to Europe for Zolder. And we would love to have you. If you haven't signed up, pick a side, choose a car, and get involved. Still time to get there for round number 3. A lot of practice being held today. Hopefully some things have been learned on the track. Of course, the Gran Turismo 2 Divinetta Italiano series will start May 31st. That's the new Mini Friday Champ. 1 hour, 20-minute races, all Italy. You can pick any manufacturer you want, but we're staying in the Italian country. Imola, Misano, and Monza, the 3 races there. And perhaps if iRacing is more your pace, Watkins Glen 2 hour, 40-minute race, that is on May 25th. All the usual classes you would expect on offer. GTP, LMP2, the GT3 class, as it were, all available. And do not forget, the Wednesday Sprint Championship starts this week. Instead of having one 60-minute race or 90-minute race or whatever, it's 2 30-minute races every week for the Wednesday Sprint Championship. That series starts this Wednesday, and in South Africa, Kyalami, round number 1. 1 round left in the iRacing IMSA season, and it's Le Mans. Never too late. Never say never there as well. Find all these events and more, including the next round of the World Tour, the 24 hours of Red Bull Ring at racerci.com. Back to you, Les.
Well, thanks, Jesse. And you just remind us all, just what great events we've got coming up with RCI. I mean, there's plenty going on. There's pretty much every day of the week. There's only a couple of days spare, but there's something going on. So, get yourselves signed up if you're not already. Get yourselves involved. And, I'm part of the Monday night gang, as they call themselves. And we're racing again at COTA on Monday night. So, I'm the Jag. And, yeah, so really, to be honest, all it leaves me to is to say thanks to everyone that took part today. All, in both splits, split 1 and 2. All our drivers, all our teams, great showing today as always, and keep the racing as it's going. It's been great so far. We've seen some dominant teams, but we've also seen a lot of teams just literally battling out to the end. So it's great to see, and I'm just really thankful for everyone. Obviously, we got the stewards, the lovely stewards that have been involved and helping us get these races live stewarded. It's great to have people that committed to putting the time in and making sure these races and events can go ahead with the live stewarding. Obviously everyone in chat as well, all our viewers, all the likes of subscribes, the Twitch followers, we've even had some donations today. We're so grateful, and I can't thank you all enough for getting involved and making our experience in the booth such a fun one as well. And and obviously that leads me to thanking the guys in the box with me as well today, and Jesse, Kev, John Dalton, and Phil Roberts, of course, as well. All absolute legends in my eyes. But thank you very much for making it so fun, and and professional at times. But and obviously, last but not least, all our partners here at RCI, as you've probably been watching down the bottom left-hand corner of the screen, is scrolling across. You've got the likes of digitalmotorsports.com. We've got Fanatec, Driver 61, and others to mention. But it's come to that time of the day, everyone, and I want to just say thank you again for everyone that took part. Thank you for watching. Thank you for taking part. And it just leaves me one thing left to say. Let's keep the engines roaring and the dreams soaring. Good night.